Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What If. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry discovered he was a Horcrux at age 7 and used it to drain Voldemort's magic daily. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The boy who learned to bite back. The cupboard under the stairs smelled of blood and dust and something else. Something Harry couldn't name but had always felt. A pressure behind his eyes. A weight in his skull that pulsed when he was angry or scared or hurt. Tonight, he was all three. Uncle Vernon's belt had left welts across his back that burned every time he breathed. The offense had been minor, a plate dropped during washing up, cracked but not shattered, but Vernon had been drinking, and Aunt Petunia had been complaining about the neighbors, and Dudley had been throwing a tantrum about his computer, and so Harry had become what he always became in those moments, a convenient target. 7 years old. Small for his age, thin in that way children get when meals are irregular and fear burns calories faster than food can replace them. His glasses sat cracked on his nose, he'd learned to tape them himself months ago, and his two large clothes hung on his frame like flags of surrender. But Harry Potter had never surrendered. Not really. Not in the place that mattered. He pressed his face against the thin mattress and breathed through the pain, counting each inhale and exhale the way he'd taught himself. Pain was temporary. Pain ended. Everything ended eventually, and Harry had learned to be patient. Freaks deserve what they get. Vernon's words echoed in the dark. Harry had heard them so many times they'd lost meaning, become just sounds, just noise from a man whose face went purple when he shouted and whose hands shook when he reached for his belt. But tonight was different. Tonight, the pressure in Harry's head was building. He'd felt it before, during other punishments, other moments when his body screamed that this wasn't fair, this wasn't right, this wasn't how things should be. Usually the pressure faded when the pain did. Usually he could push it down, bury it in the same place he buried everything else that hurt too much to think about. Not tonight. The welts on his back burned, and the pressure behind his eyes pulsed, and something inside Harry, something that had been waiting, coiled and patient, for exactly this moment, finally moved. His hand shot to his forehead without conscious thought, fingers pressing against the scar that had been there as long as he could remember. The lightning bolt. The mark of whatever accident had killed his parents, drunks, Petunia said, worthless layabouts who died in a car crash and left their worthless son behind. The scar was usually cold. A thin line of tissue that felt somehow different from the rest of his skin, like it belonged to someone else, like it had been grafted on from another person entirely. Tonight, it burned. Harry gasped as fire lanced through his skull, not the dull ache of Vernon's blows but something alive, something that writhed and twisted behind his eyes like a snake made of lightning. His vision went white. His mouth opened in a silent scream. And then, he touched something. Not physically. Not with his fingers, though they were still pressed against his scar. This touch was deeper, stranger, like reaching through a curtain he hadn't known was there and finding a room behind it. A dark room. A hungry room. Something lived in that room. Harry felt it notice him. Felt it turn toward his intrusion like a predator sensing prey. Felt its cold, alien regard sweep over him, cataloging him, dismissing him, reaching back toward him with tendrils of something that felt like, no. The word came from somewhere Harry didn't have names for. Some part of him that had been forged in cupboards and beatings and skipped meals, hardened in darkness and neglect until it had edges sharp enough to cut. The thing in the room recoiled. And Harry, acting on instinct older than thought, pulled. The sensation was indescribable. Later, when Harry had time to think about it, he would compare it to drinking water after a long thirst, but water that was somehow more, that filled not just his mouth and throat but something deeper, some reservoir inside him that had been empty his entire life and only now recognized its own hollowness. He pulled, and the thing in the dark room screamed. Not aloud. The scream happened in that other place, that space behind Harry's scar where something impossible was happening. The thing tried to fight back, tried to shove him away, but it was weak. Harry understood that instinctively, weak and fragmented and not fully here, like a shadow of something greater, and Harry's hunger was very, very real. He pulled more. The pain in his back faded. The burning in his scar cooled. Harry felt warmth spreading through his limbs, felt strength flowing into muscles that had known only exhaustion, felt his thoughts sharpen and clarify in ways they never had before. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the connection snapped shut. Harry lay gasping on his mattress, staring at the underside of the stairs, his heart pounding against his ribs. The cupboard was dark. Silent. The Dursleys had gone to bed hours ago, the house was still. But Harry was different. He lifted his hand in the darkness, staring at fingers he could barely see. They tingled with something, not pain, not numbness, but potential. Like static electricity made conscious. Like lightning waiting to strike. He thought about the crack in the ceiling above his bed, the one shaped like a crooked smile, and light bloomed. Pale, silvery, sourceless. It illuminated the cupboard in soft radiance, casting no shadows, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Harry stared at it, at his hand, at the impossible thing he had somehow just done. Magic. The word surfaced from somewhere, not his memories, not exactly, but somewhere adjacent to them. A word that should have been fairy tale and fantasy but felt, in this moment, as real as breath. He had magic. And he had just fed it. Sleep didn't come that night. Harry lay in his cupboard, mind racing, testing the limits of what had changed. The light he could summon at will, though keeping it stable required concentration. When his focus slipped, it flickered and died. But he could bring it back. Again and again, as many times as he tried. Other things were harder. He thought about his glasses, about the crack running through the left lens, and tried to push the way he'd pushed the light. Nothing happened. Or almost nothing. The crack seemed slightly smaller, maybe, or maybe that was wishful thinking in bad lighting. But the other thing, the presence behind his scar, that was still there. Harry could feel it now, in a way he never had before. A weight in his mind, nestled somewhere between thought and sensation. Cold where his magic felt warm. Alien where his magic felt natural. It was afraid of him. He poked at it experimentally, reaching toward that dark room with the same instinct that had driven him there before. The presence flinched. Recoiled. Like a wounded animal protecting itself from further harm. Harry smiled in the darkness. He had spent 7 years being afraid of the Dursleys. Afraid of Vernon's belt and Petunia's pinches and Dudley's fists. Afraid of the cupboard and the darkness and the hungry lonely hours when no one came. Something else was afraid of him now. He decided he liked the feeling. Morning brought the usual routine, up before the Dursleys, start breakfast, don't speak unless spoken to, don't eat until permitted, don't exist except as a function of their convenience, but Harry moved through it differently. His back still hurt. The welts were real, and no amount of midnight magic had healed them completely. But the pain felt distant now, like something happening to someone else while Harry watched from behind glass. He cracked eggs into a pan and watched the whites congeal and thought about what he had learned. There was something in his head. Something that wasn't him. Something he could feed on. The implications unfolded slowly as he worked, each revelation clicking into place like pieces of a puzzle he hadn't known he was solving. The strange things that happened around him, windows breaking when he was angry, toys moving when Dudley chased him, his hair growing back overnight after Petunia's disastrous attempt at cutting it, those were him. His magic. Power that lived inside him and responded to his emotions. But the thing in his scar was different. The thing in his scar was a source. A reservoir he could tap. And when he drained it, when he pulled, he got stronger. The question was, what was it? Boy. Where's my coffee? Vernon's bellow shattered Harry's contemplation. He moved automatically, filling the mug, adding cream and 2 sugars, setting it at Vernon's place just as his uncle emerged from upstairs, still in his bathrobe, face already settling into its default expression of perpetual irritation. "Too hot," Vernon snapped after 1 sip. "You trying to burn me, boy?" "No, Uncle Vernon." "Useless. Absolutely useless. Don't know why we keep you around." Harry said nothing. His eyes dropped to the floor, his shoulders slumped, his entire body language broadcasting submission and contrition. But inside, in that new sharp space behind his eyes, he was watching. Vernon had no idea. No idea that the small, quiet boy in overlarge clothes had discovered something dangerous last night. No idea that everything was about to change. Harry liked that too. The weeks that followed were a careful education. Harry learned, first and foremost, that he couldn't take too much at once from the thing in his scar. The first night had been instinct, desperation, his magic lashing out without planning or control. When he tried to repeat it the next night, reaching for that dark room, pulling as hard as he could, nothing happened. Or not nothing, exactly. He felt the presence there, felt its cold weight, but it had withdrawn. Hidden itself deeper. Like a snail retreating into its shell. Patience. Harry understood patience. He waited 3 days before trying again. This time, he approached slowly. Carefully. Not grabbing but coaxing. He reached for the boundary between himself and the thing in his scar and simply waited. Held himself open. Present. The presence uncurled slightly. Still wary. Still wounded. But curious now, in some primitive way. Harry didn't pull. Not yet. He just watched. Let himself become familiar with its edges, its rhythms, the way it pulsed in slow counterpoint to his own heartbeat. On the 5th night, he pulled. Not much. Just a thread. Just enough to feel that warmth spreading through him again, that sharpening of thought and sense. The presence recoiled, but not as far. Not as panicked. It settled after a moment, wounded but not broken, and Harry understood something important: this was a resource that could be depleted. But it also recovered. Summer unfolded into a strange rhythm of experimentation. Harry's chores didn't change. His beatings didn't stop. The Dursleys remained exactly what they had always been, petty and cruel and utterly blind to anything beyond their own narrow concerns. But Harry was becoming something new. Every night, he reached into the dark room and pulled. Sometimes just a thread. Sometimes, when the presence seemed stronger, more recovered, he risked taking more. Each time, his magic grew. Each time, the boundary between what he could do and what he could only imagine doing shifted further. By August, he could light his cupboard with a thought. By September, he could move small objects without touching them, feathers, buttons, the occasional spider that wandered too close. By October, he had made his first accidental discovery about what lived in his scar. It wasn't just power he was absorbing. It was knowledge. The snake was small and brown and utterly ordinary. It had slithered through a gap in the garden fence and was sunning itself on a rock near Petunia's roses when Harry found it during weeding duty. His first instinct was caution. His second was curiosity. His third, pretty thing, isn't it? The words slipped out before Harry realized he was speaking. Worse, they weren't words at all, they were sounds, sliding sibilant syllables that should have been impossible for a human throat to produce. The snake's head came up. Speaker. Harry froze. The snake's tongue flickered, tasting the air. Its small black eyes, surprisingly intelligent, surprisingly present, fixed on Harry with an intensity that seemed impossible for such a simple creature. Young speaker, the snake continued. Strange. Smell of death in you. But also life. Strange life. Harry's heart was hammering. He had made objects move. He had lit his cupboard. But this talking to snakes, this felt different. More significant. Like crossing a threshold he couldn't uncross. I don't understand, he said, still in that sliding language. What's death in me? The snake's tongue flickered again. Cold place. Behind your eyes. Something else lives there. Very old. Very broken. Smells like scales and blood. Scales and blood. Snake speaker smell. All snake speakers have it. But yours is strange. Wrong. Two smells in one body. The snake's head tilted. You are eating it. Harry blinked. The cold thing behind your eyes, the snake elaborated, with the patient tone of someone explaining something very obvious to someone very slow. You are eating it. Taking pieces. Making them yours. Yes. I suppose I am. Good. It does not belong there. It should be eaten. The snake's tongue flickered one final time. Keep eating, young speaker. Make it gone. Then you will smell right. Before Harry could respond, the snake slithered away, disappearing into the grass like it had never existed. Harry sat in the garden for a long time, staring at nothing, thinking about cold places and wrong smells and the thing behind his eyes that apparently should not exist. Winter meant school, but school had always been a kind of respite. The Dursleys couldn't touch him there, not physically. Their influence extended only to the lies they told teachers, troubled boy, behavioral problems, parents were criminals, and the instructions they gave Dudley, make sure he doesn't make friends, make sure he stays alone, make sure he knows his place. Harry had long ago accepted that friends weren't meant for him. But this year, for the first time, he found he didn't mind. He sat in the back of classrooms and listened with new attention. Mathematics made more sense now, the patterns clicking into place with a precision that startled his teachers. Reading comprehension had become almost embarrassingly easy, he could look at a page and understand not just the words but the structures beneath them, the architecture of language. The thing in his scar was giving him more than raw power. It was making him smarter. Or maybe it was just waking up parts of his brain that had been sleeping. Harry wasn't sure it mattered. What mattered was that he could use this, could leverage his new abilities to learn faster, understand better, prepare more thoroughly for whatever came next. Because something was coming next. He was certain of it now. The library became his sanctuary. Not the school library, that was too public, too likely to draw the wrong kind of attention. But the public library 3 streets over, the one where the librarians paid no attention to small boys who came in after school and stayed until closing, had everything Harry needed. He started with mythology. If he could talk to snakes, if there was something living in his scar, if he could do things that should be impossible, then there had to be records. Stories. Accounts of others who had experienced similar things. The mythology section gave him fragments. Tales of wizards and witches, of dark lords and chosen heroes, of magic and prophecy and fate. None of it matched exactly, but the patterns were unmistakable. Power. Conflict. The battle between light and darkness. Harry was in one of those stories. He was sure of it now. The only question was what role he was meant to play. You're reading about serpent gods again, the small grass snake observed. Harry had discovered that snakes were everywhere, if you knew how to look. Parks. Gardens. Even gaps in brick walls where they sheltered from the cold. And they all spoke to him, these small forgotten creatures, with their simple thoughts and surprising insights. They're interesting, Harry replied. The stories say people who talk to snakes are usually evil. Stories are told by mice, the snake said dismissively. Mice are stupid. We eat them. Harry smiled. He had discovered that snakes had very practical philosophies. The cold thing in your head is smaller, the snake observed. You have been eating well. Every night. Good. Soon it will be gone. Then you can start eating other things. Harry filed that thought away for later consideration. His 8th birthday passed without acknowledgement. The Dursleys had never celebrated it, had barely acknowledged it existed, so Harry didn't expect anything different. But this year, he celebrated in his own way. At midnight, alone in his cupboard, he reached for the presents behind his scar and pulled. Hard. Harder than he ever had before. The thing screamed, really screamed, a thin psychic wail that echoed through dark spaces Harry didn't have names for. It fought back, briefly, its cold tendrils lashing against his mental grip. But Harry was stronger now. 8 months of careful feeding had built his magic into something formidable, and the thing, whatever it was, had been weakened by that same feeding, depleted and diminished. He took everything it had recovered since his last drain. He took more than that, dipped into reserves it had been hoarding, power it had been rebuilding in the cold dark place where it lived. And he felt something shift. Not just power. Not just knowledge. Something structural. Like a wall had thinned somewhere, or a door had opened a crack that hadn't been opened before. When he finished, gasping on his mattress, surrounded by the light he'd summoned without meaning to, Harry found new things waiting in his mind. Words. Concepts. Spells. He knew things he shouldn't know. Technical things. Magical things. The proper wand movement for a basic levitation charm. The incantation for creating fire. The theory behind how magical energy could be shaped and directed and transformed. It was like someone had cracked open a textbook in his head. Or like he had stolen pages from someone else's education. Harry lay in the dark, the light had faded when his concentration slipped, and contemplated what he was becoming. A thief, certainly. Taking things that didn't belong to him. But if the snake was right, if the cold thing behind his eyes truly didn't belong there, then wasn't he just reclaiming what was his? Taking back space in his own mind? The moral complexities could wait. For now, he had work to do. Spring brought new experiments. Harry couldn't get a wand, the knowledge in his head made that clear. Wands were sold by wand makers, who existed in a world of magic that Harry couldn't yet access. Without a wand, his magic was crude, unfocused, limited to simple effects that didn't require precision. But simple effects could be powerful. Fire, for instance. He started small, lighting candles in abandoned buildings, igniting scraps of paper in empty lots. The flames came when he called them, dancing on his fingertips for brief moments before exhaustion claimed him. Movement came easier. He could push and pull small objects with increasing reliability, could lift things, spin them, make them dance in patterns that satisfied some aesthetic sense he hadn't known he possessed. And the knowledge kept coming. Every time he drained the thing in his scar, more fragments surfaced. Spell theory. Magical history. Names and places and concepts that meant nothing to him in isolation but built, gradually, into a coherent picture. The wizarding world was real. It existed parallel to the mundane world Harry had always known, hidden behind secret entrances and notice-me-not wards and the simple human tendency to ignore anything that didn't fit expected patterns. There was a school for witches and wizards in Scotland. A shopping district hidden behind a pub in London. A bank run by goblins. A government that existed entirely outside mundane law. And there was a war. Or had been a war. The memories were fragmentary, confusing, laced with emotions that weren't Harry's own, rage and exultation and something that might have been fear. But the basics were clear enough. A dark wizard had risen. Lord Voldemort, he had called himself. He had gathered followers, waged a campaign of terror, murdered and tortured and destroyed until the wizarding world trembled at his name. And then he had come to a house in Godric's Hollow, on Halloween night 10 years ago, and everything had changed. Harry's fingers found his scar without conscious thought. The lightning bolt. The mark he had carried since infancy. He understood now. The thing living in his head wasn't random. Wasn't accidental. It was a piece of Voldemort, torn loose in the moment of his defeat, lodged in the only living thing nearby. Harry Potter was the boy who lived. And he had spent the last year feeding on the Dark Lord's soul. The realization should have been disturbing. Horrifying, even. He had a piece of a mass murderer embedded in his skull, had been consuming it piece by piece, absorbing its power and knowledge into himself. Harry considered this for approximately 30 seconds before deciding he didn't care. Voldemort had killed his parents. Had created him, in a sense, had made him an orphan, had condemned him to the Dursleys, had shaped his entire life through a single act of violence. If Harry could turn that violence back on itself, could transform the weapon into a tool for his own empowerment, then he would do so without hesitation. He reached for the connection that night with new intention. "Hello," he said, into the cold dark space behind his scar. "I know what you are now." The presence stirred. Still weak from his last drain. Still recovering. But aware, in some dim way, of being addressed. "You killed my parents," Harry continued. "You tried to kill me. You put yourself in my head without asking. And now I'm going to eat you. Every piece. Every scrap. Until there's nothing left." The presence recoiled. Harry felt its terror, genuine, primal terror, and smiled. "Sleep well, Tom. I'll see you tomorrow." The name had come from the memories. Tom Marvolo Riddle. The orphan boy who had become Lord Voldemort. Harry had glimpsed fragments of that transformation, enough to know that the monster had once been human, had once been scared and lonely and desperate for power. Just like Harry. The difference was, Harry had no intention of becoming a monster. He had no interest in ruling or destroying or proving anything to anyone. He just wanted to survive. And if survival meant eating the Dark Lord piece by piece, then so be it. The summer before his 9th birthday brought two important developments. First, Harry learned to sense magic. It started subtly, a tingle at the base of his skull when particularly powerful magical effects occurred nearby, a vague awareness of something when he passed certain locations in town. Over time, the sense sharpened. He could feel the wards on magical places before he could see them. Could identify magical objects by the energy they radiated. And he could feel the connection to Voldemort. Not just the fragment in his scar, but the fragment's connection to something else. Somewhere far away, in a direction Harry couldn't quite pinpoint, the main portion of Voldemort's soul existed. Weak. Diminished. A wraith of pure spirit without a body, feeding on snakes and small animals just to sustain its pitiful existence. Harry reached through the connection for the first time, just briefly, just to see if he could. The response was immediate. Pain. Rage. Confusion. A psychic scream that echoed across whatever medium connected them. "What are you doing to me?" Harry withdrew, satisfied. Voldemort knew something was wrong. Knew something was hunting him, weakening him, stealing his power. But he didn't know what. Couldn't identify the source. Couldn't stop it. Good. The second development was more practical. Harry wrote a letter. The goblins of Gringotts, according to the knowledge in Harry's head, were ancient, powerful, and utterly indifferent to wizarding politics. They served those who could pay and respected those who showed respect, regardless of species or background. They also, according to scattered memories that might have belonged to a young Tom Riddle, had a particular interest in serpent speakers. Harry's letter was written in Parseltongue, not the sounds, which couldn't be transcribed, but the writing system. A script of curves and angles that looked like nothing in any human alphabet. He had discovered it in the absorbed memories, practiced it until his hands could produce it reliably, and now used it to compose what might have been the most important communication of his young life. To the account managers of Gringotts, I am Harry Potter. I am 8 years old. I am a speaker of serpents. I am writing because I need help. My parents are dead. The wizard who killed them put something in my head, a piece of his soul. I have been destroying it slowly, but the process has taught me things. Things about the magical world. Things about how power works. I would like to make a deal. I can sense magical objects. I can tell when something is cursed or dark or wrong. This is a gift from the fragment I've been destroying, payment, if you will, for my parents' deaths. If there are objects in your vaults that shouldn't be there, things that make your curse breakers uneasy, I can find them. I can identify them. I may be able to destroy them. In exchange, I ask for 3 things. First, information. I need to understand the magical world before I enter it publicly. Second, protection. The Dursleys, my guardians, are cruel. I am safe enough for now, but I would like alternatives if things change. Third, discretion. The magical world thinks I am a hero. I am not ready for that attention. If you are interested in negotiating, send a response to number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. I will know if the letter is magical. Thank you for your time. Harry Potter. He mailed the letter from a post box 3 streets away, having discovered the Gringotts' postal address in his absorbed memories. The goblins, like all magical creatures, had systems for receiving mundane mail. They simply didn't advertise them. Then he went home and waited. The response came 3 weeks later. A perfectly ordinary-looking envelope slipped through the mail slot at number 4, addressed in perfectly ordinary ink to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs. Perfectly ordinary in every way except for the magical signature that pulsed against Harry's senses like a heartbeat. He grabbed it before Petunia could notice and retreated to his cupboard. The letter inside was written in English, a concession to his youth, perhaps, but on parchment that felt expensive and old. Mr. Potter, your letter was received with considerable interest. The language in which it was written has not been seen at Gringotts in over 50 years. We propose a meeting. A representative of the bank will appear at your location in 3 days' time, at midnight, to discuss terms. If this is acceptable, do nothing. If it is not, reply in your serpent script with alternative arrangements. We note your stated abilities with interest. If you are what you claim, there is much to discuss. May your gold flow freely. Grip Hook, Accounts Manager, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry read the letter 3 times, memorizing every word, then burned it in his palm. 3 days. He had 3 days to prepare for what might be the most important negotiation of his life. Midnight on the appointed night found Harry sitting on the curb outside number 4, watching the street. He had considered staying inside, letting the goblin come to him, but decided against it. The Dursleys were light sleepers, and explaining a goblin in the living room would raise questions he had no interest in answering. Better to meet in neutral territory. The crack of displaced air announced the goblin's arrival. One moment Harry was alone, the next, a small figure stood 3 feet away, watching him with sharp black eyes. Grip Hook was exactly what Harry had expected from the memories, short, sharp-featured, dressed in a suit that looked expensive even to Harry's untrained eye. His fingers were long and clever, his teeth pointed when he smiled. Mr. Potter, the goblin said, his voice gravelly but precise. You are smaller than I expected. I'm 8, Harry replied. I'll grow. So you will. Grip Hook's eyes traveled to Harry's forehead, to the scar barely visible beneath his fringe. The soul fragment. I can sense it. Weaker than it should be. You were telling the truth. I usually do. A useful trait. The goblin reached into his coat and withdrew a small black box. A test, if you are willing. There are 3 objects in this box. Tell me which is cursed. Harry took the box. Inside, nestled in velvet, were a ring, a pendant, and a coin. He let his senses wash over them, feeling for the distinctive wrongness of dark magic. The ring pulsed with malice. This one, he said, pointing. It wants to hurt whoever wears it. Something about control. It wants to control them. Grip Hook's expression didn't change, but something in his posture shifted. The ring was confiscated from a dark wizard's estate last month. It carries an imperious compulsion, weak, but persistent. Our cursebreakers took 2 hours to identify it. I didn't identify the specific curse, Harry admitted. Just that it was bad. At 8 years old, with no training, no wand, and a soul fragment parasitizing your magic. Griphook's smile widened, showing more teeth. Gringotts is interested, Mr. Potter. Very interested indeed. The negotiation took 2 hours. Harry had expected it to be adversarial. The goblins, according to his memories, were notoriously harsh bargainers. But Griphook seemed more interested in establishing a genuine partnership than in extracting maximum value. You will be famous, the goblin explained, when you enter the magical world properly. The boy who lived. The child who destroyed the Dark Lord. Every faction will want to use you. Ministry sycophants. Old families. Dumbledore himself. The headmaster of Hogwarts. Among other things. He is influential. And he has taken a particular interest in your placement. It was his decision to leave you with the Dursleys. Harry filed that information away. Go on. Gringotts offers neutrality. We serve gold, not politics. A relationship with us provides protection from certain manipulations. Your vaults cannot be accessed without your consent, your movements cannot be tracked through our systems, your correspondence can be shielded from interception. And in exchange, your abilities. As you develop them. There are objects in our deepest vaults that even our best cursebreakers cannot properly analyze. Dark artifacts. Horcruxes. Harry's attention sharpened. Horcruxes. Soul containers. Griphook's eyes glittered. Like the fragment in your scar, but deliberate. Created through murder and dark ritual. The Dark Lord made several. We suspect some may be hidden in vaults we maintain for his followers. You want me to find them? When you are ready. When your abilities have matured. For now, we simply wish to establish a relationship. Griphook withdrew a sheaf of parchment. A contract. Standard magical binding with modifications for your age. Gringotts will provide you with information about the magical world, access to your family vault, and discreet protection. In exchange, you will work with our cursebreakers when called upon, and you will give Gringotts first opportunity at any dark artifacts you discover. Harry read the contract carefully, 3 times, as had become his habit. The language was precise, the terms clear. No hidden clauses, no twisted meanings. You're being very fair, he observed. You are 8, Griphook replied, but you will not always be 8. Gringotts takes the long view. A fair contract now builds trust for larger negotiations later. And, his smile turned sharp, we remember our allies. The last serpent speaker who dealt fairly with us was named Slytherin. His descendants banked with us for 1,000 years. Harry signed the contract. The magic settled around him like a warm blanket, sealing the deal. Welcome to Gringotts, Mr. Potter, Griphook said. May your enemies tremble and your gold multiply. The next 2 years passed quickly. Griphook visited monthly, bringing books and information and updates on the magical world. Harry devoured everything, history, theory, politics, law. He learned about the ministry and its factions, about Hogwarts and its houses, about the great families and their alliances. He learned about Dumbledore. The man was complicated, according to Griphook's carefully neutral assessments. Brilliant. Powerful. Almost certainly benevolent in his intentions. But also manipulative, secretive, and utterly convinced of his own rightness. He believes he knows what is best for the wizarding world, Griphook explained. And he often does. But he does not tolerate challenges to his judgment. Those who oppose him openly tend to find themselves marginalized, discredited, or worse. What does he want with me? Unknown. But he placed you with the Dursleys deliberately. He has visited Privet Drive several times over the years, never entering, but watching. And he has blocked several attempts by other magical guardians to claim you. Other guardians? The Longbottoms. The Bones. Even the Malfoys, though their interest was likely political rather than paternal. Griphook's expression soured slightly. Dumbledore believes you are safest where you are. He may even be correct. But his reasons remain his own. Harry added this to the growing picture in his mind. Dumbledore was a player, perhaps the most powerful player on the board. He had plans for Harry Potter. Those plans would need to be understood before they could be addressed. His magic continued to grow. By his 10th birthday, Harry could perform basic wandless magic with reasonable reliability. Fire, movement, light, basic wards. Nothing sophisticated, nothing that would challenge a trained wizard, but enough to defend himself if needed. More importantly, his connection to Voldemort had strengthened. He could feel the Dark Lord's presence now, a cold weight at the back of his consciousness. Could sense his movements, vaguely, as Voldemort drifted through Eastern Europe, possessing animals and weak-willed wizards, searching for some way back to power. And Harry could push. It started as an experiment, reaching through the connection not to drain but to project. Sending images, emotions, fragments of thought. The first time he managed it, Voldemort's reaction was immediate and violent. "Who are you?" Harry sent back a single image, himself, age 10, smiling. "Potter." "Hello, Tom. Having a nice decade?" The connection slammed shut from Voldemort's end. Harry felt the Dark Lord's rage and terror bleeding through the bond, felt him scrabbling to strengthen his defenses, to block out the intrusion. It didn't help. Harry reached through anyway, found the cracks in Voldemort's mental walls, and pulled. The drain that night was the largest yet. Harry took power, knowledge, and something else, something that felt like capability. When he finished, he found he understood legilimency. Not perfectly, not with any kind of mastery, but the fundamentals were there. The theory. The technique. Another gift from his unwilling donor. His 11th birthday approached like a thunderstorm on the horizon. Harry knew what was coming, his Hogwarts letter, his formal introduction to the magical world, the beginning of a new phase in his life. He had prepared for years. Had built alliances, gathered information, developed his abilities. But there was one more thing he needed to do first. The morning of July 31st, Harry sat in his cupboard and reached for the connection one final time. He found Voldemort lurking in Albania, weaker than ever, little more than a wisp of malevolent spirit clinging to existence through sheer hatred. The Dark Lord sensed him coming and tried to hide, tried to shield himself, but there was nowhere to go. "I'm 11 today," Harry said through the bond. "Do you know what that means?" Voldemort's response was pure rage, wordless and impotent. "It means I'm going to Hogwarts. Your old school. Where you created your first Horcrux. Where you began your rise to power." Harry smiled. "I thought you should know that I'm coming for all of them. The diary. The ring. The locket. The cup. The diadem. Every piece of your soul you scattered across Britain. You don't know, I know everything, Tom. You put your memories in my head. Did you really think I wouldn't find them?" Silence. Then, slowly, terribly, "How?" "Because you made me," Harry replied. "You created me when you killed my parents. And now I'm going to unmake you. Piece by piece. Year by year. Until there's nothing left but the fragment in my scar, and I'll save that one for last, so you can watch everything else disappear." He pulled one more time, draining Voldemort down to his last reserves, leaving the Dark Lord barely able to maintain consciousness. "Sleep well, Tom. I'll see you soon." The connection closed. Harry Potter opened his eyes, smiled at the cobwebs above his head, and waited for his letter to arrive. The owl came at sunset. Harry watched it circle the house from Dudley's second bedroom. The Dursleys had given him the room 2 years ago, after a polite conversation in which Harry had demonstrated exactly what wandless fire could do to curtains. The owl was beautiful, brown-feathered and golden-eyed, and it carried a letter in its beak that practically thrummed with magical significance. He opened the window and accepted the delivery with appropriate gravity. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry read the letter, then the supply list, then set both aside. He had known this was coming. Had prepared for years. But seeing the words on parchment, feeling the magic thrumming in the paper, made it real in a way that preparation alone couldn't match. Tomorrow, his life would change. He reached through the connection to Voldemort's weakened wraith, just a touch, just enough to confirm the Dark Lord was still there, still aware. I got my letter, Harry said. No response. Voldemort was too weak to do more than exist. I'm coming, Tom. For all of it. For everything you built and everything you stole and everyone you killed. Harry's mental voice carried no emotion, just cold, absolute certainty. You made me what I am. Now watch what I become. He closed the connection and began packing his bags. The hunt was about to begin. Number 4, Privet Drive sat quiet in the summer darkness. Upstairs, the Dursleys slept, unaware that the boy they had tormented for a decade was preparing to leave them forever. In his room, Harry Potter finished his preparations with methodical precision. His trunk, purchased through Gringotts, delivered by Goblin Courier, contained everything he would need. Books. Clothes. Supplies. A small fortune in wizarding currency, drawn from the vault his parents had left him. And 3 items that weren't on any Hogwarts supply list. The first was a mirror, small and silver, enchanted to communicate with a matching mirror held by Griphook. Emergency contact, the goblin had called it. For when discretion mattered more than speed. The second was a knife, goblin forged, its blade capable of cutting through most magical protections. Insurance, Griphook had said. For when things go wrong. The third was a vial of liquid, black as midnight, that pulsed with malevolent energy. A sample of basilisk venom, obtained from Gringotts' deepest reserves, capable of destroying Horcruxes. Harry looked at the vial for a long moment. For years ago, he had been a scared child in a cupboard, bleeding from his uncle's belt, reaching desperately for anything that might help him survive. Now he was something else. Something new. A predator who had spent years feeding on the most dangerous wizard in history, absorbing power and knowledge and purpose. Voldemort had made him. And Harry was going to use everything he had learned to end him. He tucked the vial into his trunk, closed the lid, and smiled. Tomorrow, he thought. Tomorrow it begins. He reached through the connection one final time, not to pull, not to speak, just to feel. Voldemort was there, a guttering flame of malice and terror, too weak to respond but aware enough to sense Harry's presence. Aware enough to feel him watching. Good night, Tom, Harry whispered. Sweet dreams. Somewhere in Albania, a shadow whimpered. And in Little Whinging, Surrey, the boy who lived settled into bed and slept the deep, satisfied sleep of a hunter on the eve of the chase. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The Snake in the Lion's Den. The morning of August 1st dawned grey and muggy, the kind of summer day that promised rain without delivering. Harry woke before the Dursleys, as always, but for the first time in memory, he didn't immediately begin preparing breakfast. Today was different. Today, according to his Hogwarts letter, a representative from the school would arrive to escort him to Diagon Alley. Standard procedure for Muggle-raised students, Griphook had explained. A chance for the wizarding world to make its first impression on impressionable young minds. Harry had no intention of being impressed. He dressed carefully, not in Dudley's cast-offs, but in clothes he'd purchased through Gringotts over the past year. Simple, well-fitted, unremarkable. The kind of clothes that said nothing about their wearer except that he had standards. The knock came at precisely 9 o'clock. Harry was already at the door, opening it before Vernon could lumber down the stairs to investigate. The man standing on the doorstep was enormous, easily twice Vernon's height, with a wild beard and kind eyes that crinkled when he smiled. "Harry Potter." The giant's voice was warm, eager. "Blimey, look at ya. Last time I saw ya, you was just a baby." "You knew me as a baby?" "Knew ya. I carried ya out of the house myself, the night." The giant stopped, his expression flickering with old pain. "Well. Ancient history now, isn't it? I'm Hagrid. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Dumbledore sent me to take ya to get your school things." Harry filed the information away. This man had been there the night his parents died. Had carried him from the wreckage. And now he'd been sent, by Dumbledore specifically, to serve as Harry's introduction to the magical world. Not a coincidence. Nothing about this was coincidental. "Thank you for coming," Harry said, stepping outside and closing the door behind him. "I'm ready to go." Hagrid blinked. "Don't ya want to tell your aunt and uncle, they know?" "A lie, but a convenient one. They're not interested in magical affairs." "Right." Hagrid's expression suggested he had opinions about the Dursleys, but he kept them to himself. "Well then. Let's be off." The journey to London was illuminating. Hagrid talked constantly, about Hogwarts, about magic, about Harry's parents. He seemed genuinely kind, genuinely eager to help, and genuinely incapable of keeping secrets. Within the first hour, Harry had learned about the Philosopher's Stone being moved from Gringotts, about Dumbledore's specific interest in Harry's welfare, and about at least 3 security measures that were supposed to be confidential. "Hagrid," Harry said gently, as they approached the leaky cauldron, "should you be telling me all this?" The giant paused. "Well. I suppose some of it's a bit hush-hush. But you're Harry Potter. Dumbledore trusts ya, so I trust ya. And if someone else asked you questions? Someone you didn't trust?" Hagrid's face reddened. Well, I wouldn't tell just anyone." Harry let the moment sit, watching understanding dawn slowly in Hagrid's eyes. The man wasn't stupid, just guileless. He genuinely couldn't conceive of his own openness being used against him. "Perhaps," Harry suggested quietly, "we could keep the details of today between us. Just to be safe." "Right. Right, good thinking." Hagrid nodded vigorously. "You're a smart one, Harry. Just like your mum." Harry filed that away too. People kept comparing him to his mother. More than to his father. Interesting. The leaky cauldron was exactly what Harry had expected from Griphook's descriptions, dingy, crowded, and invisible to Muggle eyes. The patrons inside were exactly what he'd expected too, a cross-section of wizarding society, from shabby-robed witches nursing butterbeers to well-dressed wizards conducting business in shadowed corners. Every head turned when Harry entered. "Bless my soul," whispered someone near the bar. "It's Harry Potter." The name rippled through the room like a stone dropped in still water. Conversation stopped. Drinks were set down. People stared, with a hunger that made Harry's skin prickle. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Can't believe it, after all these years. I want to shake his hand. Let me shake his hand. They surged toward him. Not threatening, not exactly, but overwhelming, hands reaching, voices calling, faces pressing close with tears and gratitude and a desperate need to touch the child who had somehow saved them all. Harry stood very still and let it happen. He shook hands. Accepted thanks. Smiled at appropriate moments. But behind his eyes, he was cataloging everything, who pushed forward eagerly, who held back with calculating looks, who watched from corners without approaching. These people didn't know him. Didn't see him. They saw a symbol, a story, a hero-shaped hole in their collective trauma. Useful, perhaps. But dangerous too. Right, give the boy room, Hagrid boomed eventually, pushing through the crowd. Got school shopping to do. Come on, Harry. Harry let himself be led away, but not before catching the eye of a thin, pale-faced man near the back of the room. The man wore a purple turban and trembled slightly when Harry's gaze found him. Quirrell, Harry thought, recognition surfacing from absorbed memories. Defense against the dark arts professor. Currently hosting the wraith of Lord Voldemort. He smiled pleasantly at the man and walked past without breaking stride. Behind him, he felt the connection to Voldemort's soul fragment pulse, and, distantly, a matching pulse from the thing hiding beneath that ridiculous turban. The hunt had found its first quarry. Diagon Alley opened before him in a riot of color and noise and magic. Harry had prepared for this, had read descriptions, studied maps, memorized shop locations and proprietor names. But preparation and experience were different things. The reality of it, the presence of so much concentrated magic, made his senses sing. Every shop radiated power. Every person walking the cobblestones carried some trace of magical energy. The air itself felt different here, charged with potential in a way that the mundane world never matched. Beautiful, isn't it? Hagrid said, watching Harry's face. Yes, Harry admitted. It is. They made their way through the crowds, Hagrid easily visible above the masses, Harry trailing in his wake. The plan, according to Hagrid, was to visit Gringotts first, then make the rounds of the various supply shops. The plan, according to Harry, was slightly different. Hagrid, he said, as they approached the white marble bank, I need to conduct some private business inside. Family vault matters. Would you mind waiting here? I won't be long. Hagrid frowned. Dumbledore said I should stay with ya, I understand. But vault access is restricted, isn't it? Even to Hogwarts representatives. Harry kept his expression innocent, his voice respectful. I wouldn't want you to get in trouble because of me. The giant wrestled with this for a moment. Well. I suppose the goblins are plenty safe. And I do need to stop by the magical menagerie anyway, pick up some supplies for Fluffy. Perfect. Shall we meet back here in an hour? An hour. Right. Hagrid nodded, relieved to have the conflict resolved. You be careful in there, Harry. Goblins are clever sorts. Don't let them talk ya into anything. Harry smiled. I'll be careful. He watched Hagrid amble away toward the pet shop, then turned and walked into Gringotts alone. The interior of the bank was exactly as Griphook had described, vast, marble-columned, filled with goblins working at high desks and wizards waiting in queues. But Harry didn't join the queue. He walked directly to a side corridor marked, Private Accounts, and spoke in Parseltongue to the guard stationed there. I am Harry Potter. Griphook is expecting me. The goblin guard's eyes widened fractionally. He gestured Harry through without a word. The private offices were smaller, more intimate, lined with portraits of ancient goblin leaders who watched Harry's passage with sharp, assessing eyes. Griphook waited at the end of the corridor, standing before an ornate wooden door. Mr. Potter. You are punctual. You taught me well. Griphook's smile showed teeth. Come. We have much to discuss and limited time. The office beyond was surprisingly warm, a fire burning in the hearth, comfortable chairs arranged around a low table, walls lined with books and artifacts that hummed with contained power. 3 other goblins waited inside, older than Griphook, their expressions carved from stone. The Potter accounts, Griphook began, as Harry took a seat, have been managed by Gringotts since your parents' deaths. The trust vault you know about, it provides funds for your education and living expenses until you reach majority. And the family vault? Sealed by your parents will until your 17th birthday. However. Griphook's eyes glittered. Certain provisions allow early access under specific circumstances. If, for example, the heir demonstrated sufficient maturity and magical capability to manage the estate. Which I assume requires some kind of test. A formality. One of the older goblins spoke, his voice like gravel rolling over stone. We have observed you for 2 years, Mr. Potter. We know what you are capable of. The test was passed before it began. Harry nodded slowly. Then what's this meeting really about? The goblins exchanged glances. Griphook leaned forward. Tell us about the thing living in Professor Quirrell's turban. The silence stretched for a long moment. Harry had known this was coming, had sensed the tension beneath Griphook's carefully neutral communications over the past months. The goblins weren't stupid. They had noticed the same thing he had, that Voldemort wasn't simply a wraith hiding in Albania anymore. He was here. In Britain. Attached to a Hogwarts professor. You already know what it is, Harry said finally. You wouldn't ask if you didn't. We suspect. Griphook's expression hardened. The Dark Lord's spirit, bound to a willing host. Seeking something within Hogwarts walls. Something that may have been stored in our vaults until recently. The Philosopher's Stone. Just so. Griphook steepled his fingers. Nicholas Flamel has been a client of Gringotts for over 600 years. His property is our responsibility. Its current location is concerning. Harry leaned back in his chair, considering. The goblins were asking him to do something, that was clear. But what exactly, and at what price? You want me to interfere, he said. To stop Voldemort from reaching the stone. We want you to protect our client's property. The older goblin's voice was flat. How you accomplish this is your concern. But understand, Mr. Potter, if the stone falls into the Dark Lord's hands, if he uses it to restore himself to power, the consequences will extend far beyond the wizarding world. Gringotts does not choose sides in human conflicts. But we protect what is ours. And if I do this, if I stop him, what do I receive in return? Griphook smiled. Full access to the Potter family vault, effective immediately. A seat on the Gringotts Advisory Council, when you come of age. And. He paused. Information about the other Horcruxes. Harry went very still. You know where they are. We know where some of them are. The locations of others can be investigated. With appropriate resources. Griphook's eyes gleamed. The Dark Lord was not as clever as he believed. He trusted us to guard his secrets. He should not have. Harry thought about this for a long moment. The goblins were offering him exactly what he needed, access, information, support in his long-term mission. In exchange, they wanted him to do something he was planning to do anyway. It was almost too easy. There's something you're not telling me, he said. Some risk you haven't mentioned. The older goblin's lips curved slightly. Clever child. Yes. There is a risk. Which is? Dumbledore. Griphook's voice dropped slightly. He has placed protections around the stone. Elaborate ones, designed to test and challenge any who seek it. We believe these protections are theatrical. Meant to lure the Dark Lord into a confrontation. You think Dumbledore wants Voldemort to try for the stone. We think Dumbledore is playing a longer game than anyone else on the board. And we think you, Mr. Potter, are a piece he intends to use. Griphook's eyes met Harry's directly. The question is whether you will allow yourself to be used, or whether you will play your own game. Harry smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. Tell me everything you know about Dumbledore's protections. The meeting lasted another 40 minutes. When Harry emerged from the private offices, he carried a new key to the Potter family vault, a folder of documents detailing several suspected Horcrux locations, and a very clear understanding of what he was walking into at Hogwarts. Dumbledore had placed the Philosopher's Stone in a school full of children. Had set up defenses that a talented first year could theoretically penetrate. Had hired a professor who was quite literally hosting the Dark Lord's spirit. Either the old man was catastrophically incompetent, or he was orchestrating something far more complex than anyone realized. Harry suspected the latter. But suspicion wasn't certainty, and certainty required information. He would watch. He would learn. And when the moment came, he would act, not according to Dumbledore's plans, but according to his own. For now, though, he had school shopping to complete. Hagrid found him outside Gringotts exactly 1 hour after they'd separated, clutching a bag of supplies and looking slightly frazzled. "All done, Harry. Got what you needed. Everything's in order." Harry fell into step beside the giant. "Where to next?" "Robes, I think. Madame Malkin's. Get ya fitted proper for school." Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions was a small shop near the end of the alley, filled with bolts of fabric and the soft chatter of measurement charms. A squat witch in mauve robes greeted them at the door, her eyes widening only slightly at Harry's scar. "Hogwarts, dear. Another young man being fitted just now. Up you go." She led Harry to a footstool in the back, where a pale, pointed boy was already standing with his arms outstretched while needles and measuring tapes flew around him. The boy looked up as Harry approached, and his eyes went immediately to Harry's forehead. "Hogwarts?" the boy asked. His voice was cultured, aristocratic, with the faint drawl of someone who expected to be listened to. "Yes." "First year?" "Yes." "Me too." The boy extended a hand, awkwardly given his current position. "Draco. Draco Malfoy." Harry shook the offered hand. "Harry. Harry Potter." The reaction was everything he'd expected. Draco's eyes widened, his posture shifted, and for just a moment, raw hunger flickered across his features, the hunger of someone who had just discovered an opportunity and was calculating how best to exploit it. Then the mask slid back into place. "Potter. I've heard of you, of course. Everyone has." Draco's tone affected casualness, but his eyes were sharp. "Father says you've been raised by muggles. Is that true?" "I've lived with my mother's sister." "A muggle?" Draco's nose wrinkled slightly. "How unfortunate. I can't imagine what that must have been like." "Neither can you." Harry's voice was mild, but something in his expression made Draco hesitate. "That's rather the point, isn't it? You can't imagine it because you've never experienced it. So perhaps we could skip the condescension and have an actual conversation." Draco blinked. This was clearly not the response he'd expected. What? You came here with an agenda." Harry tilted his head slightly. "Let me guess. Your father told you to befriend the boy who lived. Bring him into the Malfoy orbit. Useful ally, political capital, all that. Am I close?" Draco's face went red, then white. "How dare you, I'm not offended. It's sensible strategy." Harry stepped up onto his own fitting stool, allowing the measuring tapes to begin their work. "But I prefer honest dealing, Draco. If you want something from me, ask for it directly. Don't wrap it in pretense." For a long moment, Draco simply stared at him. The other boy's expression flickered through several emotions: outrage, confusion, and finally, unexpectedly, a kind of wary interest. "You're not what I expected," Draco said finally. "People rarely are. Father said you'd be moldable. Eager for guidance. Grateful for attention from proper wizarding families. Your father doesn't know me." Harry met Draco's eyes calmly. "Neither do you. But we could change that, if you're interested." "Interested in what?" "In being honest with each other." Harry shrugged slightly, careful not to disturb the measuring tapes. "I don't need a handler, Draco. I don't need someone to show me how wizards behave. But I could use someone who understands pureblood politics, who can tell me what the real rules are, not just the official ones. Draco's eyes narrowed. And what would I get in return? Information. Perspective. Access to a way of thinking that your usual circle doesn't have. Harry smiled slightly. You've been raised to see the world one way. I've been raised to see it another. Between us, we might actually understand the whole picture. That's... Draco trailed off, clearly processing. That's not how alliances work. Maybe it should be. The fitting continued in silence for a few moments. Harry could feel Draco studying him, reassessing, trying to reconcile the boy who lived of his father's stories with the sharp-eyed child standing beside him. Finally, Draco spoke again. His voice was quieter, less affected. You're going to be a problem for a lot of people. Probably. Including my father. Quite possibly. Draco was silent for another long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed, a short, surprised sound, like he'd discovered something amusing where he'd expected to find only complications. I think, he said slowly, that I might enjoy watching that. Harry smiled. I'll try to make it entertaining. They parted on terms that weren't quite friendship but weren't quite enmity either. Something in between. Something with potential. Hagrid was waiting outside, looking relieved when Harry emerged intact. Made a friend? Made something. Harry glanced back at the shop. We'll see what it becomes. The rest of the shopping passed quickly. Potion supplies from the apothecary. Books from Flourish and Blots, where Harry bought several texts beyond the required curriculum, advanced theory, obscure history, anything that might help him understand the world he was entering. A telescope and scales and brass instruments whose purpose he would learn in time. And then, finally, Ollivanders. The wand shop was narrow, dusty, and thrummed with more concentrated magic than anywhere else Harry had visited. Thousands of boxes lined the walls, floor to ceiling, each containing a wand waiting for its wizard. The air itself felt expectant. A soft voice came from the shadows. I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter. Mr. Ollivander emerged from between the shelves like a ghost materializing from mist. His pale eyes, wide, unblinking, unsettling, fixed on Harry's forehead before dropping to meet his gaze. You have your mother's eyes, he said. I remember when she came in for her first wand. Willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Good for charm work. And my father? Mahogany. 11 inches. Pliable. Excellent for transfiguration. Ollivander moved closer, and Harry resisted the urge to step back. But you are not quite either of them, are you, Mr. Potter? Something else lives behind those eyes. Something that has been growing for quite some time. Harry said nothing. But his hand drifted toward his scar. Yes, Ollivander murmured. I thought so. Let us see what answers your call. What followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Wand after wand passed through his hands, oak and holly and yew, dragon heartstring and phoenix feather and unicorn hair. Some felt wrong immediately. Others gave a flicker of response before falling dead. A few produced spectacular failures, shattered windows, smoking shelves, one memorable instance where every box within 5 feet launched itself at the ceiling. Ollivander's excitement grew with each failure. Tricky customer. Very tricky indeed. His pale eyes gleamed. Perhaps, yes, let us try something unconventional. He disappeared into the back of the shop and returned with a box that looked older than the others, its wood dark with age, its contents wrapped in cloth that might once have been velvet. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Ollivander's voice dropped slightly. An unusual combination. The phoenix who gave this feather gave only one other. Just one. Harry took the wand. The moment his fingers touched the wood, he felt it, the connection snapping into place like a key turning in a lock. But alongside that rightness came something else. Something familiar. The brother wand. The connection to Voldemort's wand. He could feel it resonating with the fragment in his scar, trying to bridge the gap between them. Harry closed his eyes and pushed. The connection shattered. Not completely, the brotherhood remained, carved into the wand's very nature, but the active link, the bridge that would have allowed magic to pass between the twin cores, collapsed under Harry's will. He felt Ollivander gasp softly, felt the wandmaker's shock at what he had just witnessed. "Mr. Potter," Ollivander breathed. "That was, I have never seen, the wand is mine now," Harry said quietly. "Only mine." He opened his eyes and met Ollivander's gaze. The wandmaker stared at him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he smiled. "Curious," he said. "Very curious indeed. You said the phoenix gave another feather. Who has that wand?" Ollivander's smile faded. "We do not speak of it. But I think you already know." Harry nodded once. He paid for the wand and left the shop without another word. Behind him, Ollivander watched him go with eyes that held something very close to fear. The Hogwarts Express was exactly as described, a scarlet steam engine that looked like something from another century, billowing smoke on a platform hidden behind an ordinary-looking brick wall. Harry arrived early, having extracted himself from Hagrid's company with polite firmness. The giant had wanted to accompany him to the platform, to see him off properly, but Harry had sensed Dumbledore's hand in the offer and declined. "I'll be fine, Hagrid. Truly. Thank you for everything. Yell right, won't ya? Let me know how you're getting on." Of course. He probably would, too. Hagrid was genuine in a way few people were. Even if he was Dumbledore's man through and through, that loyalty came from real affection, not calculation. It deserved respect, if not trust. Platform 9 3/4 hummed with activity. Families saying goodbye. Students reuniting with friends. Owls hooting in cages, cats prowling between feet, the occasional toad making a desperate bid for freedom. Harry found an empty compartment near the back of the train and settled in to wait. The wait wasn't long. "Excuse me. Is this seat taken?" The girl who appeared in the doorway was his age, with bushy brown hair and slightly prominent front teeth. Her robes were new, her trunk enormous, and her expression combined nervousness with barely contained excitement. "Not at all." Harry gestured to the seat across from him. "Please." She dragged her trunk inside and sat down with a sigh of relief. "Thanks. Everywhere else was full, or people kept looking at me like I didn't belong." Her chin lifted slightly. "I'm Muggle-born, you see. Some people seem to think that matters." "Does it?" "Of course not." Her voice was firm, but Harry caught the uncertainty beneath it. "Magic is magic, isn't it? My letter said I had it, same as anyone else." "I agree completely." Harry extended his hand. "Harry Potter." The girl's eyes went wide. She looked at his forehead, then back at his face, then at his outstretched hand. But everyone says, I've read all about you, you know, you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century, most of which is probably wrong." Harry smiled slightly. "I haven't actually read my own biography yet." "What do the books say?" "That you defeated you-know-who as a baby. That you're incredibly powerful. That you vanished after that night and nobody knew where you were." She was talking very fast now. "I'm Hermione, by the way. Hermione Granger. I've memorized all the textbooks already." "I do hope that's enough, breathe," Harry suggested. Hermione stopped talking. She stared at him for a moment, then let out a small laugh. "Sorry. I do that when I'm nervous. My parents say I need to learn to slow down. It's fine. I'm nervous too." You don't look nervous. I've learned to hide it. Harry settled back in his seat. So. Hermione Granger. What are you most looking forward to at Hogwarts? The question opened a floodgate. Hermione talked about classes and professors and the library, over 40,000 volumes, can you imagine? She talked about the houses and their histories, about the point system and the Quidditch Cup and the various clubs and activities. She talked until the train started moving and then kept talking, barely pausing for breath. Harry let her. He asked occasional questions, guided the conversation toward topics he wanted to know more about, and slowly built a picture of this girl who had somehow ended up sharing his compartment. Smart, obviously. Driven. Insecure beneath the confidence, desperate to prove herself worthy of a world that didn't seem to want her. She had memorized the textbooks because she was terrified of falling behind. Had researched Harry Potter because she was terrified of looking ignorant. She reminded him, in some ways, of himself. You're not what I expected, Hermione said eventually, echoing Draco's words from Madame Malkin's. What did you expect? I don't know. Someone more, famous looking. Someone who acted like they knew they were important. She flushed slightly. That sounds terrible. It sounds honest. Harry shrugged. I've spent 10 years with people who didn't know I was important. It's hard to develop an ego when no one's around to feed it. Your Muggle family. Something like that. The door to their compartment slid open again before Hermione could pursue the topic. A round-faced boy peered in, his expression miserable. Sorry to bother you. I've lost my toad. You haven't seen him, have you? Harry concentrated for a moment, extending his senses through the train. There, 4 compartments down, something small and cold-blooded huddled under a seat. Check compartment 6, he said. Under the left-hand bench. The boy blinked. How do you, good guess. Go on. The boy went. Hermione stared at Harry with open curiosity. That wasn't a guess. No. How did you know? Harry considered how much to reveal. Hermione was Muggle-born, which meant no preconceptions about what was or wasn't possible. She was also clearly intelligent, which meant she would notice inconsistencies if he tried to hide too much. I can sense magic, he said finally. Magical creatures. Magical objects. It's a gift. I've never read about anything like that. You won't have. It's rare. Harry met her eyes. I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention it to anyone. Why not? Because some gifts are better kept secret. At least until I understand them better. Hermione processed this for a moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. Okay. I won't tell anyone. She paused. But you'll explain it to me eventually? When you're ready? Eventually. Yes. It was the beginning of trust. Small, fragile, but real. The round-faced boy returned a few minutes later, toad in hand, beaming with relief. You were right. He was exactly where you said. I'm Neville, by the way. Neville Longbottom. Another name Harry recognized from Griphook's files. The Longbottoms, one of the old families, nearly destroyed by Death Eaters, their son raised by a formidable grandmother who had high expectations and little patience for weakness. Harry Potter. This is Hermione Granger. Neville's eyes widened at Harry's name, but he recovered faster than most. Nice to meet you. Both of you. He glanced at the empty seats. Would you mind if I sat here? The other compartments are all full of people who keep talking about Quidditch, and I don't really. Sit down, Neville. Harry gestured to the seat beside Hermione. Tell us about yourself. 3 students. 3 very different backgrounds. But by the time the trolley which came by with sweets, they were laughing together like old friends. Harry bought enough food for everyone and listened to Neville talk about his greenhouse at home, to Hermione debate the relative merits of different wand cores, to both of them argue about which house was best. And all the while, he felt the distant pulse of Voldemort's fragment, growing stronger as they approached Hogwarts. The Dark Lord was waiting. Let him wait. The castle was everything the books described and more. Harry stood with the other first-years in the entrance hall, looking up at the soaring ceilings and floating candles, and felt something shift in his chest. This place was ancient. The magic here wasn't just present, it was alive, woven into the stones over 1,000 years of continuous habitation. And somewhere within these walls, a piece of Voldemort's soul lurked in a teacher's turban, seeking a way to steal immortality. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. The stern-faced witch who had greeted them at the door now addressed the assembled students with crisp efficiency. "Sorting, houses, points, rules." Harry listened with half his attention, the other half extended through his magical senses. There, the great hall beyond the doors, pulsing with concentrated magical presence. Hundreds of students, dozens of enchantments, and at the head table, two figures who blazed like bonfires to his enhanced perception. Dumbledore. And Quirrell. The headmaster's magic was vast, complex, layered with decades of refinement and power. It felt like looking at a mountain, ancient, immovable, deceptively calm on the surface while containing depths that could crush anything that challenged them. Quirrell's magic was different. Contaminated. The man's own power, modest, academic, was wrapped around something else. Something cold and hungry and horribly familiar. Harry smiled to himself. "Hello, Tom." The sorting hat was not what he expected. It looked ordinary enough, old, patched, faintly ridiculous. But when McGonagall placed it on the stool and stepped back, Harry felt power emanating from it that rivaled anything else in the castle. Ancient magic. Founder magic. Something that had been created when Hogwarts itself was young, and had been thinking for 1,000 years. Names were called. Students were sorted. The pattern became clear, the hat read minds, assessed qualities, and assigned houses based on criteria only it fully understood. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically ran to the stool. The hat sat on her head for nearly a minute, long enough that whispers started, before finally calling out, "Gryffindor." She went to the Gryffindor table with obvious relief, shooting Harry an encouraging look as she passed. More names. Neville went to Gryffindor too, after an even longer deliberation. Draco went to Slytherin in an instant, the hat barely touching his head before it called out its verdict. And then, Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Harry walked to the stool with measured steps, feeling every eye in the room track his progress. The whispers were deafening despite their softness. "Potter, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, did you see his scar, is he really?" He sat. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. And everything changed. "Well, well, well." The voice in his mind was dry, ancient, deeply amused. "Harry Potter. I wondered when you'd arrive." Harry kept his surface thoughts calm. "You know who I am. I know what you are." The hat's presence pressed deeper, examining the corners of his consciousness. A Horcrux, altered. A vessel, emptying. A predator wearing prey's clothing. That's very poetic. I've had 1,000 years to practice. Something shifted in the hat's attention. "You've been eating a Dark Lord. That's new. I can't recall anyone doing that before. He put himself in my head without asking. Turnabout seemed fair." The hat's laughter echoed through Harry's skull. "Oh, I like you. Slytherin would love you, that ambition, that cunning, that absolute willingness to do whatever it takes to survive. But you're not just surviving anymore, are you? You're hunting. Does that matter for the sorting?" "Everything matters for the sorting." The hat paused, considering. "Ravenclaw would appreciate your mind. You've been learning faster than any child I've seen in decades. But you don't pursue knowledge for its own sake, you pursue it as a weapon. And Hufflepuff? Don't be ridiculous. Another pause, longer this time. Which leaves Gryffindor. The house of the brave. The house that values courage above all else. I'm not brave. No. The hat's presence shifted, probing memories Harry had tried to bury. The cupboard. The belt. The long nights of pain and hunger and terror. You were 7 years old when you reached into a Dark Lord's soul and started eating it. You had no training, no knowledge, no understanding of what you were doing. You did it because you were hurt and scared and angry, and you refused to be a victim. That's not courage. That's desperation. And what do you think courage is? The hat's voice softened slightly. It's not the absence of fear. It's acting despite fear. It's choosing to fight when everything tells you to surrender. You've been fighting since you could walk, Harry Potter. You've been brave since before you knew the word. Harry had no response to that. Gryffindor will challenge you, the hat continued. It will put you alongside people who act from instinct rather than calculation. It will force you to be seen, to be known, to be judged by those who don't understand what you are. But it will also protect you. The lion's den is not a safe place, but it is a place where predators are respected. And the hunting? The hunting continues regardless of your house. The hat's presence withdrew slightly, its decision made. Go well, Harry Potter. I will be watching your progress with great interest. And then, aloud, so the whole hall could hear, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. Harry walked toward them through a storm of applause, his face carefully neutral, his mind racing with the implications of everything the hat had said. It knew what he was. Knew what he was doing. And it had chosen to put him exactly where he could do the most damage to Voldemort's plans. Not a coincidence. Nothing about this was coincidental. Hermione made room for him beside her, her face flushed with excitement. Neville waved from across the table. The Weasley twins, older red-headed boys, started a chant of, "We got Potter. We got Potter," that spread through the younger students. Harry smiled and accepted congratulations and ate the feast that appeared before them. But his attention was elsewhere. At the head table, Dumbledore watched him with eyes that twinkled but revealed nothing. At the head table, Quirrell refused to meet his gaze, one hand pressed constantly against his turban. And somewhere deep in Harry's skull, the fragment of Voldemort's soul pulsed with impotent rage as its master realized, finally, where the predator that had been hunting him all these years had been hiding. Right under his nose. In his own Horcrux. In the boy he had created. Harry reached through the connection, just lightly, just enough to be felt, and let Voldemort sense his amusement. "Hello, Tom. Welcome to Hogwarts. I've been waiting for you." The thing in Quirrell's turban screamed silently. Harry ate his treacle tart and smiled. The first night in Gryffindor Tower passed without incident. Harry lay in his four-poster bed, curtains drawn, and let himself feel the full weight of where he was. 1,000 years of magic surrounded him. The greatest wizards in history had walked these halls, slept in these rooms, studied and fought and loved and died within these walls. And now Harry Potter was here to add his own chapter to that history. He reached for the connection to Voldemort's wraith, the main body, still lurking in Albania, and found it weaker than ever. His earlier drain, the one he'd performed the night before his letter arrived, had left the Dark Lord barely conscious. Recovery would take weeks, maybe months. Good. That was time Harry could use. He reached instead for Quirrell, for the fragment hiding in the turban barely 50 meters away. The professor's quarters were somewhere below, in the castle's depths, and the Horcrux fragment there was awake. Aware. Watching. "I know you can feel me," Harry sent through the connection. "I know you know what I've been doing." No response. But the fragment's attention sharpened, focused on Harry with something that felt almost like respect. "You thought the Horcrux in my head would make me your puppet. Your vessel. Your tool. Harry smiled in the darkness. Instead, I've been using you as a food source for 4 years. Every scrap of power I have, every piece of knowledge in my head, came from you. Still no response. But Harry felt something shift in the distant presence, a cold reassessment of the threat he posed. Here's what's going to happen, Harry continued. You're going to keep trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore is going to keep letting you try. And somewhere in the middle, you and I are going to have a conversation about which of us deserves to survive. A whisper came through the connection, so faint Harry almost missed it. You are, not what I expected, Harry Potter. People keep telling me that. You should have been mine. There was something almost like hunger in the thought. My blood. My soul. My air in all the ways that matter. We could have ruled this world together. We could have. Harry let his amusement bleed through the bond. But you made a mistake, Tom. You put a piece of yourself in a child who had nothing to lose. You taught me how to survive by teaching me how to feed. And now I'm going to take everything you have left. The presence in Quirrell's turban went silent. But Harry could feel its fear. Good. Let it be afraid. Let it spend the coming months wondering when the attack would come, how it would unfold, whether there was any way to counter a predator who lived inside its own defenses. Harry closed his eyes and slept. His dreams were dark and satisfied and full of teeth. Morning brought new challenges. Harry woke early, habit from years of Dursley service, and used the quiet hours to explore the castle. His magical senses mapped the corridors as he walked, cataloging enchantments, hidden passages, areas of unusual concentration. The Philosopher's Stone was in the third-floor corridor. He could feel it, a blazing beacon of alchemical power that called to him like a siren song. The protections around it were formidable but not insurmountable. A three-headed dog. Devil's snare. Flying keys. A giant chess set. A logic puzzle involving potions. And, at the heart of it all, a mirror that Dumbledore had described to no one but which radiated magic unlike anything else in the castle. Harry filed all of this away and went to breakfast. The great hall was less crowded at this hour. A few early risers from each house sat at scattered tables, eating in companionable silence or studying for classes that hadn't yet begun. Harry claimed a seat at the Gryffindor table and helped himself to toast. You're up early. He looked up. Percy Weasley, a fifth-year prefect with the same red hair as his brothers, stood nearby with a slightly suspicious expression. Habit, Harry said. I like quiet mornings. I see. Percy's eyes flickered to Harry's scar, then away. Well. If you have any questions about the castle or the rules, don't hesitate to ask. That's what prefects are for. Thank you. I'll remember that. Percy nodded stiffly and moved on. Harry watched him go, noting the way the older boy's shoulders relaxed once he was several feet away. Even here, among people who should see him as a hero, Harry made people nervous. Good. Nervous people were careful. Careful people didn't try to manipulate him. He finished his breakfast and went to find Hermione. Classes began in earnest. Transfiguration with McGonagall proved challenging even for Harry. The precise magical control required to transform one object into another wasn't something his absorbed knowledge had fully prepared him for. But he adapted quickly, watching the professor's demonstrations with careful attention, and by the end of the first week, he was among the best in the year. Charms with Professor Flitwick was easier. The tiny professor's enthusiasm was infectious, and the spells themselves came naturally to Harry's magically enhanced reflexes. Herbology was peaceful, almost meditative. Harry found he enjoyed working with magical plants, and Professor Sprout's gentle teaching style reminded him of the snakes he befriended as a child. Astronomy was tedious but necessary. History of magic was actively painful. Professor Binns, apparently unaware that he had died decades ago, droned through lectures that put half the class to sleep. Potions was a battleground. Potter. Snape's voice cracked through the dungeon classroom on the first day. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry met the professor's black eyes calmly. This was a test, not of knowledge, but of submission. Snape expected him to stammer, to fail, to provide evidence for whatever narrative the man had already constructed. Draught of living death, Professor. One of the most powerful sleeping potions known. Properly prepared, it can maintain a subject in suspended animation for decades. Snape's expression flickered. And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. They're also available commercially from most apothecaries, though the quality varies considerably. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? None. They're the same plant, aconitum, also called aconite. The roots are particularly useful in potions designed to suppress lycanthropic transformations, though the leaves have applications in several defensive drafts. The classroom was silent. Every student stared between Harry and Snape, waiting for the explosion. It didn't come. Well, Snape said softly, his voice carrying a dangerous edge. It seems our celebrity has done his homework. I find knowledge more useful than fame, Professor. Something shifted in Snape's expression, the briefest crack in his hostile mask. Then it closed again, harder than before. We'll see, Mr. Potter. We'll see. The class proceeded. Snape found excuses to criticize Harry's work. The cauldron was slightly dirty, the ingredients were improperly arranged, his posture was unsuitable, but the attacks lacked conviction. Whatever Snape had expected to find in Harry Potter, he hadn't found it. Hermione, working beside him, whispered, "What was that about?" "Old grudges," Harry murmured back. "Nothing to do with me, really." "That's not how it looked." "No." Harry stirred his potion exactly 3 times clockwise. "It rarely does." Defense against the dark arts was anticlimactic. Quirrell stuttered. Quirrell trembled. Quirrell taught from the textbook with no apparent understanding of the material he was conveying. And all the while, the thing in his turban watched Harry with cold, calculating attention. The first class passed without incident. Harry sat in the back, took careful notes, and made no attempt to draw attention to himself. The other students whispered about the professor's incompetence, about the garlic smell that pervaded the classroom, about the ridiculous turban. None of them sensed what Harry sensed. When the class ended, Harry lingered. Most students filed out quickly, eager to escape the garlic-scented air. Soon only Harry and Quirrell remained. "P. Potter?" Quirrell's voice trembled. "Is there something you needed?" Harry looked at the professor, at the pale, sweating face, the twitching hands, the turban that contained everything he had been hunting for 4 years. "No," he said finally. "Just admiring your dedication, Professor. It must be exhausting, carrying all that weight on your shoulders." Quirrell's face went white. Harry smiled pleasantly and left. Behind him, he felt the Horcrux fragment's attention sharpen into something very close to hate. Weeks passed. Harry settled into the rhythm of Hogwarts life. He attended classes, completed assignments, and earned house points with mechanical precision. He cultivated friendships, Hermione, who challenged him intellectually, Neville, who looked up to him with growing confidence, Ron Weasley, a red-headed boy from the train who had attached himself to Harry with dogged loyalty. He watched the staff table during meals, cataloging relationships and tensions. McGonagall respected Dumbledore but disagreed with some of his methods. Snape hated nearly everyone but showed surprising deference to the headmaster. Flitwick was friendly with everyone. Sprout and Pomfrey had quiet conversations that suggested old friendship. And Quirrell avoided Harry's eyes with desperate consistency. The Horcrux in the turban was patient. Harry could feel it watching, waiting, gathering information. Whatever move Voldemort planned to make, he was taking his time. Harry was patient too. He spent his free hours exploring the castle, mapping its secrets, learning its rhythms. He found the room of requirement during his third week, a magical space that could become whatever its user needed, and used it for private practice sessions that would have alarmed his professors. The magic he'd absorbed from Voldemort was raw, dangerous, incomplete. But with a wand to focus it, with proper instruction to guide it, Harry was learning to shape it into something formidable. Fire came easily. So did force, the ability to push and pull with concentrated will. Legilimency was harder but progressing. He could skim surface thoughts from unprepared minds, could sense emotional states with reasonable accuracy. Acclimancy was his true focus. The walls he built around his mind were constructed from stolen knowledge, reinforced with 4 years of experience hiding his true nature from the Dursleys. He layered them deep, surface thoughts to distract casual probing, false memories to mislead deeper investigation, and at the core, a fortress of will that nothing could penetrate. If Voldemort tried to possess him again, he would find himself facing a predator, not prey. Halloween approached. Harry felt the shift in Voldemort's attention weeks before the actual event. The fragment in Quirrell's turban grew more active, more focused, as if preparing for something significant. The protections around the third-floor corridor strengthened, then weakened again, Dumbledore testing them, perhaps, or someone else probing for vulnerabilities. The night itself began normally enough. The feast was spectacular, mountains of sweets, floating pumpkins, live bats swooping through the candlelit air. Harry sat with his friends and laughed at their jokes and ate his fill. Then Quirrell burst through the doors. "Troll! In the dungeons! Thought you ought to know." He collapsed in a dead faint, theatrical, Harry noted, and completely inconsistent with how Voldemort's host should have reacted to a mere troll. Chaos erupted. Students screamed. Teachers shouted orders. Dumbledore commanded prefects to lead houses back to their common rooms while staff dealt with the threat. And in the confusion, Harry slipped away. He found the troll in a second-floor corridor, exactly where his magical senses said it would be. The creature was massive, 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, wielding a club the size of a small tree. Its small, mean eyes fixed on Harry as he approached, and it bellowed with rage. Harry didn't run. He reached into his core, into the stolen power that pulsed through his veins, and pushed. The troll flew backward. Not gently. Not carefully. The force Harry unleashed was a battering ram of pure magical energy, slamming into the creature's chest and launching it into the far wall with enough impact to crack stone. The troll slumped, unconscious or dead. Harry didn't particularly care which. Holy, he turned. Ron and Hermione stood in the corridor behind him, having apparently followed when they noticed his absence. Their faces were identical masks of shock. "Was that, did you just," Ron couldn't seem to form complete sentences. "We need to move," Harry said. "The professors will be here soon. But the troll is dealt with. Come on." He led them away from the scene, through passages he'd memorized during his exploration, until they emerged near the Gryffindor common room entrance. "What was that?" Hermione demanded. Her voice was shaking, but her eyes were sharp. "What you just did, first years can't do that. No one can do that. I told you I had gifts." "That wasn't a gift. That was," she stopped, struggling for words. "That was bloody terrifying is what it was," Ron finished. "Brilliant, but terrifying." Harry looked at them both. His two closest friends at Hogwarts, standing in a corridor, staring at him like they'd never seen him before. This was the moment. The choice. He could lie, obfuscate, push them away before they got too close. Or he could trust them, take the risk that they would accept what he was, support him despite the darkness they just witnessed. He'd been alone for so long. "There's something in my head," he said quietly. "Something the Dark Lord put there when he tried to kill me. I've been feeding on it. For 4 years. Taking its power and making it mine." Silence. The troll was nothing. A test. A distraction. Harry met Hermione's eyes, then Ron's. Voldemort is in this castle. Right now. He's possessing a professor and waiting for a chance to steal the Philosopher's Stone. And I'm going to stop him. More silence. Then Ron swallowed and nodded. Right. What do you need us to do? Hermione took longer. Her mind was working, Harry could see it, processing everything he'd said, fitting it into frameworks, testing it against what she knew. Finally, she spoke. You're not evil. It wasn't a question. No. Harry shook his head. I'm not evil. I'm just, not entirely human anymore. And I need help from people who can accept that. Hermione considered this for another long moment. Show me the room of requirement, she said. I want to see what else you can do. Harry smiled. It was the beginning of something new. The weeks that followed were a careful dance. Harry continued his public performance as an exceptional but otherwise normal first year. He attended classes, earned points, served detentions when Snape invented reasons to assign them. He played Quidditch, a sport he discovered he loved, the freedom of flight awakening something joyful in him that the darkness couldn't touch. In private, he trained. Ron and Hermione joined him in the room of requirement whenever they could. Hermione devoured the theory, her brilliant mind racing to understand the principles behind Harry's abilities. Ron provided tactical insight, the chess player's gift for seeing patterns, predicting moves, identifying weaknesses. Neville was brought in during the second month, after Harry caught him practicing wand movements alone in an empty classroom. You have more power than you realize, Harry told him. Your grandmother doesn't see it. Your instructors don't see it. But I do. I'm a terrible wizard. You're a traumatized wizard. Harry met Neville's eyes steadily. Your parents were tortured by Death Eaters. Your grandmother raised you on expectations and disappointment. You've spent your whole life being told you're not good enough. But that's a lie, Neville. It's always been a lie. Something flickered in Neville's expression, hope, maybe, or the beginning of belief. How do you know? Because I've been watching you. In class, when the professors aren't paying attention, your magic responds perfectly. It's only when you're being observed, when you're expecting to fail, that things go wrong. Harry smiled. Your problem isn't power. It's confidence. And that's something we can fix. Neville's training began that night. Christmas approached. Harry stayed at Hogwarts while most students went home. Ron's family had invited him, generously and genuinely, but Harry declined. He needed time. Space. The opportunity to prepare without distractions. And, if he was honest with himself, he wasn't ready for the Weasleys. They were everything he had never had, a large, loving, chaotic family that accepted members without reservation and defended them without limit. The idea of walking into that warmth, of being surrounded by unconditional acceptance, terrified him in ways he couldn't quite articulate. So he stayed at Hogwarts, and the castle grew quiet around him. Christmas morning brought unexpected gifts. From Hagrid, rock cakes that could break teeth, wrapped in brown paper. From Ron, a hand-knitted sweater with a large H on the front, clearly made by his mother. From Hermione, books, of course, advanced magical theory, carefully selected to complement his studies. And from an anonymous sender, a cloak made of material that flowed like liquid silver. Harry recognized it immediately from the absorbed memories. An invisibility cloak, rare, powerful, capable of hiding its wearer from sight and most forms of magical detection. This one felt different from ordinary cloaks, though. Older. More potent. A note accompanied it, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." No signature. But Harry knew who had sent it. Dumbledore was making moves. Testing him. Watching to see how he would respond. Harry smiled and tucked the cloak away. He would use it well indeed. The mirror of Erised was exactly where he expected to find it. Harry had felt its power for weeks, a strange, alluring pull that called to something deep in his subconscious. He'd resisted at first, suspicious of anything that affected him so strongly without his consent. But curiosity won eventually. It always did. The room was cold and unused, dust thick on every surface. Moonlight streamed through high windows, illuminating the ornate golden frame that surrounded a mirror taller than any Harry had ever seen. He approached slowly, extending his magical senses. The mirror wasn't dangerous, not exactly. It was something else. Something that revealed rather than concealed, that showed rather than hid. He stepped in front of it and looked. What he saw made him stop breathing. An older version of himself stood in the reflection, 17, maybe 18, tall and strong and radiating power. His eyes were the same killing green, but they held something they had never held in life, peace. Behind him stood his friends. Ron and Hermione and Neville, grown into capable adults, laughing at some shared joke. Beyond them, faces Harry didn't recognize but somehow knew, allies, companions, people he had yet to meet but would someday love. And at his feet, nothing. No bodies. No enemies. No war. Just emptiness where Voldemort should have been. "This is what you want," the mirror whispered. "This is what you desire. A life without hunters or prey. A life where you are finally, completely free." Harry stared at the vision for a long time. Then he turned away. "Showing me pretty pictures won't change anything," he said to the empty room. "I don't need a mirror to know what I want. And I don't need magic to get it." He walked away without looking back. But deep inside, in the place where he kept the things that mattered, he filed the image away. A goal. A promise. That future could be real. If I fight hard enough. If I survive long enough. If I win. The weeks after Christmas accelerated toward spring. Hagrid let slip about the Philosopher's Stone, its creator, its purpose, its location. Harry pretended to be surprised, asked appropriate questions, let the groundskeeper feel clever for helping him understand. More information trickled in. The protections around the stone were elaborate but not impenetrable. Dumbledore had designed them to test rather than stop, obstacles that a sufficiently determined intruder could overcome. A trap, Harry realized. The entire thing is a trap. But a trap for whom? March brought Quidditch and a confrontation Harry had been expecting. The match was Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. Harry flew better than he ever had, the broomstick responding to his slightest thought, the snitch a golden blur at the edge of his enhanced perception. Then someone cursed his broom. He felt it immediately, the sudden wrongness, the malevolent will fighting his own for control of the enchanted wood. The broom bucked and twisted, trying to throw him, and Harry recognized the magical signature instantly. Voldemort. Not the fragment in Quirrell's turban, but the distant wraith in Albania, reaching through their connection to strike at Harry directly. Interesting, Harry thought, even as he fought to maintain his grip. You've been conserving power for weeks. And this is how you choose to use it. He reached through the connection, not to pull, not to drain, but to push. To shove his own will back along the bridge Voldemort had created, turning the attack into a two-way street. The Dark Lord's concentration shattered. Harry's broom steadied instantly. He spotted the snitch, dove after it, and caught it cleanly while the crowd roared their approval. In the stands, he felt Quirrell clutch his turban as Voldemort screamed. After the match, in the privacy of the locker room, Harry reached through the connection one more time. That was pathetic, Tom. If that's the best you can do, maybe I should stop draining you. You're barely worth the effort anymore. The rage that came back was incandescent. Harry smiled and let it wash over him, warming his soul like fire. The confrontation with Quirrell came sooner than expected. It was evening, late April, and Harry was walking back from the library when he sensed the professor approaching. Not by accident, Quirrell's route was too deliberate, his timing too precise. Harry stopped in an empty corridor and waited. P. Potter. Quirrell emerged from the shadows, his stutter notably absent. We need to talk. Do we? My master believes so. Quirrell's hand rose to his turban, unwinding it slowly. He has questions. And he finds your continued existence frustrating. The turban fell away. What waited beneath was not a face but an impression of one, pale, skull-like, stretched across the back of Quirrell's head like a mask made of nightmare. Red eyes burned in sunken sockets, fixing on Harry with hunger and hatred so intense they felt physical. Harry Potter, Voldemort whispered. At last, we meet properly. Harry looked at the face of his parents' murderer and felt nothing. No fear. No rage. Just cold, calculating assessment. Tom Riddle, he replied. You look terrible. Being dead doesn't suit you. The red eyes flared. You dare, I dare everything. Harry's voice was calm, almost bored. I've been eating pieces of your soul for 4 years. I know more about you than you know about yourself. Your childhood at the orphanage. Your mother's death. Your father's abandonment. The snake you killed in the cave. Voldemort went silent. You created me when you killed my parents, Harry continued. You put a piece of yourself in my head and gave me everything I needed to destroy you. Your power. Your knowledge. Your memories. He smiled. Thank you for that, by the way. It's been very educational. You are nothing, Voldemort hissed. A parasite. A thief. You have taken what was not yours, I have taken what you forced into my skull. Harry stepped forward, and Voldemort, impossibly, unbelievably, flinched. Do you feel it, Tom? The connection between us? The way I've been hollowing you out, day by day, year by year. The stone will restore me, the stone is bait. Dumbledore's trap, designed to lure you out of hiding. Harry laughed softly. Did you really think he didn't know you were possessing Quirrell? That he couldn't feel you lurking in his school? You're not clever, Tom. You're just desperate. Silence. Then Voldemort spoke again, and his voice was different. Softer. Almost respectful. You have grown powerful. More powerful than I expected. I had a good teacher. Indeed. The red eyes studied him. We are bound together, you and I. Your blood and my soul, your magic and my knowledge. We could be allies instead of enemies. Partners instead of predator and prey. Partners. Harry let the word hang in the air. You want to rule the world, Tom. I just want to live in it. Those aren't compatible goals. I could give you anything. Power. Knowledge. Immortality. All you would have to do is, kill Dumbledore. Harry shook his head. You're so predictable. So small. A century of existence, and you still think everyone wants what you want. Then what do you want, Harry Potter? It was a genuine question. The first genuine thing Voldemort had said. Harry considered his answer carefully. Peace, he said finally. I want to stop looking over my shoulder. I want friends who don't have to worry about dying for knowing me. I want a future where my survival doesn't depend on your destruction. You cannot have those things while I exist. No. Harry met the red eyes without flinching. I can't. Silence. Then Voldemort laughed, a thin, papery sound without humor. You are remarkable. If circumstances were different, if I had found you sooner, shaped you properly, I would have killed you anyway. Harry's voice was flat. Some people can't be shaped, Tom. Some people just are. The red eyes studied him for a long moment. We will meet again, Harry Potter. And when we do, only one of us will survive. I know. Harry smiled. I'm looking forward to it. Quirrell's hands rose to replace the turban. The face of Voldemort disappeared beneath purple cloth. And when the professor turned to leave, his stutter had returned. Good night, P. Potter. Good night, Professor. Harry watched him go. Then he returned to Gryffindor Tower and slept the dreamless sleep of someone who had stared into the abyss and found it unimpressive. The final weeks of term passed quickly. Harry continued his preparations. Ron and Hermione mastered the spells he taught them. Neville's confidence grew by the day, his magic finally answering to his will. The Room of Requirement became their fortress, their training ground, their sanctuary. Dumbledore summoned Harry for a private conversation that danced around everything important. The headmaster spoke of his parents, of their sacrifice, of the protections that love had granted. Harry listened, nodded, and revealed nothing. The old man was still playing chess. Still moving pieces according to plans Harry wasn't part of. That was fine. Harry had his own plans. When the term ended, when the Hogwarts Express carried students home for summer, Harry sat in a compartment with his friends and felt something he hadn't felt in years. Hope. Not certainty. The future was still dark, still dangerous, still full of enemies who wanted him dead or controlled. But he wasn't alone anymore. He had allies. Resources. A plan that was beginning to take shape. Voldemort would return. The Horcruxes still existed. The war was just beginning. But Harry Potter was ready. Same time next year? Ron asked, as the train slowed for London. Same time next year, Harry agreed. With more training, Hermione added. I have ideas about expanding our curriculum. Of course you do. They laughed together as the train pulled into the station. And if Harry's laughter carried an edge that his friends pretended not to notice, well, that was part of who he was now. The boy who lived. The Horcrux who had learned to bite back. The predator who was just getting started. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Games We Play Summer at Privet Drive was different this year. Harry returned to number 4 with a trunk full of magical books, a wand hidden in his sleeve, and a predator's patience that the Dursleys could sense even if they couldn't name it. Vernon's bluster died in his throat the first time he raised his voice. Petunia's pinched disapproval faded into nervous silence. Dudley, who had spent years tormenting his smaller cousin, gave Harry a wide berth that suggested some animal instinct for self-preservation had finally awakened. They didn't touch him. Didn't assign him chores beyond the reasonable. Didn't even complain when owls arrived with letters from his friends. Fear was a useful tool. Harry had learned that lesson young. He spent his days in his room, reading and practicing and planning. The books Hermione had sent covered advanced magical theory, transfiguration, charms, defensive magic. The books Griphook had provided were darker, curse-breaking, ward construction, the identification and destruction of dark artifacts. The Horcrux research was the most valuable. According to the Goblin archives, Voldemort had created at least 6 Horcruxes, possibly 7, if Harry himself counted. The diary was confirmed, hidden somewhere among Lucius Malfoy's possessions. The ring was suspected, location unknown but possibly connected to the Gaunt family's ancestral home. The locket, the cup, the diadem, fragments of information, hints and rumors, a trail that would take years to follow. Harry had time. Voldemort was weak, recovering slowly from the draining Harry had inflicted over the past years. The Wraith in Albania could barely maintain consciousness, let alone threaten anyone. But that wouldn't last forever. Every night, Harry reached through the connection and pulled. Not much, just enough to keep Voldemort weak, to prevent recovery, to maintain the pressure. The Dark Lord raged against his invisible chains, but there was nothing he could do. The connection flowed one way now, and Harry controlled the tap. You cannot do this forever, Voldemort whispered one night, his voice thin with exhaustion. Eventually, I will find a way to stop you. You've been saying that for 4 years, Harry replied. Let me know when you figure something out. The connection went silent. Harry smiled and went back to his reading. July brought visitors. The first was expected, Griphook, appearing in Harry's room at midnight with a crack of displaced air. The goblin carried documents and news and the cold satisfaction of someone whose investments were paying off. The diary has been located, Griphook said without preamble. Malfoy Manor. Lucius keeps it in a hidden compartment in his study, behind a portrait of his father. Can you retrieve it? Not without triggering wards that would alert half the ministry. Griphook's lips curled. Malfoy is paranoid. His protections are elaborate. Then we need another approach. Indeed. The goblin's eyes glittered. There are rumors that Malfoy is looking to dispose of certain artifacts. Dark objects that might draw unwanted attention if the ministry ever searched his home. If such an object were to fall into the wrong hands, he'd want to get rid of it before it could be traced back to him. Just so. Griphook withdrew a folded parchment. We have identified a potential target. Arthur Weasley, a ministry employee with a particular interest in Muggle artifacts and a daughter about to begin her first year at Hogwarts. Harry took the parchment, scanning its contents. You want Malfoy to plant the diary on the Weasleys. I want the diary to leave Malfoy Manor through channels he controls. What happens after that? Griphook smiled, showing teeth. Is your concern. And if I can't get to it before it causes damage? Then we adapt. The goblin's expression hardened. But understand, Mr. Potter, that diary is dangerous. It contains more than memories. It thinks. It plans. If it bonds with a vulnerable host, it will try to resurrect itself. More than try. It has done so before, in the decades after its creation. 3 students possessed. 2 survived, barely. The third, Griphook paused. The third became something else entirely. Harry filed this away. The diary wasn't just a Horcrux, it was an active threat, capable of independent action, potentially more dangerous than the Wraith in Albania. I'll handle it. See that you do. Griphook rose to leave. One more thing. The diadem, Ravenclaw's lost artifact. Our researchers have found references suggesting it may be hidden at Hogwarts itself. Somewhere in the castle, warded against detection, waiting to be found. Any idea where? The Room of Requirement. It has a form we have not explored, a room of hidden things, where generations of students have concealed objects they wish to forget. Griphook's eyes met Harry's. If the diadem exists, that is where it will be. Harry nodded slowly. 2 Horcruxes within reach. The diary, coming to Hogwarts through Malfoy's machinations. The diadem, already there, waiting in a room Harry knew intimately. The hunt was accelerating. The second visitor was unexpected. Harry sensed the approach before it arrived, a presence that felt familiar, connected to him through bonds he couldn't fully understand. He was waiting at the window when the phoenix appeared. Fawkes was beautiful. Crimson and gold feathers, burning with inner light, eyes that held ancient wisdom and something very close to amusement. The bird landed on Harry's desk and regarded him with a tilted head. You're Dumbledore's. A trill that might have been agreement. Or might have been something else entirely. He sent you to watch me. Another trill, this one distinctly negative. Fawkes ruffled his feathers and fixed Harry with a stare that seemed to see straight through him. You came on your own. Affirmation, warm and bright. Harry studied the phoenix carefully. Phoenixes were creatures of pure light, aligned with healing, protection, loyalty. They couldn't be deceived, couldn't be manipulated, couldn't be bound to anyone they didn't choose. If Fawkes had come here independently, it was because something in Harry called to him. The Horcrux doesn't bother you? Fawkes trilled again, and Harry felt the response in his chest rather than heard it. The phoenix could sense the darkness in him, the fragment of Voldemort's soul, the stolen power, the predator lurking behind human eyes. But he could also sense what Harry was doing with it. You are consuming the darkness. Transforming it. Making it serve the light instead of opposing it. That's a generous interpretation. It is the truth. Harry reached out, slowly, and touched Fawkes' feathers. The phoenix was warm, not uncomfortably so, but radiantly, like standing near a fire on a cold night. The warmth spread through Harry's fingers, up his arm, into his chest. For just a moment, the constant cold of the Horcrux fragment receded. Why are you really here? Fawkes regarded him with eyes that had seen centuries. Because you are going to need help. And because the old man cannot give you what you require. Dumbledore. He sees pieces. I see the whole. The phoenix stretched his wings slightly. When the time comes, call me. I will answer. Before Harry could respond, Fawkes burst into flame and vanished. Harry stared at the empty space where the phoenix had been for a long time. Then he returned to his books and tried to pretend his hands weren't shaking. August brought the expected letter from Hogwarts and an unexpected trip to Diagon Alley. Harry had arranged to meet his friends at Flourish and Blots, Hermione wanted to see the new defense texts, Ron wanted to escape his brothers, and Neville had finally convinced his grandmother to let him spend a day without supervision. The alley was crowded when Harry arrived, more packed than he'd ever seen it. The reason became clear as he approached the bookshop, a signing event, featuring the new defense against the dark arts professor. Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry recognized the name from the prophet and from absorbed memories that were distinctly unimpressed. The man was a fraud, not entirely without talent, but primarily skilled at taking credit for others' achievements. His books were fiction dressed as memoir, his smile was manufactured charm, and his presence at Hogwarts suggested Dumbledore's hiring practices had taken a peculiar turn. Or that the headmaster had reasons Harry couldn't yet discern. Harry. Hermione emerged from the crowd, her arms full of books, her face flushed with excitement. Isn't this amazing? Lockhart signed all 7 of his books for me, he's so dreamy, he's a fraud. Hermione's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. What? How do you know? Research. Harry guided her away from the crowd, toward a quieter corner of the shop. His claimed achievements don't match witness accounts. The timing of his exploits overlaps with confirmed activities by other wizards. And his spell demonstrations, the ones in the newspaper photographs, show fundamental errors that any trained wizard would notice. But the books are entertaining fiction. Nothing more. Harry met her eyes. He's been hired to teach us defense, Hermione. After Quirrell. After what happened last year. Understanding dawned in Hermione's expression. Dumbledore wouldn't hire an incompetent unless he had reasons. Yes. Harry glanced toward the front of the store, where Lockhart was posing for photographs with an endless stream of admirers. I haven't figured out what those reasons are yet. But I will. You think it's connected to you-know-who? Everything at Hogwarts is connected to him. One way or another. They found Ron near the back of the store, looking uncomfortable in dress robes that had clearly belonged to someone else first. Neville joined them a moment later, his grandmother's stern figure visible through the shop window. She's going to watch the whole time, Neville said miserably. Make sure I don't embarrass the family. You won't. Harry's voice carried quiet certainty. You've been practicing all summer. You're ready. For what? For whatever comes next. Before Neville could respond, a commotion at the front of the store drew their attention. Voices raised in anger. A flash of platinum blonde hair. Draco Malfoy had arrived. The confrontation was almost theatrical. Draco stood near the counter with his father, Lucius Malfoy, tall and cold and radiating disdain for everyone present. They were surrounded by Weasleys, Arthur, looking rumpled and uncomfortable, Molly, clutching her children protectively, the twins, grinning at the prospect of conflict. And at the center of it all, Ginny Weasley, a small red-haired girl who would be starting Hogwarts this year. Harry moved through the crowd, his friends trailing behind him, and arrived just as the argument reached its peak. Weasley, with all those children? How do you even afford books? Lucius' voice dripped contempt. But I suppose you make do. Second-hand robes. Second-hand wands. Second-hand, that's enough. Harry's voice cut through the noise like a blade. Every head turned toward him. Lucius Malfoy's expression flickered, surprise, then calculation, then a smooth mask of aristocratic interest. Mr. Potter. I don't believe we've been formally introduced. No. We haven't. Harry stepped forward, positioning himself between Lucius and the Weasleys. I've heard a great deal about you, though. All good things, I hope. Interesting things. Harry's eyes met Lucius without flinching. Your collection of dark artifacts, for instance. Quite extensive, from what I understand. The Ministry must be very understanding about such hobbies. Lucius' mask cracked, just slightly. I'm not sure what you're implying. I'm not implying anything. Harry smiled pleasantly. Just making conversation. As one does. The silence stretched for a long moment. Lucius studied Harry with the careful attention of a predator reassessing a potential threat. You're not what I expected, he said finally. The stories paint you as something softer. Stories are often wrong. Indeed they are. Lucius glanced at his son, then back at Harry. I look forward to watching your progress, Mr. Potter. I suspect it will be educational. He turned and swept out of the shop, Draco following in his wake. But Harry noticed, just barely, the sleight of hand as Lucius passed the Weasley's cauldron. A thin black book, slipped between other purchases, hidden among second-hand texts. The diary. Harry's heart rate didn't change. His expression remained neutral. But inside, something cold and satisfied uncurled. Got you. The train ride to Hogwarts was productive. Harry secured a compartment with his friends and spent the first hour catching up on their summers. Hermione had read approximately 40 books and wanted to discuss all of them. Ron had endured his brother's pranks and his mother's fussing and was ready to escape both. Neville had practiced the spells Harry had taught him and was cautiously optimistic about the coming year. Then Harry got down to business. There's going to be trouble this year, he said, once the compartment door was warded against eavesdroppers. Something connected to Voldemort. I don't know exactly what form it will take, but I need you all to be ready. Ready for what? Ron asked. Anything. Harry leaned forward, his expression serious. Last year was a test. Dumbledore was watching to see how I'd respond to threats, how I'd handle pressure. This year will be different. There's something in the castle, something dangerous, and I don't think the headmaster knows about it yet. How do you know? Hermione's brow furrowed. If Dumbledore doesn't know, I have sources he doesn't. Harry's eyes met each of his friends in turn. I need you to trust me. Can you do that? Ron didn't hesitate. Always. Neville nodded firmly. You've never steered me wrong. Hermione took longer, her analytical mind clearly wrestling with incomplete information. But finally, she sighed. Fine. But you're going to explain everything eventually. All of it. When it's safe to. I promise. The train rolled on through the countryside, carrying them toward whatever waited at Hogwarts. The sorting feast was a study in contrasts. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and watched the new students file toward the hat, remembering his own sorting a year ago. So much had changed since then. He had been cautious, careful, playing the role of exceptional but normal first year. This year would be different. Ginny Weasley was sorted into Gryffindor, to no one's surprise. She took a seat near her brothers, clutching a small black book that she tried to hide from view. Harry's magical senses brushed against the diary and recoiled. The thing was awake. Not dormant like the Horcrux in his scar, not weakened like the Wraith in Albania. This fragment of Voldemort was active, aware, and already reaching toward the vulnerable girl holding it. Not yet, Harry thought. I need to understand what it's doing before I destroy it. He turned his attention to the head table. Dumbledore sat in his usual place, eyes twinkling, radiating the benevolent grandfather persona he cultivated so carefully. McGonagall was beside him, stern and watchful. Snape glowered at the students with his customary contempt. And at the end of the table, smiling broadly at everyone and no one, Gilderoy Lockhart preened in robes of eye-searing turquoise. Our new defense professor, Hermione murmured, her earlier enthusiasm notably absent. I did some research after we talked. You were right. His timelines don't add up. No. They don't. So why did Dumbledore hire him? Harry studied the headmaster's face, searching for tells. Because he needed someone. After Quirrell, the position has a reputation. Not many qualified candidates would want it. That doesn't explain choosing someone incompetent. Unless the incompetence serves a purpose. Harry's eyes narrowed. Keep watching. Something's going to happen this year, something Dumbledore is preparing for. Lockhart might be bait. Or a distraction. Or both. The feast ended. Students dispersed to their common rooms. And Harry began the careful work of surveillance. The first week established patterns. Classes proceeded much as they had the previous year, with the notable exception of defense against the dark arts. Lockhart's lessons were a disaster, endless self-promotion, theatrical recreations of his adventures, and absolutely no practical instruction. Harry used the time to study Ginny Weasley. The girl was struggling. Her brothers dismissed it as first-year nerves, but Harry saw the signs clearly: dark circles under her eyes, lapses in concentration, moments when she seemed to lose time and couldn't account for her whereabouts. The diary was feeding on her. He could sense it happening, the Horcrux fragment drawing on Ginny's life force, using her emotional energy to strengthen itself. Every night, when she wrote in the diary, and she wrote constantly, compulsively, unable to stop, a little more of her drained away. Patient, Harry reminded himself. You need to understand the mechanism before you can counter it. He began shadowing her in the evenings, using the invisibility cloak to follow her movements through the castle. The diary's influence was subtle but pervasive. It guided her to isolated locations, kept her away from friends, encouraged dependency on the comforting words it wrote back. And sometimes, late at night, it made her do things she wouldn't remember in the morning. Harry watched as Ginny, or whatever controlled her body, painted warnings on corridor walls in what looked like blood. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The Chamber of Secrets. Another piece of Slytherin's legacy, another weapon Voldemort had found and intended to use. Harry let the diary believe its plan was working. But he was already preparing countermeasures. October brought the first attack. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was found petrified in a corridor near the Slytherin dungeons. The castle erupted in panic. Students whispered about monsters and dark magic and the air of Slytherin. Dumbledore announced increased security measures. Prefects patrolled the halls in pairs. A curfew was instituted and actually enforced. None of it would help. Harry knew what was causing the petrifications: knowledge absorbed from Voldemort's memories, fragments of a plan the Dark Lord had implemented decades ago. A basilisk, hidden in the castle's depths, controlled by the diary through its connection to Slytherin's blood. He also knew he couldn't simply tell anyone. The diary would sense his knowledge and change tactics. Dumbledore would interfere, possibly making things worse. And Harry needed the Horcrux intact until he was ready to destroy it, needed to understand its capabilities, its weaknesses, its connection to the larger Horcrux network. So he watched. And waited. And prepared. The Dueling Club was Lockhart's idea. Harry suspected Dumbledore had encouraged it, perhaps hoping the professor would reveal some actual competence in a practical setting. What actually happened was far more interesting. The Great Hall was cleared, a raised platform installed, and students gathered to watch their teachers demonstrate proper dueling technique. Lockhart's performance was embarrassing: theatrical poses, overly dramatic wand movements, absolutely no grasp of actual combat. Snape's single spell ended the demonstration instantly. Perhaps, the potion's master drawled, we should allow students to practice. Under supervision, of course. Lockhart, slightly singed, agreed with forced enthusiasm. Pairs were selected. Harry found himself facing Draco Malfoy on the dueling platform, wands raised, the entire school watching. Ready to lose, Potter? Draco's sneer was familiar, comfortable. But his eyes held something else, a tension that hadn't been there at the start of the year. Ready to learn something, Harry replied. Which is more than I can say for you. Lockhart counted down. 3, 2, 1, Draco moved fast, firing a stinging hex that Harry sidestepped easily. Return fire, a simple disarming charm, that Draco blocked with obvious effort. They exchanged spells in rapid succession, testing each other's defenses. Draco was good, Harry had to admit. Trained from childhood, talented enough to back up his arrogance. But he was also predictable, relying on pure-blood dueling forms that Harry had studied in absorbed memories. Harry let the exchange continue for 30 seconds. Let Draco feel confident. Let the watching students believe it was an even match. Then he stopped playing. His next spell wasn't from any textbook. It was something he'd developed himself, combining levitation and force in a way that shouldn't have been possible for a second year. The magic hit Draco's shield and twisted, wrapping around the edges, seizing the other boy's wand arm and pulling. Draco flew across the platform and slammed into the wall. Silence. Harry walked toward his fallen opponent, wand held loosely at his side. Draco was struggling to rise, his expression a mix of pain and disbelief. Yield, Harry said quietly. Draco's voice cracked. How did you yield, Draco? Something in Harry's eyes made Draco stop struggling. The other boy nodded once, jerkily. Harry offered his hand. Draco stared at it for a long moment. Then, slowly, he took it and allowed himself to be pulled to his feet. Good duel, Harry said, loud enough for the watching students to hear. You're faster than most. Draco's expression was unreadable. But when he replied, his voice held grudging respect. Next time. Next time I'll win. Maybe. Harry smiled slightly. We'll see. He walked off the platform and felt Snape's eyes boring into his back. The potion's master had seen what Harry had done, had recognized magic that shouldn't exist in a 12-year-old's repertoire. Another complication. Another variable to account for. Harry didn't care. Let them wonder. Let them worry. He had a Horcrux to destroy. November brought the second attack. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor who had attached himself to Harry with fanish enthusiasm, was found petrified in a corridor, his camera clutched to his chest. The film inside was completely melted. Harry examined the scene before the professors arrived, using his magical senses to trace what had happened. Colin had seen the basilisk, or rather, seen it through his camera lens. The indirect exposure had petrified rather than killed him. The diary was escalating. Harry found Ginny in the common room that evening, her face pale, her hands shaking as she tried to write in the black book. Don't you have enough already? She whispered to it. Why do you need more? The diary's pages rippled, words appearing in elegant script that Harry couldn't read from his position across the room. But he could feel Ginny's emotions spike, fear, guilt, desperate longing for approval. Patient, he reminded himself again. Almost ready. He returned to the room of requirement and spent 3 hours practicing the spell that would destroy a Horcrux. December brought snow and paranoia. The castle was on edge. Students traveled in groups, refusing to walk the corridors alone. Rumors spread about the Chamber of Secrets, about monsters in the walls, about the heir of Slytherin hunting Muggleborns. Harry let the fear build. It served his purposes. Ginny was deteriorating rapidly now, the diary draining her faster as it approached whatever goal Voldemort had programmed into it. She had stopped attending meals regularly. Her homework went undone. Her brothers worried, but they were boys and didn't know how to help. Harry did. He cornered her in the library one evening, catching her alone between the shelves, the diary clutched protectively against her chest. "We need to talk, Ginny." She flinched. "About what?" "About the book you're holding." Ginny's face went white. "I don't know what you mean, don't lie to me." Harry's voice was gentle but firm. "I know what it is. I know what it's doing to you. And I know you're scared." Her lip trembled. "I didn't mean to. The messages on the walls, I didn't know I was doing it, I just woke up covered in paint and I couldn't remember, I know. It talks to me." Tears were streaming down her face now. "It understands. It listens. And it tells me things about my family, things I shouldn't know, and I can't stop writing to it, I need to write to it, give it to me." Ginny shook her head frantically. "I can't. He'll be angry. He can't hurt you if you let me help." Harry held out his hand. "Give me the diary, Ginny. I'll make sure it never hurts anyone again." For a long moment, she wavered. The diary pulsed in her hands, its malevolent will pressing against Harry's senses, trying to maintain its grip on the girl it had been feeding on for months. Harry reached through his own connection to Voldemort, the fragment in his scar, weakened but still present, and pushed. The diary recoiled. Ginny gasped, staggering back. The book slipped from suddenly nerveless fingers. Harry caught it before it hit the ground. The moment his skin touched the leather cover, he felt it, Voldemort's attention snapping toward him through the Horcrux network, the diary's fragment recognizing its predator, terror flooding through connections that should have been closed. "You," the diary whispered in his mind. "The one who has been eating us. The parasite. The thief." "Hello, Tom," Harry replied. "Did you miss me?" The diary tried to seize him, tried to do to Harry what it had done to Ginny, reaching into his mind, seeking vulnerabilities to exploit. But Harry's mental defenses had been built from stolen knowledge, reinforced by years of practice. The attack shattered against his walls. "Impossible," the diary hissed. "You're just a child, I'm the child who has been draining your master for 5 years." Harry smiled, though no one could see it. "I'm the child who holds your destruction in his hands. And I'm the child who is going to end you." He walked out of the library, the diary tucked under his arm, Ginny's confused questions fading behind him. The room of requirement was waiting. The destruction of the diary was both simple and profound. Harry had prepared extensively, basilisk venom from Griphook supplies, fiend fire spells memorized from absorbed memories, physical containment in case something went wrong. But in the end, he chose a different approach. He sat in the room of requirement, the diary open before him, and wrote. "Hello, Tom. Let's have a conversation." The diary's response was immediate, its script appearing in flowing lines that pretended at friendliness. "Harry Potter. I've been hoping we would talk. The girl spoke of you often, her crush, her hero. But you're not quite what she imagined, are you?" "No. I'm not. You've been feeding on my master. On me, through the connection we share. I felt it, when you touched me. You're one of us now, in a way. Transformed by the very power you sought to steal." Harry considered this. The diary wasn't wrong, not entirely. The years of draining had changed him, made him something different from the scared child in the cupboard. But the diary was also trying to manipulate him. Trying to find common ground, to establish connection, to work its way into his defenses through flattery and false kinship. You're afraid, Harry wrote. You know I can destroy you, and you're trying to talk your way out. A long pause. Then, I am a piece of the most powerful wizard in history. I have survived for 50 years. I have touched minds far more protected than yours. What makes you think you can destroy me? Harry smiled. Because I know what you are. And I know what you're afraid of. He reached through the connection, not to drain, not to pull, but to push. Power flooded through the link, not into the diary but around it, wrapping the Horcrux in layers of his own magic. What are you doing? The diary's script turned frantic. Stop, you can't, I can. I've been practicing. Harry closed the diary and held it in both hands. He reached into the core of himself, to the place where stolen power mixed with his own, where the fragment in his scar pulsed in sympathetic terror. And he pulled. Not from Voldemort. From the diary itself. The Horcrux screamed, a psychic wail that echoed through the room of requirement, that made Harry's ears ring and his vision blur. It fought back, desperately, throwing everything it had against his mental defenses. But Harry was stronger. He pulled power from the diary in great wrenching surges, tearing the Horcrux apart piece by piece, absorbing what he could and destroying what he couldn't. The leather cover smoked. The pages writhed. Ink bubbled up through the binding like blood from a wound. When it was over, only ashes remained. Harry sat in a sudden silence, breathing hard, his whole body trembling with aftermath. The power he'd absorbed coursed through him, raw and wild, taking long minutes to settle into his existing reserves. One Horcrux destroyed. He reached through the connection to Voldemort's wraith, to the thing that was no longer quite his master, and let it feel what he had done. The distant scream of anguish was deeply satisfying. December continued without incident. Ginny recovered quickly once the diary's influence was removed. Her color returned, her appetite normalized, her grades improved. She had no memory of the weeks she'd spent under Voldemort's control, a mercy that Harry chose not to correct. The castle remained tense, waiting for attacks that wouldn't come. Students continued to travel in groups, to whisper about the Chamber of Secrets, to cast suspicious glances at anyone who seemed different. Harry let them. The fear would fade eventually, and the mystery of the heir of Slytherin would become another Hogwarts legend, half-remembered and mostly wrong. He had other concerns. Christmas brought Griphook's visit and an unexpected complication. The diary is destroyed, Harry reported. I absorbed what power I could. The rest, returned to the collective soul. Griphook nodded, unsurprised. We monitored the magical signatures. Very impressive, Mr. Potter. What about the other Horcruxes? Any reaction? Some. The goblin's expression turned troubled. The ring in particular has become more active. Our sensors detected it shifting in its location, responding to the diary's destruction. It's defending itself. Or preparing to attack. Griphook's eyes met Harry's. The Horcruxes are connected, Mr. Potter. What affects one affects all. By destroying the diary, you may have awakened the others. Harry considered this. He had suspected something similar, had felt the fragment in his scar pulse with unusual activity in the days since the diary's destruction. Then I need to find them faster. Indeed. Griphook withdrew a folder. The diadem. Our researchers have confirmed its location, the room of requirement, in its room of hidden things configuration. You have access. I'll handle it during the break. Good. Griphook paused. There is another matter. The ring. We believe we've located it, the Gaunt family hovel, in Little Hangleton. But the protections are formidable. What kind of protections? Death. Griphook's voice was flat. The ring is cursed. Anyone who touches it dies within a year. Slowly. Painfully. Even knowing this, even preparing for it, several of our curse breakers have expressed reluctance to approach. Harry absorbed this information. A cursed Horcrux, protected by magic specifically designed to kill anyone who tried to destroy it. Can the curse be removed? Perhaps. With sufficient preparation. But the ring will resist, it carries enchantments that compel those nearby to put it on. Willpower alone may not be enough. Then I'll need something stronger than willpower. Griphook's lips curved slightly. What did you have in mind? The diadem was easier than expected. Harry found the room of hidden things on the second night of Christmas break, a vast, cathedral-like space filled with centuries of discarded objects, piled in towers and mountains that stretched toward a ceiling lost in shadow. The diadem called to him. Not literally, not with words or compulsion, but he could feel it among the debris, a beacon of corrupted magic that drew his enhanced senses like a moth to flame. He followed the pull through narrow passages between accumulated junk, climbing over broken furniture and stepping around precarious stacks of books. The diadem sat on a battered bust, its delicate metalwork tarnished but intact. The sapphire at its center pulsed with dark light. Harry reached for it with his magic rather than his hands, wrapping the Horcrux in protective layers before allowing himself to touch it. Another one, the diadem whispered. Another thief. Another parasite. Another victim, Harry corrected. Another piece of you that I'm going to destroy. The diadem's response was cold contempt. You cannot. The Master will stop you. The Master will, the Master is a wraith in Albania who can barely maintain consciousness. Harry smiled. And getting weaker every day. He repeated the process he'd used with the diary, wrapping the Horcrux in his magic, reaching into its core, pulling. The diadem fought harder than the diary had, its defenses more sophisticated, its connection to the Horcrux network stronger. But Harry had practiced. Had learned. Had grown stronger from absorbing the diary's power. The diadem crumbled in his hands, centuries of enchantment unraveling in moments. The sapphire cracked, leaked darkness, and went still. 2 down. 4 to go, plus the wraith, plus the fragment in his own skull. Harry sat among the hidden things and felt Voldemort scream. January brought the return of students and a new complication. Professor Snape requested a private meeting. Harry arrived at the potions classroom at the appointed hour, his defenses raised, his magical senses alert for any hint of threat. Snape sat behind his desk, his expression unreadable, his black eyes fixed on Harry with unsettling intensity. Close the door, Potter. Harry complied. Sit. Harry remained standing. Snape's lips thinned. As you wish. He steepled his fingers. You are not what I expected. People keep telling me that. I imagine they do. Snape's voice was soft, dangerous. I have been watching you since September. Watching your progress in class. Watching your extracurricular activities. Harry said nothing. The dueling club. Your victory over Draco Malfoy. The spell you used was not in any curriculum. It was not in any textbook I know. And yet you performed it effortlessly, as if you had practiced it 1,000 times. I'm a quick learner. No. Snape's eyes narrowed. You are something else entirely. He rose from his desk, pacing with predatory grace. I was there the night the Dark Lord fell. I saw what remained of the house in Godric's Hollow. I saw, he stopped, his expression flickering with something that might have been pain. I saw your mother's body. Harry felt the first stirring of real emotion. His mother. The woman who had died protecting him. The woman whose sacrifice had made everything else possible. What does this have to do with me? Everything. Snape turned to face him. Lily Evans was brilliant. More talented than anyone gave her credit for. And she had a gift, a rare gift, for sensing magic. For feeling its flows and currents and intentions. You're saying I inherited it. I'm saying the magic you use is not entirely your own. Snape's voice dropped further. I felt it in that dueling club. The flavor of it. I've felt that magic before, Potter. I felt it for years, serving at his feet. Silence. You know, Harry said quietly. I suspect. Snape's black eyes bored into his. The question is whether I share my suspicions with anyone else. Harry considered his options. Snape was dangerous, capable, intelligent, deeply embedded in both Dumbledore's organization and the remnants of the Death Eater network. He could cause immense damage with the information he possessed. But he could also be useful. What do you want? Snape's expression shifted subtly. What makes you think I want anything? You didn't call me here to threaten me. You could have done that publicly, exposed me to Dumbledore, let the headmaster handle whatever you think I am. Harry met Snape's gaze without flinching. Instead, you're talking to me privately. That means you want something, or you're unsure about something, or both. You are disturbingly perceptive. I have good teachers. Snape was silent for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed, a short, bitter sound. Your mother would have handled this exactly the same way. Sharp enough to see through nonsense, brave enough to confront it directly. His expression softened almost imperceptibly. I underestimated you, Potter. I assumed you were your father's son. I'm neither of their sons. Harry's voice was flat. They died before I could know them. Whatever I am, I made myself. Yes. Snape's eyes held something like respect. Yes, I see that now. Another silence. The Dark Lord is not truly dead, Snape said finally. You know this. I know a great many things about him. Then you know he will return. Eventually. Whatever is delaying him, Snape's eyes flickered with suspicion. He will overcome. And when he does, he will remember who stood against him. Are you warning me or threatening me? Neither. Snape's voice was strange, almost gentle. I am offering you information. When the time comes, when the Dark Lord makes his move, there will be opportunities. Moments when the right action could change everything. And you want to make sure I'm positioned to take those opportunities. I want to make sure someone is. Snape's expression hardened again. Dumbledore has his plans. But Dumbledore is old, and his plans are rigid. He does not adapt. He does not see alternatives. The potion's master paused. You do. Harry studied the man before him. Snape hated him, or had hated him, based on resemblance to a father Harry had never known. But that hatred was complicated now, mixed with recognition and perhaps something like hope. If I accept your offer, Harry said slowly, what do you get in return? Leverage. Snape's smile was thin. Against all sides. Dumbledore. The Dark Lord. The Ministry and its politics. I have spent 20 years playing a dangerous game, Potter. Perhaps it's time I had an ally who plays games of their own. Harry considered this. The risks were substantial. Snape could be a triple agent, feeding information to multiple parties for complex purposes. His assistance could be a trap. But his assistance could also be invaluable. I'll think about it, Harry said finally. See that you do. Snape gestured toward the door. We're finished for now. Try not to kill anyone else's snake on your way out. Harry paused at the threshold. How did you know about the diary? Snape's expression didn't change. I know a great many things, Potter. We will speak again. Harry left the dungeon with more questions than answers. But also, unexpectedly, with something that felt almost like hope. February brought the third complication. Harry was in the library, researching curse-breaking techniques, when he felt the approach. Not a human presence, something else. Something that resonated with the magic flowing through his veins. He looked up to find Dumbledore standing at the end of his table. "Harry." The headmaster's voice was warm, grandfatherly. "I hope I'm not interrupting." "Not at all, Professor." Harry closed his book calmly. "How can I help you?" "I was hoping we might have a conversation." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles. "A private conversation, if you don't mind." Harry rose and followed the headmaster through the castle, upstairs, and through corridors, until they reached the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office. The password, "Lemon Drops," made Dumbledore chuckle. The office was exactly as Harry remembered from absorbed memories, crowded with instruments, lined with portraits, dominated by Fawkes perched near the window. The phoenix trilled a greeting as they entered, and Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. "Hello, friend." "Hello, Hunter." Dumbledore took his seat behind the desk and gestured Harry to a chair opposite. His expression remained pleasant, but his eyes were sharp. "You've had an eventful year." "No more than last year, Professor." "Indeed?" Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "The attacks have stopped. Mrs. Norris and Colin Creevey remain petrified, but no new victims have appeared. The castle's fear is beginning to fade." "That's good news." "It is." Dumbledore paused. "It's also curious." The attack stopped quite suddenly, without explanation. As if whatever was causing them simply vanished. Harry said nothing. "I've been doing some research of my own," Dumbledore continued. "Into the Chamber of Secrets. Into its history and its methods. Do you know what was hidden there, Harry?" "A basilisk." Dumbledore's expression flickered, just for a moment. "Yes. A basilisk, controlled by the heir of Slytherin through Parseltongue. The same language you demonstrated so dramatically in the Dueling Club. I didn't realize I was speaking it until afterward." "No." Dumbledore's voice was soft. "I don't suppose you did." Silence stretched between them. Harry felt the old man probing, testing, trying to understand the child before him. "The diary," Dumbledore said finally. "A small black book that young Miss Weasley was seen carrying. It has also vanished." "Has it?" "It has." Dumbledore's eyes were very bright now. "I don't suppose you know anything about that." Harry considered his options. Dumbledore was fishing, clearly. He suspected something but didn't have proof. A denial would be noted. An admission would raise questions Harry wasn't ready to answer. He chose a third path. "I know that Ginny Weasley was in trouble," Harry said. "I know that something was controlling her, making her do things she didn't remember. And I know that whatever it was stopped when she stopped carrying that diary." "Did you take it from her?" "I helped her let it go." "And then?" "And then it wasn't a problem anymore." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. His expression was unreadable, but Harry could feel the calculations happening behind those twinkling eyes. "Tom Riddle created that diary when he was 16, Dumbledore said softly. "He poured a piece of himself into it, a piece of his soul, preserved and waiting. Do you understand what that means?" "It means he was already a monster by 16. "Yes." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "It also means that destroying such an object is difficult. Requiring methods that most wizards don't possess." Harry met the headmaster's gaze without flinching. "The diary isn't a problem anymore, Professor. Whatever methods were required, they were applied. Successfully. By you. Does it matter by whom?" Another long silence. Then, unexpectedly, Dumbledore smiled. "You are remarkable, Harry. More remarkable than I ever anticipated." The old man rose from his desk and moved to the window, looking out over the grounds. "I had plans for you, you know. Careful plans, designed to prepare you for the challenges ahead. But you've exceeded those plans. Outgrown them. I didn't ask to be planned for." "No. I don't suppose you did. Dumbledore turned back to face him. The question is what we do now. You have capabilities I don't fully understand. Resources I can't fully track. And a war is coming, Harry. A war that will consume everyone who stands against the darkness. I know. Do you? Dumbledore's voice sharpened. Do you know what Voldemort truly is? Do you understand the scale of what he's created? 7 Horcruxes. Harry's voice was flat. Including the fragment in my scar. I know exactly what he is, Professor. And I know what needs to be done to stop him. Dumbledore's expression shifted. For just a moment, the grandfatherly mask slipped, and Harry saw something else beneath, something ancient and tired and faintly desperate. You've known all along, Dumbledore whispered. How? The Horcrux told me. Harry touched his scar. When you put a piece of someone's soul in a child's head, you shouldn't be surprised when the child learns from it. The risks, the potential for corruption, were real. Harry nodded. But I managed them. The same way I've been managing everything else for the past 5 years. 5 years? Since I was 7. Since I discovered what was in my head and decided to make it useful instead of dangerous. Harry rose from his chair. I appreciate your concern, Professor. But I'm not the weapon you plan to create. I'm not the sacrifice you plan to make. I'm something else entirely. What are you, then? Harry smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. I'm the thing Voldemort made when he put himself in my head. I'm the predator that's been feeding on him for half a decade. And I'm the person who's going to destroy every piece of him that exists. He walked toward the door. Harry, we can work together, Professor. I'm not opposed to that. But it will be as equals, or as close to equals as our circumstances allow. No more secrets. No more manipulations. No more treating me like a chess piece. He paused at the threshold. You have information I need. I have capabilities you don't understand. Together, we might actually win this war. But only if you trust me, the way I'm trusting you by having this conversation. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. I think, he said quietly, that this is the beginning of a very different kind of alliance. Harry left the office with the first real smile he'd worn in months. March brought spring and preparation. Harry's alliance with Dumbledore was tentative but functional. The headmaster provided information about Horcrux locations and destruction methods. Harry provided updates on his progress and occasional demonstrations of capabilities that made Dumbledore go pale. Snape's assistance was more subtle, hints about Death Eater movements, warnings about political developments, occasional tutoring sessions disguised as detentions. Ron, Hermione, and Neville continued their training, growing stronger every week. They would be ready when the time came. And through it all, Harry kept reaching through the connection to Voldemort's wraith. The Dark Lord was stirring. The destruction of 2 Horcruxes had weakened him further, but it had also awakened something, a desperate need to return, to recover, to reclaim what he had lost. You cannot keep me down forever, Voldemort whispered one night. I will return. I will find a body. And when I do, when you do, I'll be waiting. Harry smiled in the darkness. I've already destroyed 2 of your Horcruxes. The ring will be next. Then the cup. Then the locket. And by the time you manage to resurrect yourself, there won't be anything left. The cup is protected, not for long. The locket is hidden, I know where it is. Silence. What are you? Voldemort's voice was very small. What have I created? Harry considered the question. I'm what happens when you make a weapon out of a child, he said finally. I'm what happens when you give that child access to all your power and knowledge and then leave them to figure out the rest on their own. I'm the consequence of your arrogance, Tom. The end result of your mistakes. He pulled one more time, draining Voldemort down to his last reserves. Sweet dreams. The year ended with promises and plans. The Hogwarts Express carried students home, summer stretched before them, and Harry sat with his friends in their compartment with a sense of satisfaction he rarely allowed himself to feel. "Same time next year?" Ron asked. "Same time next year." Harry nodded. "With more training. More preparation. More everything." "The ring?" Hermione asked quietly. "This summer. Griphook has arranged access to the Gaunt property. I'll have what I need. And after the ring? The cup. The locket. Then whatever's left." Harry's expression hardened. 3 years. Maybe 4. By the time we finish at Hogwarts, Voldemort won't have anything left to resurrect. "And then?" Neville asked. Harry smiled. For the first time in his life, it was a smile of genuine hope. "Then we'll be free." The train rolled south, carrying them towards summer and the next phase of the hunt. Behind them, the fragment in Harry's scar pulsed with contained terror. Ahead, the future waited, dark and dangerous and full of possibility. Harry Potter was ready. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Shadow and the Light. The Gaunt shack squatted in the overgrown woods like a rotting tooth in a diseased jaw. Harry approached through the pre-dawn mist, his magical senses extended to their fullest, feeling for the wards and traps that Griphook had warned him about. The goblin's intelligence had been precise. The ring was here, buried beneath floorboards that had been undisturbed for decades, protected by enchantments that would kill anyone foolish enough to reach for it. Harry was many things, but foolish wasn't one of them. He paused at the tree line, studying the structure. The shack had been abandoned since the Gaunts died out, Marvolo in Azkaban, Morphin the same, Merope dead in childbirth after fleeing with a muggle she had enchanted into loving her. A family of monsters, reduced to this crumbling ruin. And somewhere inside, a piece of Voldemort's soul waited. Harry could feel it now, a cold pulse that resonated with the fragment in his scar, calling to him, promising power and knowledge if he would only come closer, just a little closer, just reach out and, he shut down the connection with practiced ease. The ring's compulsion was strong, exactly as Griphook had warned. Anyone approaching would feel an overwhelming urge to claim it, to wear it, to let its magic flow through them. The curse that followed would be swift and merciless. Harry had spent 3 weeks preparing countermeasures. He drew a deep breath and began to work. The first layer of protection was physical. Harry conjured a golem, not a true golem, which required materials and rituals he didn't have access to, but a rough approximation. Dirt and stone and magic, shaped into a humanoid form that could move and grasp and follow simple instructions. "Enter the shack," Harry commanded in Parseltongue. "Find the ring. Bring it to me." The golem lurched forward. It made it 3 steps before the first ward triggered. Harry watched dispassionately as fire erupted from the ground, consuming the construct in seconds. The flames were green, fiendfire, or something close to it, and they burned with an intelligence that suggested they would pursue any living target until it was destroyed. The ring's outer defenses. Impressive, but not insurmountable. Harry conjured another golem. This one carried a shield of compressed magic, designed to absorb and redirect hostile spells. It made it 5 steps before something unseen tore it apart. The third golem carried multiple shields. It reached the shack's door before collapsing into dust. The fourth made it inside. Harry felt the moment it touched the ring, felt the curse activate through the Horcrux connection, felt Voldemort's malevolent will reaching out to claim another victim. But the golem had no life force to drain, no soul to corrupt. The curse found nothing to latch onto. The construct emerged from the shack, the ring of Marvolo Gaunt clutched in its earthen fingers. Harry smiled. Destroying the ring was harder than the diary or the diadem. The curse fought him, actively, viciously, with an intelligence that suggested Voldemort had poured considerable effort into this particular protection. Every time Harry tried to reach into the Horcrux's core, the curse lashed back, seeking any vulnerability, any crack in his defenses. But Harry had learned from his previous destructions. He knew how to wrap a Horcrux in layers of his own magic, how to isolate it from the network that connected all the fragments, how to drain its power without exposing himself to its corruption. The process took 6 hours. When it was finally over, Harry sat in the clearing with ashes in his hands and power thrumming through his veins. 3 Horcruxes destroyed. 3 pieces of Voldemort consumed and transformed. He reached through the connection to the Wraith in Albania. The response was barely a whisper, a ghost of consciousness, clinging to existence through sheer hatred. 3, Harry said. 3 down, Tom. How does it feel? No response. Voldemort was too weak even for rage. Harry rose, brushed the ashes from his clothes, and began the long walk back to civilization. Summer passed in a blur of activity. Harry returned to Privet Drive only briefly, long enough to maintain the fiction of residence, to reassure Dumbledore's monitoring spells that the boy who lived was safely contained. Then he vanished into the magical world, using goblin portkeys and obscure Floo connections to travel where he needed to go. The locket was in a cave. Griphook's researchers had traced its location through centuries-old records, following the trail of a young Tom Riddle who had once terrorized orphans on a seaside holiday. The cave was hidden, protected by dark magic that required blood to enter and death to escape. Harry had no intention of dying. He spent 3 weeks studying the cave from a distance, mapping its wards, learning its rhythms. The protections were layered and sophisticated: blood locks, inferi guardians, a lake of poison that would drag anyone who touched it into depths where even magic couldn't help. And at the center, on an island of pale stone, the locket waited. Harry planned carefully. The blood lock was the first obstacle. Harry used his own blood, there was no avoiding that part, but he treated the wound immediately afterward, ensuring no trace remained that could be used against him. The cave mouth opened with a grinding of ancient stone, and Harry felt the weight of dark magic settle around him like a shroud. The lake stretched before him, still and black. His magical senses detected movement beneath the surface, hundreds of bodies, preserved and animated, waiting for anyone who disturbed the water. Inferi. The animated dead, bound to Voldemort's will, programmed to drag intruders into the depths. Harry had prepared for this. He reached into his robes and withdrew a small vial, concentrated fiendfire, suspended in stasis, ready to ignite at his command. Fire was one of the few things that could stop Inferi permanently. One vial wouldn't be enough to destroy them all, but it would be enough to create a path. He also withdrew a second vial. This one contained a potion of his own design, a variant of the Drought of Living Death, modified to suppress consciousness without actually stopping the heart. If he was going to drink whatever poison protected the locket, he wanted a way to survive it. And finally, he withdrew a small mirror. Griphook. The goblin's face appeared in the glass. Mr. Potter. You've arrived. I'm at the lake. Beginning approach now. The extraction team is standing by. Signal when you have the locket. Harry tucked the mirror away and began to walk. The boat was where he expected it, a small craft, invisible until touched, designed to carry one person across the lake. Harry climbed in carefully, keeping his weight centered, and felt the boat begin to move of its own accord. The Inferi stirred beneath him. He could feel them, hundreds of cold, dead minds, barely conscious but aware enough to sense his passage. They would attack the moment he gave them an excuse. A touch on the water. A splash from the boat. Any disturbance would bring them surging upward. Harry kept very, very still. The island appeared ahead, pale and alone in the darkness. A stone basin sat at its center, glowing faintly with contained liquid. The locket would be at the bottom, protected by whatever horror Voldemort had placed in that potion. Harry stepped onto the island and approached the basin. The liquid inside was emerald green, glowing faintly, radiating magic that made his senses recoil. He couldn't vanish it, couldn't pour it out, couldn't do anything except drink it. Or have someone else drink it for him. Harry withdrew a small wooden figure from his pocket. It had been Hermione's idea, developed over weeks of research, a magical construct that could consume liquids and transfer their effects to a distant target. The target, in this case, was a goat purchased specifically for this purpose, currently secured in a Gringotts holding facility. He placed the figure in the basin and spoke the activation phrase. The construct began to drink. The goat died badly. Harry felt it through the magical connection, agony and terror and desperate thrashing before the heart finally gave out. The potion was designed to cause maximum suffering, to break the will and shatter the mind before death finally came. But Harry wasn't drinking it. The goat was. When the basin was empty, the locket lay exposed, gold and emerald, heavy with dark magic, pulsing with the familiar resonance of Voldemort's soul. Harry picked it up. Another one, the locket whispered. You cannot keep doing this. The master will. Harry closed his hand around it and pulled. The inferi attacked. They came surging out of the lake, hundreds of waterlogged corpses, their dead eyes fixed on Harry, their rotting hands reaching for living flesh. The cave filled with the sound of splashing water and grinding bone. Harry threw the fiend fire vial. The explosion was magnificent. Cursed fire roared across the lake's surface, consuming everything it touched. Inferi burned and screamed and dissolved into ash. The water itself began to boil, steam rising in great clouds that obscured the cave's ceiling. Harry stood at the center of the inferno, protected by shields he'd spent weeks reinforcing, and continued to drain the locket. The Horcrux fought back. It threw images at him, his parents dying, his friends betraying him, himself twisted into something monstrous and alone. It whispered promises and threats and desperate bargains. Harry ignored it all. He had been eating pieces of Voldemort's soul for 6 years. He had faced worse than this locket could offer. He had built mental defenses that could withstand anything the Dark Lord could throw at him. The locket crumbled in his hand. The inferi retreated into the depths. The fiend fire, having consumed everything it could reach, finally burned itself out. Harry stood alone on the island, surrounded by ash and silence, and felt Voldemort's distant consciousness flicker with something very close to despair. 4 Horcruxes destroyed. 2 remaining, plus the wraith, plus the fragment in his own skull. Harry activated the mirror. Extraction complete. I'm ready for pickup. Griphook's face showed rare emotion, satisfaction, perhaps, or something approaching pride. Excellent work, Mr. Potter. The cup awaits. The cup was in Gringotts. This was the complication Harry had been dreading. Breaking into the most secure bank in the magical world was not something that could be done with golems and careful planning. It required inside help, political maneuvering, and a willingness to accept significant risk. Fortunately, Harry had allies. The Lestrange Vault, Griphook explained during their next meeting. Deep in the old tunnels, protected by dragon and dark magic and the most sophisticated wards our ancestors ever created. Bellatrix Lestrange was among the Dark Lord's most trusted followers. He gave her the cup for safekeeping. Can you get me in? Getting you in is not the problem. Griphook's expression was unreadable. Getting you out without destroying our relationship with the bank's governing council, that is the challenge. What do you need? Deniability. The goblin's eyes glittered. Whatever happens in that vault must appear to be entirely your doing. No goblin involvement. No hint that any employee assisted your intrusion. Harry considered this. You want me to break in as a thief? I want you to break in as a wizard seeking to destroy dark artifacts. The cup is cursed, Mr. Potter. Its presence in our vaults is a liability we would prefer to eliminate. But we cannot be seen to eliminate it ourselves, not without raising questions about what else we might be willing to eliminate. So I commit the crime, you quietly approve, and everyone maintains their reputation. Precisely. Harry smiled. It was, in its way, an elegant solution. Tell me about the dragon. Third year at Hogwarts began with complications. Harry arrived at platform 9 3/4 to find the station crawling with horrors and the newspapers screaming about escaped convicts. Sirius Black, mass murderer, betrayer of the Potters, servant of Voldemort, had broken out of Azkaban and was allegedly coming to kill Harry. Harry found this deeply interesting. Not because he was afraid, he had faced Voldemort himself, had destroyed 4 Horcruxes, had grown powerful enough that a single escaped prisoner posed minimal threat. But because the official story didn't match what he knew. The absorbed memories from Voldemort's Horcruxes were fragmentary, imperfect, but they contained certain facts. Sirius Black had been James Potter's best friend. Peter Pettigrew had been the real traitor, the one who revealed the Potter's location to the Dark Lord. And Peter Pettigrew was supposed to be dead. Harry made a mental note to investigate further. The Hogwarts Express was attacked. Dementors, the hooded, soul-eating guards of Azkaban, swarmed the train 20 miles from the school. The temperature plummeted. Ice formed on windows. Students screamed as the creatures' influence spread through the carriages. Harry felt them coming and prepared accordingly. The Dementor that entered his compartment found something unexpected. Instead of a terrified child, cowering and vulnerable, it found a predator with 6 years of experience consuming souls. Harry reached out with his magic and pushed. The Dementor recoiled. It wasn't hurt. Harry didn't have the power to actually harm a Dementor, not yet, but it was confused. Disturbed. Something in this child's presence felt wrong, felt like looking into a mirror and seeing something that shouldn't exist staring back. "Get out," Harry said quietly. The Dementor fled. Ron and Hermione and Neville stared at him with expressions ranging from awe to concern. "What," Ron breathed, "was that?" "Later," Harry said. "Right now, we need to check on the other students." They spent the rest of the journey helping Professor Lupin, the new defense teacher, who had collapsed during the attack, distribute chocolate and calm hysterical first years. But Harry's mind was elsewhere, processing what had just happened. The Dementor had sensed the Horcrux in his scar. Had recognized something familiar in Harry's magical signature. Interesting. The year progressed with the usual mix of classes and complications. Defense against the dark arts was actually competent for once. Professor Lupin was intelligent, practical, and clearly experienced with real combat. His lessons focused on practical defense, boggarts, grindylows, hinkypunks, and Harry appreciated the change from Lockhart's theatrical nonsense. But Lupin also watched Harry with unusual attention. Harry, in turn, watched Lupin. The man was hiding something. His health fluctuated strangely, with monthly absences that coincided suspiciously with the full moon. His knowledge of dark creatures was too personal, too intimate to come from textbooks alone. A werewolf. Teaching at Hogwarts. With clear connections to Harry's parents. Harry filed this information away and continued his own education. The Patronus charm was the year's primary challenge. Harry learned it not in class. Lupin offered private lessons, but Harry preferred to work alone, but in the room of requirement, using techniques extracted from Voldemort's absorbed knowledge. The charm was supposed to require happy memories, positive emotions, the light of the soul shaped into protective form. Harry's first attempts produced nothing. His happy memories were sparse, fragmented, mostly from the past 2 years. Before that, his life had been cupboards and beatings and survival. Not exactly the fuel for light magic. He tried anyway. Ron's laugh. Hermione's smile. Neville's growing confidence. The warmth of Fawkes' feathers. The satisfaction of destroying a Horcrux. Silver mist emerged from his wand, shapeless and weak. Not enough. Harry sat in the room of requirement and considered the problem. The Patronus was supposed to represent the caster's soul, their purest self, the light that existed at their core. But Harry's soul was complicated, intertwined with Voldemort's fragments, shaped by darkness as much as light. Maybe he was approaching this wrong. He tried again. This time, instead of reaching for happiness, he reached for purpose. The certainty that he would destroy Voldemort. The knowledge that he was protecting his friends. The fierce, predatory joy of hunting something that had tried to hurt him. Silver light erupted from his wand. The Patronus took shape, not a deer, like his father's, but something else. Something with scales and fangs and eyes that burned with cold fire. A serpent. A massive, coiled serpent that wound through the air with deadly grace. Harry stared at it for a long moment. Then he laughed. Of course his Patronus was a snake. Of course the light magic shaped by his soul would take the form of the creature he had first befriended, the species that had taught him he could be something more than a scared child in a cupboard. The serpent Patronus hissed at him approvingly and dissolved into silver mist. Christmas brought another meeting with Dumbledore. The headmaster had been true to his word, sharing information and accepting Harry's growing independence. Their alliance was functional, if not warm, two powerful individuals working toward the same goal, neither fully trusting the other. The cup, Dumbledore said, settling into his chair. You intend to retrieve it during the summer? That's the plan. Harry sat across from him, noting how the old man's eyes tracked his movements. Griphook has arranged access. The extraction should be clean. And the locket? Destroyed. Along with the ring and the diadem. Dumbledore nodded slowly. His expression was thoughtful, perhaps slightly troubled. You've accomplished a great deal, Harry. More than I ever expected from someone your age. I had motivation. Indeed. Dumbledore paused. I've been meaning to ask, the fragment in your scar. Have you considered how to address it? Harry had considered little else. The Horcrux in his head was the final piece, the last fragment that needed to be destroyed before Voldemort could be killed permanently. But destroying it while it was embedded in Harry's skull presented obvious challenges. I have ideas, Harry said carefully. Nothing certain yet. If you need assistance, I'll ask. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. But this is something I need to handle myself. The fragment is, part of me now. Removing it will require more than just magical force. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Whatever he saw seemed to satisfy him. Very well. But know that I am here if you need me. The old man's voice softened slightly. You carry a heavy burden, Harry. Heavier than anyone your age should bear. I want you to know that I see it. That I appreciate it. Harry felt something complicated stir in his chest. Gratitude, perhaps. Or the beginning of real trust. Thank you, Professor. They discussed strategy for another hour, potential Death Eater movements, political developments in the Ministry, rumors about Voldemort's attempts to find a body. By the time Harry left, the alliance felt slightly less like a business arrangement and slightly more like something real. Spring brought revelations. Harry had been researching Sirius Black since September, quietly, using goblin resources and his own enhanced senses. The official story, betrayer, murderer, devoted servant of Voldemort, didn't match the evidence. Peter Pettigrew had been the secret keeper. Peter Pettigrew had been the spy. Peter Pettigrew was still alive, hiding in plain sight as a rat. Specifically, as a rat named Scabbers who had lived with the Weasley family for 12 years. Harry cornered Ron in the common room one evening, his expression carefully neutral. Your rat. Where did your family get it? Ron blinked. Scabbers. Percy found him in the garden years ago. Why? Because he's not a rat. Harry kept his voice low. He's an animagus. A wizard in animal form. Ron stared at him. That's... Mate, that's mental. He's just a rat. A really lazy, really old rat. He's missing a toe, isn't he? Yeah, but, Peter Pettigrew cut off his own finger before faking his death 12 years ago. The only thing they found of him was that finger. Everything else was blamed on Sirius Black. Ron's face went pale. You're saying Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew, the man who actually betrayed my parents? Harry's voice was flat. And he's been living in your house, sleeping in your bed, for more than a decade. The silence stretched for a long moment. Then Ron swore creatively and ran for the dormitory. Pettigrew's capture was anticlimactic. Ron emerged from the dormitory with Scabbers clutched in his hands, the rat squirming desperately, clearly aware that something had gone wrong. Harry was waiting with his wand drawn and a modified stunning spell ready. Hold him still. Ron tightened his grip. The rat bit him, drawing blood, but Ron didn't let go. Harry cast the spell. The transformation was grotesque. The rat's body stretched and warped, limbs elongating, features emerging from fur. Within seconds, Peter Pettigrew stood before them, small, balding, terrified, his watery eyes darting between Harry and Ron. Harry, you have to understand, Pettigrew's voice was a whine. I had no choice, the Dark Lord, he would have killed me, he killed my parents. Harry's voice was ice. Because you told him where to find them. I was afraid, so afraid, you don't know what it was like, I know exactly what it was like. Harry stepped forward, and Pettigrew flinched back. I have Voldemort's memories in my head. I know what you did, how you did it, why you did it. You weren't afraid. You were ambitious. You thought serving him would make you powerful. Pettigrew's expression flickered, fear giving way briefly to something uglier. He would have won, the Ratman whispered. Everyone thought so. I was just, being practical. You were being a coward. Harry raised his wand. But I'm not going to kill you. You're going to Azkaban, where you're going to spend the rest of your life thinking about what you did. And Sirius Black is going to go free. Pettigrew's eyes widened with real terror now. No, you can't, they'll give me to the Dementors, they might. Harry smiled. I hope they do. He stunned the traitor before Pettigrew could say another word. The aftermath was complicated. Dumbledore was summoned. Orders were called. Evidence was presented, including Harry's memories of the confession, extracted and displayed for official review. Sirius Black's conviction was overturned within a week. Harry met his godfather for the first time in the hospital wing, where Sirius was recovering from 12 years of Dementor exposure. The man was gaunt, haunted, his dark eyes carrying shadows that might never fully fade. But when he looked at Harry, something like hope flickered in those shadows. You look like James, Sirius said. Except the eyes. Lily's eyes. So I've heard. I'm sorry. Sirius's voice cracked. I should have been there. Should have raised you. Instead I let Peter, you didn't let anyone do anything. Harry sat down in the chair beside the bed. You were betrayed. Framed. Imprisoned without trial. None of that was your fault. I was the one who suggested Peter as secret keeper. I was so sure Voldemort would come after me, and you were right. He would have. Harry met his godfather's eyes. You made a tactical decision based on the information you had. Peter's betrayal wasn't something anyone could have predicted. Sirius was silent for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed, a rough, broken sound, but a laugh nonetheless. James always said you'd be trouble. Said any kid of his and Lily's would be twice as stubborn and 3 times as smart. The haunted look softened slightly. He was right. I'll take that as a compliment. It was meant as one. Sirius reached out, hesitantly, and gripped Harry's hand. Thank you. For everything. Harry squeezed back. For the first time in his life, he had family. Summer brought the cup. Harry's assault on Gringotts was everything he had planned and more. He entered through the abandoned service tunnels, using goblin-provided maps and his own magical senses to navigate the ancient passages. The wards recognized him as a threat but couldn't quite identify what kind. The Horcrux fragments in his system confused their targeting, made him read as partially their own. The dragon was the first major obstacle. The beast was ancient, blind, trained to expect pain from any approaching figure. It reared back as Harry approached, flames gathering in its throat. Harry spoke in Parseltongue. "Peace, old one. I mean you no harm." The dragon paused. It couldn't understand him. Parseltongue didn't work on dragons, but something in his voice, in his magical presence, gave it pause. Harry used the moment to slip past. The Lestrange vault was a nightmare. Every surface was trapped. Every object was cursed. The air itself carried enchantments designed to confuse and disorient intruders. Harry moved carefully, his magical senses stretched to their limit, feeling for the cup among the sea of dark artifacts. The Horcrux called to him, he could feel its presence, buried beneath piles of gold and treasure. He found it sitting on a high shelf, surrounded by multiplying gold that would crush anyone who touched it. Harry didn't touch it. He reached out with his magic and pulled. The cup flew into his hand. Immediately, the vault's defenses activated. Multiplying gold cascaded toward him. Curses fired from walls and ceiling. The door began to swing shut. Harry ran. The escape was a blur of desperate action, dodging, shielding, occasionally blasting through obstacles that couldn't be avoided. The dragon roared as he passed, flames scorching the air where he had been moments before. He emerged into the Gringotts lobby, the cup clutched in his fist, alarms screaming throughout the bank. The extraction team was waiting. The cup's destruction was almost routine by now. Harry sat in a Gringotts safe room, surrounded by goblin cursebreakers and enough protective wards to stop a small army. The cup pulsed in his hands, Voldemort's rage bleeding through the connection. 5, the cup hissed. "You've destroyed 5. But the 6th is protected." "The snake, Nagini." Harry nodded. "I know about the snake. You cannot reach her. She is always with the master. Always protected. When he returns, I'll be ready." Harry reached into the cup's core and pulled. The Horcrux screamed and died. 5 down. 2 to go. The train ride back to Hogwarts for 4th year was different. Harry sat with his friends, Ron and Hermione and Neville, now battle-tested and confident in ways they hadn't been a year ago, and felt something he rarely allowed himself to feel. Satisfaction. The Horcrux hunt was nearly complete. Only the snake and his own scar remained. Voldemort was weaker than ever, barely able to maintain consciousness in his wraith form. The end was approaching. But Harry also felt something else. A warning, perhaps. A sense that things were about to become more complicated. "You're brooding," Hermione observed. "Planning. Same thing, with you." She studied him with concern. "What's wrong?" "Voldemort is going to make a move soon." Harry stared out the window at the passing countryside. "He has to. If he doesn't find a body before I destroy Nagini, he'll fade completely. He knows that. So he'll try to come back." "Yes." Harry's expression hardened. "And I need to be ready when he does." Ron corrected. "We need to be ready." Harry looked at his friends. Ron, loyal to a fault. Hermione, brilliant and fierce. Neville, transformed from a scared boy into someone who could stand in the face of darkness. They had come so far together. Harry agreed. "We'll be ready." 4th year began with an announcement. The Triwizard Tournament, a legendary competition between the 3 major European magical schools, was coming to Hogwarts. Champions would be selected through an impartial magical judge. Eternal glory awaited the winner. Harry knew immediately that something was wrong. The tournament was dangerous. People had died in previous competitions. Dumbledore wouldn't resurrect such a tradition without reason, and the reasons, Harry suspected, had everything to do with Voldemort. "It's a trap," he told his friends that night. "Someone is planning something. The tournament is cover." "For what?" Neville asked. "I don't know yet." Harry's eyes narrowed. "But I'm going to find out." The Goblet of Fire was an impressive artifact. Harry examined it during the welcoming feast, his magical senses parsing its construction and purpose. Ancient magic, designed to create binding contracts between willing participants. The flames flickered with barely contained power. And somewhere in those flames, he detected something else. Interference. Someone had tampered with the goblet. Subtle changes, barely detectable, designed to alter the selection process in ways the original creators hadn't intended. Harry said nothing. But he watched. The selection night arrived. Champions were chosen. Victor Krum for Durmstrang. Fleur Delacour for Beauxbatons. Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts. Then the goblet flared again. A fourth name emerged from the flames, spinning through the air, settling into Dumbledore's outstretched hand. Harry Potter. The Great Hall erupted in chaos. Harry sat very still, his mind racing through possibilities. Someone had entered his name. Someone had manipulated the goblet. Someone wanted him in this tournament, exposed, vulnerable, forced to compete in potentially lethal tasks. Voldemort. It had to be Voldemort. The Dark Lord was making his move. The investigation revealed little. Someone had confounded the goblet, entering Harry's name under a fourth school that didn't exist. The magical contract was binding, Harry had to compete or lose his magic. Harry accepted this with calm that surprised everyone except his friends. "You're not worried?" Ron asked that night in the common room. "I'm furious." Harry's voice was flat. "But worry doesn't help. Preparation does." "So what do we do?" "We prepare." Harry's eyes glittered dangerously. "And we find out who did this." The first task was dragons. Harry watched from the champion's tent as the others faced their creatures, Cedric with transfiguration, Fleur with charm, Krum with a conjunctivitis curse. Each succeeded, barely. Then it was Harry's turn. The Hungarian Horntail was the most dangerous dragon of the four, aggressive, intelligent, and spectacularly violent. It roared as Harry entered the arena, flames scorching the air between them. Harry didn't run. He walked forward, his wand lowered, his magical senses reaching out to touch the beast's consciousness. The Horntail wasn't sapient in the human sense, but it wasn't mindless either. It could feel. It could fear. And it could be shown things. Harry projected an image directly into the dragon's mind, not words, which it couldn't understand, but pure sensation. He showed it what he was. The predator behind human eyes. The thing that had been feeding on Voldemort's soul for years. The dragon hesitated. Harry walked closer. The crowd fell silent. He reached the golden egg, plucked it from the nest, and walked back toward the arena exit. The Horntail watched him go, its great head tracking his movements, its flames held in check by something it couldn't quite understand. Harry nodded to the dragon as he passed. It nodded back. The crowd exploded. The second task was the lake. Harry rescued Ron from the Mere People without difficulty, his magical stamina was far beyond normal, and the bubblehead charm required nothing special to maintain. But he lingered at the village longer than necessary, watching the other champions struggle. Fleur was in trouble. Her sister was still bound to the village center, and Fleur herself was nowhere to be seen. Harry made a decision. He rescued Gabrielle Delacour and brought her to the surface alongside Ron. The judges marked him down for exceeding the time limit, but the French champion's gratitude was worth more than points. "You saved my sister," Fleur said after the task. "You did not have to do that." "I know. Why? Harry considered the question. Because leaving her down there would have been wrong. And I don't do wrong things if I can help it. Fleur studied him for a long moment. Then she smiled, a genuine smile, not the practiced charm she showed to fans and reporters. You are strange, Harry Potter. So I've heard. The third task was the maze. Harry entered the hedges with his wand drawn and his senses extended, feeling for the cup at the center. The maze was filled with obstacles, magical creatures, enchanted traps, boggart-shaped terrors, but none of them posed real challenge. He found Cedric halfway through, struggling with a giant spider. Together, they fought their way to the center. The cup waited there, glowing with the promise of victory. Cedric looked at Harry, his expression conflicted. Together, he offered. A Hogwarts victory, no matter what. Harry hesitated. Something was wrong. The cup was radiating magic that felt familiar, the distinctive signature of a portkey, keyed to a specific destination. Cedric, Harry said slowly, don't touch the cup. What? Why? It's a trap. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. Someone turned it into a portkey. If we grab it, we'll be taken somewhere else, somewhere the tournament organizers didn't plan. Cedric's face went pale. Are you sure? I'm sure. Harry raised his wand. Step back. I need to examine it. The magic surrounding the cup was complex but recognizable. Someone had modified the artifact within the last few hours, adding transportation enchantments that would activate on touch. The destination was, somewhere north. Somewhere cold. Somewhere that felt like death. Go get Dumbledore, Harry said. Now. Cedric ran. Harry waited alone in the maze's center, watching the cup, feeling Voldemort's distant attention focus on him through the connection. Clever boy, the Dark Lord whispered. But not clever enough. The hedges around him exploded. Barty Crouch Jr. was revealed. The Death Eater had been masquerading as Mad-Eye Moody all year, using Polyjuice Potion to maintain the disguise. He had entered Harry's name in the goblet. He had manipulated the tasks. He had turned the cup into a portkey leading to a graveyard where Voldemort's resurrection ritual waited. Harry learned all this in Dumbledore's office, after the Aurors had taken Crouch away. He was supposed to bring you to the Dark Lord, Dumbledore said heavily. A ritual requiring your blood, your presence, your life force. Without that ritual, Voldemort cannot properly return. Then we've bought time. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. But not much. Voldemort will find another way. He always does. Then I need to find Nagini. Harry's voice was hard. Now. Before he has the chance. The snake is with him in Albania. Approaching her means approaching him. I know. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. I cannot stop you, he said finally. I'm not even certain I should try. But be careful, Harry. Voldemort is weak, but he is not helpless. And if he manages to drain you instead of you draining him, he won't. Harry rose from his chair. I've been hunting him for 7 years. It's time to finish it. The summer between 4th and 5th year was the end of the beginning. Harry traveled to Albania using goblin portkeys, tracking Voldemort's presence through the connection that had bound them since Halloween 13 years ago. The Dark Lord was hiding in the forests, barely conscious, sustained only by Nagini and the occasional possession of local wildlife. Harry found him in a clearing deep in the wilderness. The wraith was pathetic, a shadow of smoke and hate, hovering in the air, its red eyes barely visible in the darkness. Nagini coiled protectively beneath it, her great body tense and ready to strike. Harry Potter, Voldemort whispered. You've come to finish it. Yes. You cannot kill me. There was desperation in the whisper now. As long as you live, as long as the Horcrux in your scar remains, I cannot truly die. I know. Harry's voice was calm. I've thought about that. He raised his wand, but not toward Voldemort. Toward himself. Fawkes. The phoenix appeared in a burst of flame, settling on Harry's shoulder with a trill that echoed through the clearing. His warmth spread through Harry's body, reaching the dark place behind the scar. The fragment needs to be destroyed, Harry said. But it's anchored to my soul. If you just rip it out, you'll kill me too. Fawkes' eyes met his. I know. But you can do it properly. You can separate the darkness from the light. You can burn the Horcrux without burning me. It will hurt. I know. You may not survive. I know that too. Harry's voice didn't waver. But this is the only way. As long as that fragment exists, Voldemort can never be truly destroyed. As long as I'm tethered to him, I'll never be truly free. Fawkes regarded him for a long moment. Then the phoenix began to sing. The pain was indescribable. Harry had been beaten by the Dursleys. He had been attacked by trolls and basilisks and dementors. He had felt Voldemort's rage and terror through the connection they shared. None of it compared to this. Phoenix fire burned through his consciousness, reaching into the deepest parts of his being, finding the darkness that had taken root there and burning it away. The Horcrux screamed, a psychic wail of terror and rage, as it was separated from Harry's soul and consumed. Harry screamed too. But he didn't let go. He held on to consciousness through sheer will, refusing to surrender, refusing to die before the job was done. The fire burned and purified and transformed, and when it was finally over, Harry lay gasping on the forest floor with tears streaming down his face. The scar on his forehead was silent. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was alone in his own head. Voldemort's wraith was barely visible now. The destruction of the Horcrux had severed the connection between them, and without that tether, the Dark Lord's presence was fading rapidly. Only Nagini kept him anchored to this plane, and Nagini was within reach. Harry rose to his feet. It's over, Tom. The wraith hissed. The snake, you'll never. Harry didn't waste words. He reached out with his magic, all of it, everything he had absorbed over 7 years of hunting, and pulled. Not from Voldemort. From Nagini. The snake thrashed as Harry's power wrapped around the Horcrux inside her, ripping it free from her body, dragging it into himself where it could be properly destroyed. She screamed in Parseltongue, begging for mercy, pleading for her master to save her. Voldemort couldn't save anyone. The Horcrux fragment joined the others Harry had absorbed, but this time, instead of keeping the power, he let Fawkes burn it away. The phoenix fire roared through him again, less painful this time, purifying the darkness as quickly as it arrived. When it was over, Nagini lay dead on the forest floor. And Voldemort was nothing. A wisp of shadow, barely visible, too weak to even maintain coherent thought. The soul that had once been Tom Marvolo Riddle had been scattered and consumed and destroyed, piece by piece, over 7 years of patient hunting. Nothing remained but this, a ghost of a ghost, fading into nothingness. This is for my parents, Harry said quietly. And for everyone else you killed. He reached out one final time and pulled. The wraith screamed. And then there was silence. Harry stood alone in the Albanian forest, surrounded by the bodies of his enemies, and felt something extraordinary. Peace. For the first time in his life, he was free. No Horcruxes. No connection to Voldemort. No dark presence lurking in his mind, waiting for the chance to strike. Just Harry. Just himself. Fawkes trilled softly, and Harry reached up to stroke the phoenix's feathers. Thank you, he whispered. You did the hard part, Fawkes replied. I just helped. Harry laughed, a real laugh, full of genuine joy. Let's go home. The phoenix fire wrapped around them both, and they vanished from the clearing in a burst of golden light. The news of Voldemort's permanent destruction spread slowly. Harry gave his memories to Dumbledore, who shared them with the Ministry in carefully edited form. The official story was that Harry had tracked down the Dark Lord and defeated him in single combat, a simplification that left out the years of preparation and the network of allies who had made it possible. Harry didn't mind. Let others take credit. Let the Ministry believe whatever made them comfortable. What mattered was that Voldemort was gone, truly gone, and would never threaten anyone again. The remaining Death Eaters scattered. Some fled the country. Some turned themselves in, hoping for lenient sentences. Some tried to continue their master's work and were hunted down by Aurors who no longer feared the Dark Lord's return. Sirius Black was fully pardoned and awarded compensation for his wrongful imprisonment. He immediately offered Harry a home, a real home, with family and warmth and all the things Harry had never experienced. Harry accepted. 5th year at Hogwarts was the first year of Harry's normal life. He attended classes without worrying about assassination attempts. He played Quidditch without checking for cursed brooms. He walked the corridors without scanning for hidden threats. It felt strange. It felt wonderful. His friends noticed the difference. Ron remarked that Harry laughed more. Hermione observed that his shoulders seemed lighter. Neville said he finally looked like someone his age. Harry didn't correct them. The end-of-year feast was a celebration unlike any Hogwarts had seen. The war was over. The Dark Lord was destroyed. The future stretched before them, full of possibility and hope. Dumbledore rose to give his speech, and for once, his eyes held no shadows. Another year has passed, the headmaster said. A year that has seen darkness finally give way to light. The wizarding world owes a debt to many people, to those who fought, to those who sacrificed, to those who held on to hope when hope seemed lost. His gaze found Harry in the crowd. But tonight, I want to speak of something else. I want to speak of second chances. Of new beginnings. Of the future that awaits all of you once you leave these halls. He spread his arms wide. You are inheriting a world that has been damaged by war and hatred. But you are also inheriting a world that has proven it can overcome those things. A world that has found heroes in unexpected places and hope in the darkest moments. His voice softened. Go forth and make it better. Build the world you want to live in. And remember that the capacity for great good lives in all of you, if only you choose to use it. The hall erupted in applause. Harry clapped along with everyone else, but his mind was elsewhere. The war was over. His life was beginning. And for the first time, he had no idea what came next. The train ride home was quiet. Harry sat with his friends in their usual compartment, watching the countryside roll past, thinking about everything that had happened and everything that was still to come. So, Ron said eventually. What now? Now we live. Harry smiled. We finish school. We figure out what we want to do with our lives. We grow up. Just like that. Just like that. Hermione leaned against his shoulder. Neville was already dozing in the corner. Ron stretched out with his feet on the opposite bench. Normal. Peaceful. Safe. Harry closed his eyes and let himself enjoy it. The platform was crowded with families. Harry stepped off the train and immediately spotted Sirius waiting for him, grinning, waving, looking healthier than he had in years. Remus Lupin stood beside him, also smiling, and Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. Family. Finally. He walked toward them, his trunk trailing behind him, his future stretching out before him. The boy who lived had done what he was destined to do. Now Harry Potter could become whoever he wanted to be. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Gauntlet Piece, Harry discovered, was harder than war. The first month after Voldemort's destruction passed in a blur of celebrations and interviews and endless handshakes from people who wanted to touch the boy who lived, who actually did something this time. The Ministry threw parades. The Prophet ran daily articles. Witches and wizards he'd never met wept with gratitude and pressed gifts into his hands. Harry endured it with the patience he'd developed over years of playing roles. But inside, he was restless. For 7 years, his entire existence had been focused on a single goal: destroy Voldemort. Every decision, every alliance, every moment of training had served that purpose. Now the purpose was fulfilled, and Harry found himself adrift in a world that expected him to be satisfied. He wasn't satisfied. He was 15 years old, absurdly powerful, and had absolutely no idea what to do with the rest of his life. Grimmauld Place was better than Privet Drive. Sirius had inherited the ancestral Black home years ago, though he'd spent most of that time in Azkaban and then in hiding. Now, with his name cleared and his fortune restored, he was determined to transform the gloomy townhouse into something resembling a real home. It wasn't going well. "The portrait won't stop screaming," Sirius reported over breakfast, his hair singed from his latest attempt to remove his mother's permanent sticking charm. "And I'm pretty sure the house elf is plotting my murder." "Creature does seem hostile," Harry agreed. "Hostile is putting it mildly. Yesterday he put doxy eggs in my tea." Harry considered this. "Want me to talk to him?" "Talk to him? He responds to authority. The problem is he doesn't recognize yours." Harry set down his fork. "But he might recognize mine." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "You think you can intimidate a house elf that's been serving dark wizards for centuries?" "I think I can show him what happens when someone underestimates me." The conversation with Creature was brief. Harry found the ancient elf in the kitchen, muttering darkly about blood traders and half-breeds. Creature looked up at Harry's approach, his expression shifting from contempt to something more complicated. "The Potter boy," Creature rasped. "Creature knows what you are. Creature can smell the dark magic on you." "Good." Harry crouched to meet the elf's eyes. "Then you know I'm not someone to trifle with. Creature serves the House of Black, Creature serves whoever commands him. And right now, that's Sirius." Harry's voice hardened. "But Sirius is my godfather. His house is my home. And anyone who threatens my home answers to me." Creature's ears flattened. The boy thinks he can frighten Creature. Harry reached out with his magic. "Not to hurt. Not to threaten. Just to show." He let Creature feel what he was, the accumulated power of 7 destroyed Horcruxes, the predator that had hunted Voldemort for years, the thing that had consumed pieces of the most dangerous dark wizard in history and emerged stronger. Creature's eyes went wide. You are not. Not what you expected." Harry smiled. "I get that a lot." The elf was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, his posture changed. The contempt faded, replaced by something closer to respect. "Master Harry," Creature said carefully. Creature did not understand. Creature thought you were just another blood trader's pet. "But you are." He trailed off, searching for words. "I am what I am." Harry rose to his feet. "And what I am is someone who protects his family. Sirius is family. Treat him with respect, and we'll have no problems. Creature understands." "Good." Harry turned to leave, then paused. "And Creature? No more doxy eggs in anyone's tea." "Yes, Master Harry." August brought the question Harry had been avoiding. "What are you going to do?" Sirius asked one evening, as they sat together in the library. "After Hogwarts, I mean. You'll be finished in 2 years. Have you thought about what comes next?" Harry had thought about little else. "The ministry's offered me a position in the Auror department," he said. "Fast-track training, immediate officer rank. They seem eager. I imagine they are. Having the boy who lived on their roster would be quite the recruitment tool. That's what concerns me." Harry stared into the fire. "I don't want to be a symbol. I've spent my whole life being something other people needed me to be. I want I want to do something I choose. Something that matters to me. Sirius was quiet for a moment. Any ideas? A few. Harry hesitated. The goblins have been asking about continued partnership. They want me to help identify and neutralize dark artifacts, the kind of work we did during the Horcrux hunt, but broader. There's apparently a lot of dangerous magic floating around the world, and not many people equipped to deal with it. Sounds dangerous. Everything's dangerous. At least this would be useful. And the other options? Harry smiled slightly. Dumbledore mentioned teaching. He thinks I'd be good at defense against the dark arts. Sirius laughed. The boy who lived, teaching children how to fight dark wizards. That's almost too perfect. It would also mean staying at Hogwarts. Close to Dumbledore. Close to, Harry stopped. Close to what? I don't know yet. Harry's expression grew distant. Something's coming. I can feel it. The war is over, but the world is still broken. People are still scared. And scared people do stupid things. You think there'll be more trouble? I think trouble finds me whether I want it or not. Harry met his godfather's eyes. I'd rather be prepared for it than pretend it won't happen. 5th year at Hogwarts was supposed to be peaceful. It wasn't. The ministry, fresh from the embarrassment of having done nothing useful during the war, had decided to assert control over magical education. A new position had been created, High Inquisitor, with authority to evaluate teachers, approve curricula, and implement necessary reforms. The High Inquisitor was Dolores Umbridge. Harry recognized the type immediately. Small-minded. Power-hungry. Deeply insecure and compensating through cruelty. The pink cardigan and girlish voice couldn't hide the predator beneath, not from someone who had spent years learning to read people's true natures. She was going to be a problem. The first defense class confirmed Harry's suspicions. Umbridge's curriculum was theoretical only, no practical spell work, no demonstrations, no preparation for actual combat. Students would read textbooks and write essays and learn nothing that might help them survive a real encounter with dark magic. Hermione's hand shot up. Professor, there's nothing in here about using defensive spells. Using? Umbridge's smile was poisonously sweet. I can't imagine why you would need to use defensive spells in my classroom, Miss Granger. But surely practice is unnecessary. The ministry has determined that a theoretical understanding is sufficient for students. Umbridge's eyes swept the classroom. There is nothing dangerous out there that you need to be afraid of. The war is over. You know who is destroyed. We can finally return to proper, civilized education. Harry felt something cold settle in his chest. Professor. His voice was calm. What if we encounter something dangerous outside the classroom? Umbridge's gaze found him, and her smile widened. Mr. Potter. Our resident celebrity. I'm sure you have many opinions about what constitutes proper magical education. Just one, actually. Harry met her stare without flinching. I think students should be able to defend themselves. I think pretending the world is safe doesn't make it safe. And I think theoretical knowledge without practical application is worse than useless, it's actively dangerous, because it creates false confidence. The classroom went silent. Umbridge's smile didn't waver, but her eyes hardened. Detention, Mr. Potter. Tonight. My office. Harry nodded once. He had expected something like this. The detention was educational. Umbridge's office was a nightmare of pink frills and mewling kitten plates. The woman herself sat behind her desk, sipping tea, watching Harry with an expression of smug anticipation. You will be writing lines tonight, Mr. Potter. A simple task. She placed a quill in front of him. Harry picked it up, noting immediately that it wasn't a normal quill, it radiated magic, dark and unpleasant. What should I write? I must not tell lies. Umbridge's smile was predatory. As many times as necessary for the message to sink in. Harry understood immediately. A blood quill. Illegal for use on minors. Designed to carve the writer's words into their own flesh while using their blood as ink. Umbridge expected him to suffer in silence. Expected the pain to break him, to teach him his place, to establish her dominance. She had clearly never read his file. Harry began to write. The pain was nothing, a minor irritation compared to Phoenix fire and Horcrux destruction. He let the words carve into his hand without flinching, without reaction, his eyes fixed on the parchment with calm concentration. After an hour, Umbridge's smile began to fade. After 2 hours, she was visibly unsettled. After 3 hours, Harry set down the quill and examined his hand. The words were barely visible, his accelerated healing, a side effect of years of magical enhancement, was already erasing the marks. I think the message has sunk in, Harry said pleasantly. Same time tomorrow. Umbridge stared at him with something approaching fear. Harry smiled and left. The confrontation couldn't be avoided forever. Umbridge's campaign against Harry intensified over the following weeks. More detentions. Public criticism. Attempts to restrict his movements, his friendships, his activities. She seemed determined to break him, to prove that the boy who lived was just another student subject to her authority. Harry let her try. He attended every detention without complaint. Accepted every punishment with perfect equanimity. Never raised his voice, never showed anger, never gave her the satisfaction of seeing him suffer. But he also never stopped pushing back. In class, he asked questions she couldn't answer. In the halls, he helped younger students with practical defense training that Umbridge's curriculum didn't provide. In private, he documented every instance of blood quill use, every violation of ministry regulations, every abuse of authority. The evidence accumulated. The breaking point came in November. Umbridge, frustrated by Harry's refusal to submit, made a critical error. She tried to use the blood quill on a first-year, a Muggle-born girl named Emma who had committed the terrible crime of asking why they weren't allowed to practice spells. Harry found out within the hour. He was in Dumbledore's office 20 minutes later, evidence spread across the headmaster's desk, his expression carved from stone. She's been torturing students, Harry said flatly. Not just me. Not just older students who can handle it. Children. First years. She used a blood quill on an 11-year-old girl. Dumbledore examined the evidence with growing horror. I knew she was difficult, but this is criminal. Harry's voice didn't waver. And it stops tonight. The ministry sent her here. The ministry can explain why their representative was committing felonies on school grounds. Harry leaned forward. I've already contacted the prophet. Rita Skeeter owes me favors, she'll run the story tomorrow. By the time the ministry knows what's happening, it'll be too late to suppress. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You've planned this, he said softly. From the beginning. I've prepared for it. Harry's expression didn't change. There's a difference. And if I had asked you to wait? To pursue official channels? Would it have worked? Dumbledore sighed. No. Probably not. Then waiting would have meant more children hurt. Harry rose from his chair. I'm not asking for permission, Professor. I'm informing you as a courtesy. By tomorrow morning, Umbridge's career will be over. The only question is whether Hogwarts gets ahead of the story or gets buried by it. The story broke with explosive force. Rita Skeeter's article was everything Harry had hoped, detailed, documented, devastating. The blood quill evidence was irrefutable. The testimonies from students were heartbreaking. The ministry's response was predictably inadequate. Umbridge was arrested that afternoon. She screamed about conspiracies and dark lords and the boy who lived being a menace as the Aurors led her away. Harry watched from the castle steps, his expression neutral, feeling nothing except quiet satisfaction. One less predator in the world. December brought unexpected complications. Harry was in the library, researching advanced warding techniques, when he felt the approach. Someone powerful. Someone familiar. He looked up to find Lucius Malfoy standing at the end of his table. "Mr. Potter." Malfoy's voice was silk over steel. "A moment of your time." Harry gestured to the chair across from him. "Mr. Malfoy. This is unexpected." "I imagine it is." Malfoy sat with aristocratic grace, his silver eyes fixed on Harry with calculating intensity. "I wanted to discuss recent events. Specifically, the unfortunate situation with Dolores Umbridge." "Unfortunate." Harry smiled slightly. "That's one word for it. The ministry is in turmoil. The minister himself is facing calls for resignation. Certain factions are positioning themselves for the inevitable power shift. And you're here to position yourself?" "I'm here to propose an alliance." Malfoy's expression didn't change. "You are powerful, Mr. Potter. More powerful than anyone seems to realize. The political establishment still sees you as a symbol, a useful figurehead to be managed and manipulated. I see something different." "Do you?" "I see someone who destroyed the Dark Lord. Who dismantled his entire organization. Who just ended the career of a ministry-appointed official in less than 24 hours. Malfoy leaned forward slightly. "I see someone who could reshape the wizarding world if he chose to." Harry considered this. Malfoy was a survivor. He had escaped prosecution after the First War through bribes and connections, had quietly distanced himself from Voldemort when the Dark Lord fell, and was now apparently looking for new patrons. "What are you offering?" "Information. Influence. Access to circles you cannot currently reach." Malfoy's smile was thin. "I know things about the old families, about ministry operations, about where the bodies are buried. Literally, in some cases." "And what do you want in return?" "Protection." The word dropped into the conversation like a stone. "My family's position is precarious. The fall of the Dark Lord has created opportunities for our enemies. Old grudges are being revisited. Ancient debts are being called. You want me to shield you from consequences. I want to survive." Malfoy's mask slipped, just slightly. "I made choices I regret. I served a monster because I was afraid. My son," he stopped, gathering himself. "Draco deserves better than to inherit his father's mistakes." Harry studied the man before him. Lucius Malfoy was not a good person. He had supported Voldemort, had contributed to atrocities, had used his wealth and power to escape justice. By any reasonable standard, he deserved punishment rather than protection. But he was also a father trying to protect his child. And he was offering resources that could be useful. "I'll consider it," Harry said finally. "But understand something, Mr. Malfoy. I don't forget. I don't forgive easily. And if you try to manipulate me, if you play games or pursue hidden agendas, I will destroy you without hesitation." "I understand." "Do you?" "Because the Dark Lord made that mistake. He thought he could use me. Control me. Make me into a weapon for his purposes." Harry's eyes met Malfoy's without flinching. "He doesn't exist anymore." "I do." Malfoy was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "You are everything the stories say," he murmured. "And more. I'm exactly what I need to be." Harry returned to his books. "We'll talk again. For now, go home. Take care of your son. And think carefully about whether you really want to be associated with me." Malfoy rose to leave. At the door, he paused. "For what it's worth, Mr. Potter, I hope you accept. The wizarding world needs someone willing to do what must be done. Someone who isn't afraid of the darkness. His smile was wry. Someone who has already proved they can beat it. He left. Harry stared at the empty doorway for a long time. Christmas at Grimmauld Place was the best Harry could remember. Sirius had finally managed to make the house feel like a home. The screaming portrait was silenced, though not removed, the magic resisted all attempts. The dark artifacts were cleared out. The rooms were bright with holiday decorations that seemed almost aggressive in their cheerfulness. Harry's friends joined them for the holiday. Ron and Hermione arrived together, their relationship having evolved into something that wasn't quite official but was obvious to everyone with eyes. Neville came with his grandmother, who spent the entire visit eyeing Harry with a mixture of approval and suspicion. Luna Lovegood appeared mysteriously on Christmas morning, claiming the Nargles had told her she was invited. It was chaotic and loud and absolutely wonderful. "You're different," Hermione observed on Christmas afternoon, as they sat together in the library. "Lighter. I feel different." Harry stared into the fire. "For the first time in my life, I don't have a mission. No Horcruxes to hunt. No Dark Lord to destroy. Just, life. Is that a good thing? I don't know yet." He smiled slightly. "Ask me again in a few years." "I'm asking now." Hermione turned to face him fully. "What do you want, Harry? Not what other people expect. Not what destiny demands. What do you want?" It was the question he'd been avoiding for months. "I want to make things better," he said finally. "The wizarding world is broken. Old prejudices. Corrupt institutions. Systems that favor the powerful and punish the weak. I want to fix that. That's a big goal. I've handled big goals before. Not like this." Hermione's expression was serious. Fighting Voldemort was straightforward: evil wizard, destroy him, world improved. Political reform is messier. You can't just kill your way to a better society. No. Harry nodded slowly. But you can remove obstacles. Change minds. Build alternatives to the systems that don't work. That sounds like a lifetime's work. Maybe it will be. He met her eyes. But I have to try. After everything that happened, after everything I've seen, I can't just sit back and pretend everything's fine. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. "You're going to need help," she said finally. "I know. Real help. Not just Ron and me handling things while you charge ahead. Partners. Allies. People who can cover your weaknesses and challenge your assumptions." "I know that too." "Good." She smiled. "Because you're not getting rid of us that easily." January brought the next phase of Harry's education. Dumbledore had been true to his word about treating Harry as an equal. Their conversations had evolved from strategy sessions about Voldemort to broader discussions of magical theory, political philosophy, and the nature of power. "The wizarding world is resistant to change," Dumbledore observed during one such conversation. "Centuries of tradition have created systems that serve those who benefit from them. Altering those systems requires more than good intentions. It requires leverage," Harry agreed. "Power. Influence. The ability to make people listen. And the wisdom to know what to say once they're listening." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "You have accumulated considerable power, Harry. The question is how you intend to use it." "I've been thinking about that." Harry leaned forward. "The ministry is corrupt. The Wisengamot is dominated by old families with entrenched interests. Traditional channels for change are slow, easily blocked by those who don't want change to happen." "All true. But there are other channels." Harry's expression sharpened. "The goblins control the economy. The prophet shapes public opinion. The foreign magical communities are watching what happens here. If I can build relationships with those groups, you can create pressure that the traditional establishment cannot ignore." Dumbledore nodded slowly. A bold strategy. Also a dangerous one. More dangerous than fighting Voldemort? In some ways, yes. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. Voldemort was an obvious enemy. He could be opposed openly, fought directly, destroyed decisively. The enemies you're describing are subtler. They hide behind institutions and traditions and respectable public images. Fighting them means fighting the system itself, and the system fights back. I know. Do you also know that such fights can change you? That prolonged conflict, even for righteous purposes, can transform the fighter into something they never intended to become? Harry considered this. I've already been changed, he said finally. By what Voldemort put in my head. By what I had to do to survive. By the power I've absorbed and the things I've seen. He met Dumbledore's eyes. I'm not afraid of becoming something different. I'm afraid of becoming useless, of sitting on power and doing nothing while the world stays broken. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. You remind me of myself, he said quietly. At your age. Perhaps even more so. I too believed I could reshape the world through force of will and clever strategy. What happened? I made mistakes. Trusted the wrong people. Lost those I loved. The old man's expression was distant. Eventually, I learned that true change comes not from imposing your vision on others, but from helping them find their own. That sounds like giving up. It sounds like wisdom. Dumbledore smiled slightly. But perhaps you're right. Perhaps my caution is just cowardice dressed in philosophical clothing. Perhaps the world needs someone willing to push harder than I ever did. So what's your advice? My advice is the same I would give to any young person with great power and good intentions. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. Be careful. Be kind. And never forget that the people you're trying to help are individuals, not abstractions. The rest of fifth year passed quickly. Harry continued his work on multiple fronts. The Goblin Alliance deepened, with Griphook introducing him to other influential figures in the Gringotts hierarchy. Rita Skeeter became a regular contact, trading information for access. Lucius Malfoy, after months of cautious negotiation, formally pledged his family's support. More importantly, Harry began training others. The DA, Dumbledore's army, named by the students themselves, met weekly in the Room of Requirement. What had started as practical defense lessons evolved into something more, a movement, a community, a collection of young witches and wizards who wanted to be ready for whatever came next. Harry taught them everything he knew. Combat magic, both offensive and defensive. Mental discipline, including basic occlumency. Tactics and strategy, drawn from his years of hunting Voldemort. And perhaps most importantly, he taught them to think, to question authority, to examine their assumptions, to understand that the world was more complicated than simple good and evil. You're building an army, Hermione observed one evening, after a particularly intense session. I'm building a movement. Harry cleaned his wand with practiced precision. An army implies violence. I'm hoping we can accomplish things without that. But you're prepared for violence if necessary. I'm always prepared. He looked up at her. The world is dangerous. The people trying to keep it broken are powerful. Pretending otherwise would be naive. And if your movement succeeds? If you actually change things? What then? Harry considered the question. Then we keep changing things, he said finally. The work doesn't end because we win one battle. There's always more to do. Always more problems to solve. Always more people who need help. That sounds exhausting. It sounds like purpose. Harry smiled. I spent 7 years with no future except destroying Voldemort. Now I have the chance to actually build something. To create instead of destroy. That's not exhausting, that's exhilarating. Summer before 6th year brought the first real test. The ministry was in chaos. The fallout from the Umbridge scandal had triggered a cascade of investigations, revealing corruption and incompetence at every level. Minister Fudge had resigned. His replacement was still being debated. And into that vacuum, various factions were attempting to seize control. One of those factions reached out to Harry. "We represent concerned citizens," the delegation's leader said smoothly. "Business leaders, old family heads, respected members of the community. We believe the ministry needs fundamental reform, and we believe you are the person to lead that reform." Harry listened to their proposal with careful attention. They wanted to make him minister for magic. Not immediately, he was still technically a student, but as soon as he finished Hogwarts. A puppet minister, really, with the concerned citizens pulling strings from behind the scenes. They offered support, resources, political cover. All he had to do was accept their guidance. Harry smiled pleasantly and declined. "I'm not interested in being anyone's puppet," he said. "And I don't believe the wizarding world needs another minister who serves special interests while pretending to serve the people. You misunderstand our intentions, I understand them perfectly." Harry's voice hardened. "You see the current chaos as an opportunity. You want to install someone you can control before someone you can't takes power. It's smart strategy. I might even respect it, if you hadn't tried to make me your tool. We could make things very difficult for you, Mr. Potter. You could try." Harry met the delegation leader's eyes. "But I've destroyed things far more dangerous than business coalitions and political alliances. I suggest you consider very carefully whether you want to make an enemy of me." The delegation left. Harry began making preparations for their inevitable retaliation. The retaliation came through the Prophet. Articles questioning Harry's mental stability. Opinion pieces suggesting he was power-hungry and dangerous. Anonymous sources claiming he was secretly dark, that his defeat of Voldemort had been luck, that he was a fraud who didn't deserve his reputation. Harry let the attacks continue for 3 days. Then he gave an interview. Rita Skeeter's piece ran on the front page, spanning 4 full pages of detailed testimony. Harry discussed his childhood with the Dursleys, his discovery of the Horcruxes, his years of hunting Voldemort. He spoke openly about the power he had absorbed, the choices he had made, the sacrifices he had accepted. And he named names. Every member of the Concerned Citizens Coalition. Every secret meeting they had held. Every plan they had made to manipulate the post-Fudge transition. The article included documentation that Harry's goblin allies had assembled, financial records, correspondence, evidence of corruption and conspiracy that made the Umbridge scandal look minor. By the time the dust settled, a dozen prominent wizards were facing criminal investigation. The coalition had collapsed in mutual recrimination. And Harry Potter's reputation had shifted from boy who lived to something more complicated and considerably more dangerous. "You've made enemies," Sirius observed, reading the Morning Prophet. "I had enemies already." Harry poured himself tea. "Now they know to take me seriously. That's not necessarily a good thing. It's an honest thing." Harry met his godfather's eyes. "I'm done pretending to be harmless. Done playing the humble hero who just wants to be left alone. If I'm going to change the world, people need to understand what they're dealing with." "And what are they dealing with?" Harry smiled. It wasn't a pleasant expression. Someone who finishes what he starts. 6th year at Hogwarts was different. Harry walked the corridors with new confidence, no longer concerned about maintaining the fiction of normalcy. He was openly powerful, openly political, openly pursuing an agenda that extended far beyond student concerns. The other students didn't know how to react. Some treated him with awe, the boy who had not only killed Voldemort but taken down corrupt ministry officials and dodgy business coalitions. Some treated him with fear, the same power that had destroyed the Dark Lord could theoretically destroy anyone who got in his way. And some treated him with resentment. Who did Harry Potter think he was, disrupting comfortable systems and forcing everyone to take sides? Harry didn't care about any of it. He continued his work. Expanded the DA. Deepened his alliances. Prepared for whatever came next. December brought Draco Malfoy to his door. "I need to talk to you," Draco said, his expression carefully neutral. "In private." Harry led him to an empty classroom and cast privacy wards that would stop anything short of concentrated assault. "What is it?" "My father." Draco's composure cracked slightly. "He's been contacted. By people who served the Dark Lord. They want him to help them reorganize." Harry felt cold settle in his chest. Death Eaters? Former Death Eaters. They know the Dark Lord is gone forever, but they think his ideology should survive. They're planning something, I don't know what exactly, but it's big. And your father? He's stalling them. Pretending to be interested while gathering information. Draco met Harry's eyes. He sent me to tell you. To warn you. This is him fulfilling his end of your arrangement. Harry processed this rapidly. A Death Eater resurgence. Not Voldemort, the Dark Lord was truly gone, but his followers, seeking to continue his work. They would be less organized than before, less unified. But they would also be desperate, which made them dangerous. What do they want? Harry asked. Revenge, mostly. Against the Ministry for abandoning them. Against the families who turned traitor. Against. Draco paused. Against you. Against me specifically. You killed their master. You destroyed everything he built. In their eyes, you're the reason they've spent the last year in hiding, watching their power crumble. Draco's voice was grim. They want you dead, Potter. That's the one thing they all agree on. Harry considered this. Then he smiled. Let them come. The Death Eater remnants made their move in February. Harry had been tracking them for weeks, using information from Lucius Malfoy, intelligence from the goblins, and his own magical senses. He knew their safe houses, their communication methods, their hierarchy. He knew who led them and who followed. He knew their strengths and their weaknesses. When they finally attacked, he was ready. The assault came at Hogsmeade, during a winter weekend when the village was full of students. 12 former Death Eaters, including 2 who had escaped Azkaban, operated into the main street and began firing curses at everyone in sight. Harry felt them arrive. He had stationed himself near the 3 broomsticks, pretending to browse shop windows while actually maintaining magical surveillance over the entire village. The moment the first dark signature materialized, he was moving. The battle was brutal and brief. Harry didn't fight like an Auror, cautiously, following regulations, prioritizing capture over incapacitation. He fought like what he was, a predator who had spent years learning to kill. The first Death Eater went down before he could cast his second curse, Harry's spell shattering his shield and sending him crashing through a shop window. The second lasted slightly longer, she had decent reflexes, but Harry's magic was faster, stronger, more precise. 3. 4. 5. Students screamed and ran. Shop owners dove behind counters. The remaining Death Eaters realized, too late, that their attack had been anticipated. 6. 7. 8. Potter, one of them screamed, finally recognizing their target. He's here. Focus on, Harry's spell took him in the throat. 9. 10. 11. The last Death Eater, the leader, who had hung back while his followers did the dying, tried to apparate away. Harry's anti-disapparition ward caught him, held him, and Harry walked toward him with unhurried steps. Please, the man whimpered. I surrender. I'll tell you everything, you've already told me everything I needed to know. Harry's voice was cold. You attacked a village full of children. You tried to murder my friends. You thought you could intimidate me into silence. I was following orders. Whose orders? The man's mouth opened. Closed. His eyes widened with terror. I can't, they'll kill me, I'll kill you if you don't. Harry's wand pressed against the man's forehead. Choose. The interrogation yielded valuable intelligence. More Death Eaters, still at large, planning additional attacks. A network of sympathizers who provided funding in safe houses. And at the center of it all, a name Harry hadn't expected. Augustus Rookwood. Former Department of Mysteries employee. One of Voldemort's inner circle. The man who had organized the Hogsmeade attack from behind the scenes. Harry found Rookwood 2 weeks later. The former Unspeakable had hidden himself well, deep in the Welsh countryside, protected by wards that would have stopped anyone who couldn't feel them as clearly as Harry could. The wards fell one by one. Rookwood emerged from his safe house with wand drawn, his expression shifting from confidence to confusion to fear as he watched his protections crumble. Potter. His voice was steadier than his hands. I should have known. You should have hidden better. Harry walked toward him without hurrying. Or not organized attacks on children. Either would have worked. The Dark Lord's work must continue, the Dark Lord is dead. I killed him myself. Harry stopped 10 feet away. His work died with him. Everything else is just desperate people pretending the world hasn't changed. You think you've won? Rookwood's laugh was bitter. You've destroyed our master, yes. But his ideas survive. His followers survive. And someday, someone will rise to take his place. Maybe. Harry's voice was flat. But it won't be you. He raised his wand. March brought the end of the Death Eater resurgence. Rookwood's capture led to additional arrests, additional interrogations, additional dismantling of the network that had tried to resurrect Voldemort's agenda. By the time the Aurors finished their work, 37 former Death Eaters and sympathizers were in custody. The wizarding world breathed a collective sigh of relief. Harry accepted the credit gracefully and immediately began planning for the next challenge. You're not going to stop, are you? Dumbledore asked during their final meeting of the year. Stop what? Fighting. Planning. Pushing against the world until it matches your vision. The old man's expression was unreadable. You've eliminated the obvious threats. But you'll find new ones. Create new ones, if necessary. Is that a criticism? It's an observation. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. You are building something, Harry. Something larger than any individual crusade. Whether that something will be good or bad, I honestly cannot say. But you're worried. I'm always worried. It's one of the privileges of age. The twinkle returned to Dumbledore's eyes. But I am also hopeful. You have power, yes. But you also have wisdom, more than I expected, more than I possessed at your age. And you have friends who will tell you when you're wrong. That's not nothing. It's not nothing at all. Dumbledore rose from his desk. Go well, Harry. Whatever path you choose, I believe you will walk it with integrity. Thank you, Professor. Harry shook the old man's hand. For everything. The train ride home was quiet. Harry sat with his friends, watching the countryside roll past, thinking about everything that had happened and everything that was still to come. One more year at Hogwarts. Then the real work began. He thought about the ministry, still broken and corrupt. About the old families, still clinging to power. About the prejudices that divided magical society and the systems that kept them in place. So much to fix. So much to build. So much to change. Galleon for your thoughts. Ron asked. Just planning. For what? Harry smiled. Everything. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The dawn of the Hunter's 7th year began with a funeral. Albus Dumbledore died on the 3rd night of September, peacefully, in his sleep. No dark magic. No assassination. Just an old man whose body had finally decided that 116 years was enough. Harry stood at the grave site with hundreds of others, watching the white tomb seal itself around the greatest wizard of the age, and felt something he hadn't expected. Loss. Not the sharp grief of losing a parent or friend. His relationship with Dumbledore had always been complicated, a mixture of alliance and wariness and grudging respect. But loss nonetheless. The old man had been a constant, a fixed point around which the wizarding world had organized itself for decades. Without him, everything felt slightly unstable. Slightly dangerous. He knew it was coming, McGonagall said quietly, appearing at Harry's side. Last month, he updated his will. Arranged for the succession. Even wrote letters to be delivered after. She trailed off, composing herself. He asked me to give you this. She handed Harry a sealed envelope. Inside was a single sheet of parchment covered in Dumbledore's familiar handwriting. Harry, if you're reading this, I've finally succumbed to the one enemy even I couldn't defeat. Please don't mourn too long. I've had a good life, and I leave it with fewer regrets than most. I want you to know that watching your growth has been the greatest privilege of my final years. You came to Hogwarts as something unprecedented, a child who had already learned to fight, already learned to survive, already begun transforming darkness into light. I didn't know what to make of you then. I'm not sure I know what to make of you now. But I believe in you. Whatever you become, whatever path you choose, I believe you will find a way to make the world better. Not perfect, perfection is an illusion that has destroyed better people than us. But better. Kinder. More just. The wizarding world will look to you now. Some will follow. Some will oppose. Most will simply watch, waiting to see what you do next. Don't let their expectations define you. Don't let their fears constrain you. Be who you are, Harry, whoever that turns out to be. I leave you one final gift, knowledge. In my private vault at Gringotts, you will find my journals, a lifetime of research, speculation, and discovery. Some of it may be useful. Much of it will probably be dangerous. Use it wisely, or not at all. Thank you, Harry. For everything. Albus Harry read the letter twice, then folded it carefully and placed it in his pocket. He left me his journals, he told McGonagall. I know. Her expression was complicated. He told me to make sure you actually read them. Said you had a tendency to charge ahead without proper research. Despite everything, Harry smiled. He knew me well. The transition at Hogwarts was smoother than expected. McGonagall became headmistress, a choice that surprised no one and pleased almost everyone. She appointed new heads of house, reorganized the curriculum, and generally made clear that Dumbledore's death did not mean the end of Hogwarts standards. Harry helped where he could. His position at the school had evolved over the years from exceptional student to something closer to junior faculty. He taught advanced defense sessions for upper years, consulted on security matters, and served as an unofficial liaison between Hogwarts and the broader magical world. It wasn't what he'd imagined doing at 17. But it felt right. October brought the first test of the post-Dumbledore order. The Ministry, emboldened by the old wizard's death, attempted to reassert control over Hogwarts. New regulations were proposed. Inspectors were dispatched. Subtle pressure was applied to the Board of Governors. Harry watched the maneuvering with cold interest. They think we're weak, he observed to McGonagall. They think Dumbledore was the only thing protecting the school from Ministry interference. Weren't they right? McGonagall's expression was troubled. Albus had connections, influence, a reputation that made politicians think twice. I don't have any of that. No. Harry smiled slightly. But you have me. The confrontation with the Ministry delegation was carefully orchestrated. Harry arranged to be present when the inspectors arrived, standing quietly in McGonagall's office while bureaucrats outlined their demands. New curriculum requirements. Enhanced Ministry oversight. A permanent liaison position with authority to intervene in school operations. The lead inspector, a pompous man named Thickness, delivered the terms with obvious satisfaction. These reforms are non-negotiable, he concluded. The ministry has determined that Hogwarts requires modernization to meet current standards. I see. McGonagall's voice was ice. And if we refuse? Then the ministry will be forced to take alternative measures. Thickness' smile was thin. Funding adjustments. Accreditation reviews. Perhaps even changes to the school's governance structure. Alternative measures. Harry spoke for the first time, and every head in the room turned toward him. That's an interesting phrase. Thickness' smile faltered. Mr. Potter. I didn't expect, no. You didn't. Harry stepped forward, and something in his movement made the inspectors take an involuntary step back. You expected to find a school in mourning, vulnerable, ready to accept whatever terms you offered. You expected to take advantage of an old man's death to extend your power. The ministry has legitimate oversight authority, the ministry has whatever authority we choose to give it. Harry's voice was quiet, but it carried perfectly. And we choose to give it nothing. You can't simply refuse. I can do whatever I want, Mr. Thickness. I've killed Dark Lords. I've dismantled conspiracies. I've removed ministers from office and put Death Eaters in Azkaban. Harry smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. Do you really think a delegation of bureaucrats is going to intimidate me? Thickness' face had gone pale. This is highly irregular. This is reality. Harry gestured toward the door. Leave. Go back to the ministry. Tell whoever sent you that Hogwarts is under my protection. Tell them that any attempt to interfere with this school, any attempt at all, will be met with the same response I've given to every other threat. And what response is that? Harry let the silence stretch for a long moment. Complete destruction. The delegation left without another word. November brought complications of a different sort. Harry was in the room of requirement, working through advanced combat sequences, when he felt the approach. A familiar magical signature. A presence he hadn't expected to encounter again. He lowered his wand as Fawkes materialized in a burst of flame. Hello, Hunter. Fawkes. Harry studied the phoenix with surprise. I thought you'd left after Dumbledore died. I went to grieve. Even phoenixes mourn. The bird settled onto a conjured perch, his golden eyes meeting Harry's. But grief ends, and purpose remains. I came to ask what you intend. What I intend. The old man is gone. The immediate threats are neutralized. You have power, influence, allies. The question is what you will do with them. Harry considered this. I want to fix things, he said finally. The systems that allowed Voldemort to rise. The prejudices that divided magical society. The corruption that let people like Umbridge and Fudge hold power while doing nothing useful. Those are large goals. I have large capabilities. And large blind spots. Fawkes ruffled his feathers. You see the world in terms of problems to solve, threats to neutralize, obstacles to overcome. This serves you well in crisis. But building something new requires different skills than destroying something old. You think I'm too focused on conflict? I think you have been a weapon for so long that you sometimes forget how to be anything else. The phoenix's voice was gentle. The old man loved you, Harry. But he also worried about you. He worried that you would become so effective at fighting that you forgot why the fighting mattered. Harry absorbed this in silence. What did he want me to do? He wanted you to find balance. To build as well as destroy. To protect without dominating, to guide without controlling. Fawkes' eyes seemed to see through him. He wanted you to be happy, Harry. To find joy in something other than victory. I don't know how to do that. No. But you can learn. The phoenix spread his wings. I cannot stay with you, my bond was with Albus, and that bond ended with his death. But I will watch. And if you ever need me, truly need me, I will answer. Thank you, Fox. Thank me by proving the old man right. The phoenix burst into flame and vanished. Harry stood alone in the room of requirement for a long time, thinking about balance and joy and the difference between fighting and living. Christmas brought the closest thing to normalcy Harry had experienced in years. Grimmauld Place was full. Sirius had invited everyone, the Weasleys, Hermione's parents, Neville and his grandmother, Luna and her father. The house, once grim and forbidding, now rang with laughter and argument and the general chaos of too many people in too small a space. Harry moved through the celebration like a ghost at first, watching rather than participating. These people cared about him. These people had followed him into danger and emerged stronger. But he still felt separate from them, somehow. Still felt like the predator pretending to be part of the pack. You're brooding again. He turned to find Ginny Weasley at his elbow, her expression knowing. I don't brood. You absolutely brood. You've been doing it all evening. She handed him a glass of eggnog. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Liar. But her voice was gentle. You saved my life, you know. When you took that diary. I never properly thanked you. You didn't need to. No. But I wanted to. She studied him with surprising intensity. You're different than people think. Everyone sees the hero, the killer, the political force. But that's not all you are. What else am I? Someone who's never learned how to relax. Ginny smiled. Come on. Ron and the twins are about to demonstrate their new fireworks, and I want to see you actually laugh at something. She took his hand and pulled him toward the garden. Harry let himself be pulled. The fireworks were spectacular. Fred and George had outdone themselves, dragons and phoenixes and elaborate patterns that spelled out rude messages before dissolving into showers of sparks. The gathered crowd cheered and laughed and ducked as misfires sent cascades of color in unexpected directions. And Harry, despite everything, found himself laughing too. Not the cold satisfaction he felt after victory. Not the grim amusement he found in outsmarting enemies. Real laughter, bubbling up from somewhere he'd almost forgotten existed. Hermione caught his eye across the garden and smiled. Ron gave him a thumbs up. Sirius draped an arm around his shoulders and didn't say anything at all. For just a moment, Harry let himself be 17. Let himself be a boy at a party, surrounded by friends, watching fireworks and drinking eggnog and thinking about nothing more complicated than whether to have another slice of pie. It felt strange. It felt wonderful. January brought the return of serious matters. Harry's reading of Dumbledore's journals had reached a critical point. The old wizard's research spanned decades, covering topics from advanced transfiguration theory to historical analysis to speculation about the fundamental nature of magic itself. One section in particular caught Harry's attention. Dumbledore had been researching the Deathly Hallows. The Elder Wand. The Resurrection Stone. The Cloak of Invisibility. 3 legendary artifacts that, according to myth, could make their owner the Master of Death. Harry already possessed 2 of them. The cloak had been his father's, passed to him through Dumbledore's intermediation. The stone had been set into Marvolo Gaunt's ring. Harry had destroyed the Horcrux, but the stone itself remained, recovered from the ashes and currently sitting in his vault at Gringotts. And the Elder Wand. Dumbledore's journals made clear that the old wizard had possessed it for decades, won in a legendary duel against Gellert Grindelwald. The wand was buried with him now, sealed in the White Tomb on Hogwarts grounds. Harry read Dumbledore's notes on the Hallows with growing unease. The old wizard had been fascinated by them. Had spent years researching their history, their powers, their potential. But he had also been deeply ambivalent, warning against the obsession that had destroyed so many seekers. The Hallows are not tools, Dumbledore had written. They are tests. Each one offers power, but each demands a price. The wand brings victory but invites violence. The stone offers connection but prevents closure. The cloak provides concealment but encourages isolation. Together, they might indeed make one the master of death. But what does that mean? To conquer death, or to serve it? To transcend mortality, or to become its agent? I have held two of the hallows. I have chosen not to seek the third. Perhaps this makes me wise. Perhaps it makes me a coward. I leave the question for someone else to answer. Harry closed the journal and stared at nothing for a long time. The decision came to him gradually. He didn't need the hallows. Didn't need their power, didn't need their mystique, didn't need the title of Master of Death. He was already powerful enough, more powerful than most wizards would ever be, more powerful than he sometimes knew what to do with. But the hallows existed. And as long as they existed, someone would seek them. Someone would try to unite them, to claim their combined power, to become something unprecedented and dangerous. Better that someone be Harry than anyone else. The retrieval of the Elder Wand was simpler than he expected. Harry visited Dumbledore's tomb on a cold February night, when the grounds were empty and the castle slept. The white marble gleamed in the moonlight, inscribed with words of praise and mourning that somehow seemed inadequate for the man who had shaped the wizarding world for over a century. "I'm sorry," Harry said quietly, placing his hand on the tomb. "I wouldn't do this if I didn't think it was necessary." The tomb opened at his touch. Dumbledore looked peaceful in death, reduced somehow, diminished, but still recognizably the man who had frustrated and guided and believed in Harry for 7 years. The Elder Wand lay across his chest, ancient and powerful and deceptively simple. Harry took it. The moment his fingers closed around the wand, he felt the change. Power surged through the connection, not the cold, corrupt power of the Horcruxes, but something else. Something older. Something that recognized him not as a thief or a conqueror, but as a rightful inheritor. The wand had accepted him. Harry resealed the tomb and walked back to the castle with the most powerful weapon in magical history tucked into his sleeve. March brought the final piece. The resurrection stone waited in Harry's Gringotts vault, unchanged since he'd destroyed the ring that held it. He retrieved it on a grey afternoon, feeling its weight in his palm, sensing the magic that pulsed within. The temptation was immediate. He could see them. His parents. Sirius's parents. Dumbledore himself. Anyone who had died, anyone he had lost, anyone he had failed to save. The stone promised connection across the boundary of death, communication with those who had passed beyond. Harry understood now why Dumbledore had feared the hallows. This wasn't power, it was obsession waiting to happen. The kind of need that would keep him looking backward, mourning what was lost, never fully engaging with the living. He could use the stone once. Say what he needed to say. Then put it away forever. His parents appeared in the vault's dim light. They were exactly as he had imagined them, James with his untidy hair and confident smile, Lily with her green eyes and gentle expression. They looked young. Too young to be anyone's parents. Too young to have died. Harry. Lily's voice was soft, musical, everything he had dreamed of hearing. "My baby boy. Look how you've grown." "Mum." The word felt strange in his mouth. He'd never said it to anyone. "Dad." "We've been watching," James said. "Couldn't help it, really. Our son, doing impossible things. Destroying Dark Lords. Changing the world. I didn't do it alone. No one does anything alone." Lily moved closer, her hand reaching toward his face but not quite touching. "But you did the hard parts. The scary parts. The parts that required you to be more than anyone had a right to ask. Are you proud of me? Always." James's voice was fierce. "Every moment. Every choice. Even the ones we might have done differently, we're proud of you for making them." Harry felt tears on his cheeks. He hadn't cried since, he couldn't remember the last time he'd cried. "I don't know what to do next," he admitted. "I've spent my whole life fighting. Now the fighting is over, and I don't know who I'm supposed to be." "You're supposed to be yourself." Lily's smile was radiant. "Whatever that means. Whatever that looks like. You've earned the right to figure it out." "We'll be here," James added. "Whenever you need us. Not through the stone, you need to put that away, Harry, it's not healthy, but in your heart. In your memories. In every part of you that we helped create. I love you." Harry's voice broke. "I never got to say it before." "We know." Lily's eyes were shining. "We always knew. Now go live, Harry. Be happy. Find the joy you've been missing. And maybe give us some grandchildren eventually," James added with a grin. "Just a thought." Harry laughed through his tears. "Goodbye, Mum. Dad. Goodbye, sweetheart." Lily's form began to fade. "We're so proud of you." They dissolved into silver mist, and Harry was alone. He stood in the vault for a long time, letting the grief wash through him, letting himself feel everything he'd been suppressing for years. Then he locked the stone in the deepest chamber and walked out into the light. The Deathly Hallows were united. Harry felt the change immediately, a subtle shift in the way magic responded to him, a deepening of his already considerable power. He wasn't immortal, the legends were clear that the Hallows didn't actually grant that. But he was, more. Connected to death in a way that transcended ordinary existence. He understood now what Dumbledore had meant. The Hallows weren't about conquering death. They were about accepting it. Understanding that death was part of life, that loss was part of love, that endings were necessary for beginnings. The Master of Death wasn't someone who never died. It was someone who wasn't afraid to live. The NEWTS came and went. Harry performed well, outstanding in defense against the dark arts and charms, exceeds expectations in everything else. Hermione beat his scores comprehensively and spent 3 days pretending not to be smug about it. Ron scraped by with enough passing grades to pursue his dream of working with the twins. 7th year ended not with a bang but with a whimper. The final feast was bittersweet. Speeches were made. Tears were shed. Promises were exchanged to write, to visit, to never forget the years they'd spent together. Harry sat with his friends and watched the candles flicker and thought about how far they'd all come. "So," Ron said eventually. "What now?" "Now we leave," Hermione replied. "We go out into the world and try to make something of ourselves." "I meant more specifically." "I know what you meant." She smiled. "I'm taking a position at the Ministry. International Magical Cooperation. Lots of travel, lots of interesting problems. Neville and I are starting a business," Luna said dreamily. "Magical creatures conservation. Someone needs to protect the crumplehorn snorkax." "The what?" Ron asked. "Don't ask," Neville advised. "Just, don't ask." "What about you, Harry?" Ginny asked. She had become a fixture in their group over the past year, her sharp wit and fierce competence earning her a place among Harry's inner circle. What's the great Harry Potter going to do with his life? Harry considered the question. He had offers. The Ministry wanted him for everything from Auror to Minister. The Goblins wanted him to continue their partnership indefinitely. Various foreign magical governments had extended invitations for diplomatic positions. But none of it felt right. "I'm going to travel," he said finally. "See the world. Learn how other magical communities do things." "Looking for ideas?" Hermione asked. "Looking for perspective." Harry smiled. "I've spent my whole life in this country, in this society, fighting this war. I need to understand what else is out there before I decide what to do next." And when you come back? When I come back. Harry trailed off, thinking about the future for the first time as something to anticipate rather than something to prepare against. When I come back, I'll figure it out. One day at a time. Graduation arrived on a perfect summer day. The ceremony was held on the Hogwarts grounds, families and friends gathered on conjured benches, the castle standing watch in the background. McGonagall gave a speech about new beginnings and old traditions and the importance of using magic for good. Harry listened with half his attention, the other half turned inward. This was the end of something. The final closing of a chapter that had begun with a terrified child in a cupboard, reaching into his own mind and discovering the monster hiding there. He wasn't that child anymore. He wasn't the weapon he'd been forged into, either. He was something new. Something that didn't have a name yet. And for the first time in his life, that felt like possibility rather than threat. The party afterward was everything graduation parties should be. Harry danced with Ginny, badly. Argued with Ron about Quidditch. Listened to Hermione explain her plans for reforming magical education. Watched Luna and Neville describe their creature conservation project with obvious passion. He laughed. He cried. He hugged people he'd fought beside and nearly died with. And when the party finally wound down, when the guests had departed and the cleanup began, he stood alone on the grounds and looked at the castle that had been his home. "Goodbye, Hogwarts," he said quietly. "Thank you. For everything." The castle didn't respond, of course. But Harry could have sworn the lights in the windows flickered slightly, as if in acknowledgement. The journey began in July. Harry traveled light, just a pack containing essentials, his wand, not the Elder Wand, that was locked away with the stone, and enough money to handle emergencies. The cloak remained with him always, a comfort and a connection to his father. His first stop was France. Beauxbatons Academy received him graciously, their headmistress eager to discuss educational theory and compare notes on magical curriculum. Harry spent 3 weeks there, learning about French approaches to magic, observing their integration of artistic and practical disciplines. He found himself enjoying the intellectual exchange. From France, he traveled to Germany, then Austria, then Switzerland. Each magical community had its own traditions, its own strengths, its own approaches to the problems that plagued all wizards everywhere. He took notes. Asked questions. Listened more than he spoke. September found him in Japan. Mahudakoro, the great magical school of the Pacific, operated differently than any European institution. Their magic was more formal, more ritualized, rooted in traditions that predated Hogwarts by centuries. Harry spent 2 months there, learning their approach to wandless magic, their philosophy of magical balance, their integration of magical practice into everyday life. The headmaster, an ancient wizard whose age was measured in centuries rather than decades, invited Harry to dinner on his final night. "You are searching," the old man observed. "Yes." "For what?" Harry considered his answer carefully. "For purpose," he said finally. "I know how to fight. I know how to destroy. But I don't know how to build. How to create something that lasts." The headmaster nodded slowly. "This is a worthy search. Most warriors never undertake it, they fight until they die, and call that purpose. You are wiser than that." "I'm not sure about wise. Wisdom is not certainty. Wisdom is doubt, properly applied." The old man smiled. "Continue your journey, young hunter. What you seek cannot be given, it must be found. But I believe you will find it." Winter found him in Africa. The magical communities there were older than anything he'd encountered, traditions stretching back millennia, magic woven into the fabric of daily life in ways that European wizards had forgotten. He learned from village shamans and urban practitioners, from ancient orders and new movements. He began to understand something important. Magic wasn't a weapon or a tool. It was a relationship, with the world, with other people, with oneself. The Europeans had mechanized it, systematized it, turned it into something that could be measured and controlled. But the older traditions remembered something else. Magic was connection. Magic was flow. Magic was the recognition that everything was part of everything else, and that changing one thing meant changing everything. Harry filed this insight away for future consideration. Spring brought him to South America. The Amazonian wizards were welcoming in their way, though they tested him extensively before accepting his presence. Their magic was rooted in the natural world, plants and animals and the living pulse of the rainforest itself. Harry spent 4 months learning their approach to magical creatures, their symbiotic relationships with beings that European wizards classified as dangerous, their integration of magic into ecological systems. He found himself at peace in ways he hadn't expected. The jungle didn't care about his reputation. Didn't know or care about the boy who lived, the master of death, the warrior who had destroyed the most dangerous dark wizard in history. Here, he was just another human, trying to understand his place in a world much larger than himself. It was humbling. It was healing. Summer brought him home. Harry returned to Britain after 18 months of travel, changed in ways that were hard to articulate. He was still powerful, if anything, his journey had refined his abilities, given him new perspectives on magic that made him more formidable than ever. But the power felt different now. Lighter. Less like a burden and more like a responsibility. He had learned what he needed to learn. Now it was time to build. Grimmauld Place looked different somehow. The house was the same, objectively speaking, same rooms, same furniture, same dark portraits and creaking stairs. But Harry saw it with new eyes now, saw possibilities where before he had seen only obligations. Sirius was waiting for him when he arrived. "You look different," his godfather observed. "I feel different." "Good different?" "I think so." Harry set down his pack and looked around. "This place needs work. It always needs work. That's part of its charm." "No, I mean." Harry paused, organizing his thoughts. "I want to make it something. Not just a house. A center for something. I'm not sure what yet." Sirius studied him for a long moment. "You've got that look," he said finally. "The one that means you're planning something complicated. Is that a problem?" "Not for me." Sirius grinned. "I like complicated. Tell me what you're thinking." The Institute of Magical Reform opened its doors in September. Harry had spent the summer preparing, securing funding from his vault and sympathetic donors, recruiting staff from his extensive network of contacts, converting Grimmauld Place into a facility that combined research, education, and advocacy. The Institute's mission was simple: make the magical world better. Not through violence. Not through political manipulation. Not through the exercise of Harry's considerable power. But through ideas, evidence, and persistent advocacy for change. Hermione joined as head of research, her brilliant mind finally given full scope to investigate the problems that plagued Wizarding Society. Neville took charge of magical creature relations, bringing the expertise he'd developed during his conservation work. Ron handled operations, his tactical mind proving equally useful for logistics as it had been for combat. Others came too. Former DA members who had been waiting for purpose. Reform-minded ministry employees tired of ineffective bureaucracy. Foreign wizards intrigued by the chance to experiment with new approaches. Within a year, the Institute was producing research that challenged centuries of conventional wisdom. Within 2 years, it was shaping policy debates in the Wizengamot. Within 3 years, it was recognized as the leading voice for progressive change in magical Britain. Harry stepped back from public leadership gradually. He didn't disappear, the Institute still bore his name, and he still served on its board. But he let others take the spotlight, let younger voices carry the message, let the movement become larger than any individual. This was what Dumbledore had meant about building versus destroying. Harry had created something that would outlast him. Something that didn't depend on his presence or his power. Something that would continue to grow and evolve long after he was gone. It was, he realized, the closest thing to immortality that actually mattered. The years passed. Harry married Ginny in a small ceremony attended by close friends and family. They had 2 children, James Sirius and Lily Luna, who grew up knowing their father as someone who laughed and played and told embarrassing stories about his own adventures. He continued to consult on dark magic cases, his unique abilities making him invaluable for situations that defeated conventional approaches. But these were occasional interruptions, not the focus of his life. The focus of his life was simpler now. Family. Friends. The quiet satisfactions of building something worthwhile. He had been a weapon once. A predator. A hunter. Now he was just Harry. On his 40th birthday, Harry stood on the Hogwarts grounds and looked at the castle where everything had begun. So much had changed. The ministry was reformed, though not perfect, improvement was ongoing, not achieved. The old prejudices were fading, though not gone, change took generations, not years. The world was better than it had been, though not as good as it could be, that was the nature of progress. Behind him, his children played with their cousins under Hermione's watchful eye. Ron was arguing with George about the latest Weasley's Wizard Wheezes products. Ginny sat beside Neville and Luna, all 3 laughing at some private joke. His family. His friends. His world. "You're brooding again," Sirius said, appearing at his side. Grey had crept into his godfather's hair, but his eyes were as bright as ever. "Just thinking." "About what?" Harry considered the question. "About a scared kid in a cupboard," he said finally. "Who discovered something dark in his head and decided to eat it instead of letting it eat him. That's quite a story." "It's my story." Harry smiled. "It's still being written. Any idea how it ends?" Harry looked at his family, at his friends, at the castle that had shaped him and the grounds where he had finally found peace. "I think," he said slowly, "it ends with someone who learned that life is more than survival. More than victory. More than the power to destroy your enemies." "What's it about, then?" Harry thought about Dumbledore's letter. About Fawkes' advice. About all the lessons he'd learned, all the mistakes he'd made, all the growth that had brought him to this moment. "Connection," he said finally. "It's about connection. To people. To purpose. To the world itself." He turned to face his godfather. The scared kid in the cupboard was alone. He learned to be dangerous because dangerous was how he survived. "But surviving isn't living, Sirius. It took me a long time to understand that. And now you do. Now I'm learning." Harry smiled. "One day at a time." The sun set over Hogwarts. Harry Potter stood in its fading light, surrounded by everyone he loved, and felt something he had never expected to feel when this all began. Complete. Not perfect. Not finished. The world still had problems, and he still had work to do. But complete in the sense that mattered, integrated, whole, at peace with who he was and who he was becoming. The boy who lived had become the man who built. The weapon had become a gardener. The hunter had found his home. And as the stars emerged over the castle where magic had first found him, Harry Potter closed his eyes and smiled. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. New problems. New opportunities. But tomorrow was not yet here. Tonight, there was family. Tonight, there was love. Tonight, there was peace. And that was enough. Chapter 6 End.